Chapter 1 SUXIAN. Chapter 1 SUXIAN Ding. SUXIAN, who was going back to bed, took out his mobile phone under the dim light of the street lamp beside the road, opened it, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing. The offer from the Institute of Physics of Yenching University, 4 years, 4 full years. After 4 years of hard work, I competed with thousands of people across the country as an ordinary university student and got an offer from the Institute of Physics of Yenching University. It was worth it. Although I just went to an ordinary university, last month, through 4 years of unremitting efforts, I won the gold medal in the International Authoritative Physics Competition. What could be more satisfying than being successful in your studies? If so, it could only be because of a virtuous and beautiful girlfriend. SUXIAN hummed a relaxing song, walking back to bed. Suddenly, he noticed that the moon tonight was extraordinarily bright. The bright yellow light surrounded the disk, gently sprinkled the tulle, shook it on the clouds, and imprinted a faint haze in his eyes. Gorgeous, the moon seems to be welcoming my future girlfriend. With a longing for the future in his heart, he pushed open the bedroom door with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, the old Sima at the foot of the bed was still chatting with his girlfriend. This guy's girlfriend was brought from high school, and he had to chat for 2 hours every night for 4 years, which made him, who didn't even have a first love, jealous to the point of separation. By the way, isn't this kid tired? SUXIAN Lemon, meanwhile, was skeptical. Old Chen Guai, who was still trying to survive in the god realm by the window, shouted, "Wow, our student god is back. Be careful if you're funny again, Dad will take out a nuclear bomb and send you to heaven." SUXIAN rolled his eyes. Snapped. As soon as SUXIAN put down his school bag, Lao Li, who was on the bed opposite the bed, shouted, Brother Su, quickly lead me to the top score, and I will be 50 stars soon." Maade, that's the old high school calendar. You know, in order to prepare for the competition, your father Su hasn't logged in for N seasons. Now the account is probably gold, and you can't fight. Besides, you are not my daughter friend. Why are you with me? Old Li quacked, "It's not impossible if you need. Fuck, what I want is someone who can help me give birth to monkeys. Can you do it?" SUXIAN said seriously. Hehe, I don't plan to. Brother Su, what a pity, you, Luna, have been on the national server. You were so sharp back then. Old Li curled his lips, turned around and continued his great career. SUXIAN glanced at Lao Li, then turned his head and shook his head. No matter how sharp her own Luna is, can she give herself a stable future? He shook his head amusedly. How could he still realize his life today? In other words, shouldn't it be time to find a girlfriend? Old paper collectors are not very good. In the future, my girlfriend will inevitably feel that I am abnormal. SUXIAN thought, grinning. He was a little bit yearning. Suddenly, with a casual glance, he saw that the moonlight in the night sky seemed to be brighter, so bright that it shone outside the window like a piece of milk spilled. What happened? Have the clouds in the night sky dispersed? SUXIAN was a little curious, got up and walked to the balcony. In an instant, the two worlds were connected in the dark, and the laws of the two worlds intertwined and turned into a ray of light, shooting from the direction of the moon to the earth. At this time, SUXIAN on the balcony just looked up at the moon, only to see the bright moon, instantly filling his vision. The moonlight compressed, tearing apart the space in an instant. Day 2. Urgent reprint of the University Weekly. This morning, an outstanding student in the 1st and 4th year of our school suffered a cardiac arrest, and died after being rescued by the district hospital. It is also difficult for a forensic doctor to prove the cause of his death. Now the responsible party asks the students to take good care of their bodies. The body is the capital of the revolution. So shock department, shocked. The prospective Yenching University graduate student died suddenly just after receiving the offer. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Crossing Douluo. Chapter 2 Crossing Douluo. A faint silver light passed through the boundless universe, passed through the darkness, and shone on a colorful existence that looked like bubbles. Under the influence of unknown places, the chi mechanism of Douluo continent began to become disordered. Such influence may cause the plan to get out of control and cause unforeseen consequences, whether it is necessary to. A pair of eyes without any emotion emerged in the deep space, like the embodiment of the will of the world. It was as if the ancient giant woke up and opened his eyes. At first, these eyes were like light ink on rice paper. It was not very clear at first, but then gradually solidified. It was as if an invisible pen was drawing, and the scarlet eyes were drawn as the lines wandered. Forget it, the rules of the God realm should not be broken at will, let's use it as a test stone for inheritors. As soon as the scarlet eyes thought of this, they slowly disappeared again. Douluo continent, southwest of Tiandu Empire, Siluo province, Aokai City. Hongxiu Street in the XC district of Aokai City is a famous red light district in the southwest of the entire empire. Today's red light district is the same as in the past. When night falls, the window lights up with seductive light, exuding a blurred and ambiguous atmosphere. Soul lamps were already lit inside and outside the pink cottages in the alleys, and there were more tourists at this time. The flow of people entered the narrow alleys, and the huts on both sides were small, which could also be called shop windows. In the shop windows, there were all kinds of charming girls from all over the world. There are beautiful, ugly, charming, fierce, there are yellow and white, fat and thin, tall and short, old and small. If you are lucky and willing to spend money, you can enjoy more advanced fun. There are many prostitutes and tourists here, and the whole place feels like a mess. Go in from the alley number 13, go to the depths where there is no one, and then pass through 2 hidden gates guarded by soul masters, and you can see more than a dozen houses standing in the empty yard. A 5-meter-high wall surrounds these houses into a rather large yard, and the iron gate guarded by the soul master is the only exit. Most of these bungalows live with small children, and each bungalow has about 10 children. In one of the rooms, all the other children were asleep, and only one child was lying on the bed by the window, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why me? Obviously, I have to make persistent efforts to reach the pinnacle of life and talk about life with the most outstanding girls in the country. God, give me back my body. Suddenly, a lot of information flooded into SUXIAN's mind. SUXIAN's eyes were round and her headache was about to split. Holding his head in his hands, he couldn't help rolling. Master, how to be a well-behaved person. Not long after, SUXIAN finally regained consciousness, and at the same time it was a little incredible. What the hell is this? How can a child learn these things? SUXIAN, who had accepted the memory of the original owner, was carefully sorting out the innocent and strange memory of the child in his mind. It is simply because this child is only 5 years old. What would a 5-year-old child know? In addition to class every day is to play. The strangeness is manifested in his living environment. As far as I can remember, there is no concept of parents, only those female teachers and female deans. Since these positions are often replaced, the memory of the original owner is not very clear. But there is one thing I remember very firmly, Master. SUXIAN couldn't understand. Fuck, what kind of stuff is this teaching? After being dazed and cursing, SUXIAN had to calm down and think, what is the situation now? What is this yard for? But I dare not judge based on my vague memory. SUXIAN sat up with her hands propped on the bed, and carefully looked at her hands. Well, it is white and tender, and looks quite healthy. Looking down at this small body again, with slender arms and legs, it is the physique of a 5-year-old child. SUXIAN looked around and looked at the mirror in front of the bed under the moonlight. Oh, shoulder-length silver-grey mid-length hair, silver-grey pupils of the same color as the hair, red lips, and white teeth. The white and tender face with a little baby fat and the watery eyes. I am afraid that when I grow up, I will be a beauty embryo. Suddenly SUXIAN thought of something bad. his eyes narrowed, and his hands quickly reached down. Well, it's okay, it's still there, SUXIAN smiled relaxedly, feeling a little lucky. Thinking of this, there was some inexplicable sadness in SUXIAN's smile. But sadness was useless. SUXIAN patted his face and closed his eyes, cheered up and continued to sort out the memory of the original owner. After a while, SUXIAN opened his eyes, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The memory is very vague, there is no effective information at all, and even the concept of men and women is not very clear. SUXIAN has reason to suspect that receiving the book will lead to memory blurring. Just now, I focused on searching the concept of country in my mind, but there was nothing relevant. SUXIAN silently thought that the only advantage is that there is no problem in communication, right? However, the technology in this world doesn't seem to be very prominent, SUXIAN thought silently after noticing the candle in his memory. Then he frowned again. What unique advantages does this world have? Hey, I'm not a physics student, although it is applied physics, it is not without the accumulation of nuclear physics. So, this is a nuclear flat life? No, I need to figure out what the hell I'm in. SUXIAN looked around and found that there were still 5 children living in the small room. It might be summer now, and no one was covered with quilts, and insects were buzzing outside the window. Well, judging from her figure, she is probably as big as herself, and her clothes are not weird. Just, who's going to explain blue and red hair? SUXIAN, who didn't believe in evil, slipped out of bed and walked carefully to the opposite bed. Seeing the sleeping blue-haired child in a white skirt with his back facing him, SUXIAN stretched out his hand. He tugged at the blue hair in front of him. Well, I can't pull it off, it doesn't look like a wig. After touching it, it seems that it is not fake. If you look closely, it doesn't look like it has been dyed. SUXIAN's face was stunned, so things would be complicated. With a trace of uneasiness and helplessness, SUXIAN thought. Now it looks like I'm in another world. Such an environment is a school, or an orphanage or something. However, it is not easy to make any strange moves at present, so we will not get more information now, so it is better to make plans tomorrow morning. After thinking about it, he turned around and climbed onto the bed. But, who can fall asleep when encountering such a thing? SUXIAN could only stare blankly at the bright moon outside the window with her small face up. In the early morning, a ray of light schemed through the clouds and printed on SUXIAN's face through the window. SUXIAN opened her confused eyes. I have to deal with the transfer of graduation documents today. No, not right, I'm time traveling, so I am in a different world. SUXIAN's eyes widened, her small face full of helplessness. Looking at the clouds in the sky, SUXIAN thought, maybe the morning glow of Shui Langxing is so beautiful today? What will happen to your home because of your time travel? Can I go back by myself? The worries in my heart disappeared in a flash. No matter what, life and death are bearish. Since I can come, then there should be a way to go back. He shook his head, implying to himself, cheer up. Still, let's figure out what's going on. And a little hungry. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and a woman's voice shouted. 29, 32, 33, 34, 37, get up and eat. After shouting, he knocked on the doors of other rooms. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Strange Yard. Chapter 3 The Strange Yard. I can understand, it seems to be because instinct is at work. However, is it so casual to use a number as a name? After the female voice yelled, the children got up and put on their shoes one after another, and stood in front of the small mirror to tidy up their appearance, showing their proficiency for their age. SUXIAN then put on the shoes similar to the water blue star shoes, and followed suit. When I left the small building, I could see a field paved with cobblestones. The small building I lived in was located in the center of the yard, and the canteen was on the far right against the wall. The cafeteria is a wide room with only one wide wooden door. 37, 37, shall we catch butterflies after class? A red-haired little girl named 33 beside her said excitedly, yesterday I caught another butterfly. SUXIAN squinted at the little loli. No, I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm so sleepy now. He looked at her while talking. Well, red braids, a pair of red eyes on a fair little face, slightly turning lively and splashing, coupled with an excited smile. This little girl is so cute. If she doesn't become disabled, she might become a goddess in the future. But, who can tell me why the children around me are so handsome? Is this the case in this world? SUXIAN felt a little strange. However, after class, you should be able to understand more about the current situation, right? After eating, SUXIAN followed the children to a classroom on the left side of the first floor of a small white building next to the cafeteria. Walking into the classroom, SUXIAN glanced at it. As expected, all the children are white and tender, like porcelain dolls, but they are still not as good as me. Hey, what I want to ask is why everyone is so handsome. At this moment, a person walked in at the door of the classroom. She was a woman in her 30s, with rough skin, a plump figure, and brown hair coiled on top of her head. The main thing that caught SUXIAN's attention was that she was very ordinary, with a slightly plump face and hard-to-hide wrinkles, just like those old aunts in her previous life who liked to show off their beauty on the internet. Today, I will lead you to learn how to be likable. The middle-aged woman glanced sternly across the podium and said, "This class is very important, because it will determine whether you can live well in the future. If you learn this knowledge well, even if you fail in the aptitude test tomorrow, you will still be able to live well in the future. If you don't learn well, you will be punished on the RD." Hearing what the teacher said, the children below couldn't help but shudder. SUXIAN pouted, "I like you, what the hell kind of knowledge is this? What is this punishment? And what about this cultivation qualification test? Is this world still a fantasy world? There is a test tomorrow, how is your aptitude?" Thinking of this, SUXIAN couldn't help being a little nervous. He is not the kind of person who will deliberately recite the entire Chunyang while watching TikTok. Thad Tao Te Ching only knows Tao can be said, very Tao. It's really hard to imagine those people who recite inexplicable ancient scriptures after watching a video. Was it because the game was not fun or the love was not sweet? SUXIAN then thought about it, with so many traversers, who would be an ordinary person, I'm probably a genius too, right? Thinking of this, SUXIAN's mood gradually calmed down, and he was able to listen to what the teacher had to say. As for why should you listen? Nonsense, hard work is the magic weapon to get rid of the ordinary, which was practiced by SUXIAN in his last life. Hey, let alone, what the teacher said is very interesting. Why pout? SUXIAN twitched the corners of his mouth. Did he feel unserious? The bored SUXIAN looked around, not to mention, these children are quite serious, they are really eye-catching. I don't know how long this class has been. Let's stop here today, and then you have to review today's homework carefully, and tomorrow morning because of the cultivation qualification test, breakfast will not be provided. In addition, I wish you good test scores, so that you can live better in this world. With a blessing on his face, the teacher packed up his things and turned around before going out. As soon as the teacher went out, the children in the classroom couldn't help but ran out of the classroom one after another, and went to play their own things. SUXIAN thought to himself, it's better to behave like these children, after all, he is a time traveler. If something is discovered, I can't deal with it now. Thinking of this, SUXIAN said to the little girl in front, 33, let's catch butterflies together. 33, okay, let's go to the big tree to catch butterflies together, and I'll give you a bucket. SUXIAN. Night. SUXIAN sat on the small bed, leaning on the windowsill with her arms, staring at the moon in a daze, sorting out the information in her hand. Came to the Douluo continent by himself, thinking about talking to 33 today, she said, if you can perform well in tomorrow's test, I heard that you can awaken a good martial soul at the age of 6. Teacher Lu Li said, it is very important. Can martial soul talent be measured? Why do you feel a little unreliable? If it is possible, Tang San must have it in the novel, after all, he is the son of destiny. But I have no impression at all. Could it be the later ones? SUXIAN, who had never watched Do-san, guessed. So now is the background of Doji. If it's after Do-er, it's troublesome. After all, I haven't seen it, even Do-er has seen it many years ago. It's a pity that 33 doesn't even know any country in the world in memory, otherwise. But I can make a guess, the things here do not highlight any technological content, and it is unlikely to be after Do-er. And maybe it's because of the soul where he inherited 37's language instinct. Thinking of this, SUXIAN was slightly relieved. This place is tentatively called the orphanage. However, the situation here is a bit weird. This place is managed by a few middle-aged women, the children here are named with numbers, and the numbers are intermittent. The children here have no parents, the children here are cute and abnormal. There is a class called How to Be Cute. The seemingly peaceful yard seems to be shrouded in a dark black veil. What is hidden behind the children's laughter? There are too many places here that can't be explained. I hope things are not what I think. The clouds gradually thickened, covering up the moonlight, and SUXIAN closed the window. It's going to rain. The night turns to darkness. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Evil Test. Chapter 4 Evil Tests. Next day. After a night of rain, the sky was still shrouded in dark and continuous clouds, blowing by the wind and constantly drifting across the sky above the small courtyard. The green grass on the ground in the yard has withstood the storm all night, and at this time, the thin leaves covered with rain are looking downcast. The water droplets on the big tree next to the small building dripped into the puddles on the ground. Tick-tock. The breeze blows, bringing a slight chill. There were about 50 children standing in the yard. SUXIAN was standing nervously among them, next to 33, everyone had just been called out. There are 3 people standing in front of the children, among them the man in the middle is wearing a short black robe with purple fringe, a scar on his indifferent face across the nose looks hideous, his eyes are indifferent under his short bangs, he stands silent in front of the children. The man standing on the right is named Moore, and he is a subordinate of the man in the short robe, a soul master with 3 rings. He was holding a wooden box carefully, one step behind the robed man, and looked at the crowd expressionlessly. Standing on the left is a long-faced woman in a goose yellow knee-length skirt. The donkey face is heavily made up, and the bright red lip color and the plump lips are unspeakably incongruous. No one who knew her could look at her for more than 3 seconds. Her name is Goli, and SUXIAN learned that she was the person in charge of this orphanage this year after eavesdropping on the teacher's chat yesterday. She frowned and asked the man in the short robe, Master Carlo, why do you want to test my children this year? You must know that such a test will cause irreversible damage to their talents, and maybe a group of them will die. This is not in our interest. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the children below who couldn't understand their conversation just shivered. SUXIAN, who was standing below, was terrified when he heard this. This test seems to have unforeseen dangers. But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and listen. Carlo said impatiently, our organization has a deal with a certain chamber of commerce in Heaven-Do City, and this test was requested by the buyer. It said above that a group of youngsters with good looks and talents should be sent to the other party. Is the test now just to test out the talent? After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at the performance of the children below, and raised his eyebrows after knowing what was in his mind. The ones here with you are all the best-looking ones, and they have been paid a lot of food and allowances, but their physiques are unexpectedly poor. Having said that, Carlo paused. You stole their maintenance fees so privately. If this test will kill a few people, you must know that if they are sold to Tiendu City's auction, one of them will be hundreds of gold soul coins at the very least. You said that if you died too much because of this test, how can you explain it to the higher authorities? SUXIAN couldn't help lowering her head to hide her shock. Good guy. It turned out to be just like his worst plan. This is a Douluo world version of the slave den, or the high-end one. It seems that if you can't pass this test, you will be in danger of death, and even if you can pass it, you will be in danger of being given away for fun. Thinking of this, the sweat on SUXIAN Leng's body gradually broke out. No, I have to save myself. Goli's expression changed immediately after hearing what Carlo said, and she forced a smile. Hey, what did Lord Carlo say? I hope you can say something good for me this time. You can pick one here today and count it on me. You must know that these children are good seedlings who have been selected from thousands of people. Goli winked at Carlo. Or if you want me, it's not impossible. Forget it. Carlo glanced at the horse's face, and pulled the ugly corner of his mouth, feeling offended. The children standing below couldn't understand what the two were talking about. Years of enslavement education made them stand quietly. SUXIAN also stood quietly, not daring to show the slightest strangeness. Carlo took the box in Moore's hand and opened it, took out a white bottle and poured out a few pills. The pill was black and grey, the size of a jujube. SUXIAN frowned when he saw it, and felt a little nauseous, as if seeing disgusting filth. SUXIAN quietly looked at the other children and found nothing unusual, and then realized. It seems that only I feel sick. He couldn't help thinking, why is this? At this time, Carlo held the bottle and introduced it to the children. What I have in my hand is a special soul medicine made from a special medicine, called spiritual enlightenment medicine. It can allow you to show your future martial soul talent before you are 6 years old. Speaking of this, Carlo glanced at the elixir in his hand meaningfully, and then continued. If the eyes turn black after eating, then the innate soul power can reach level 2. Similarly, purple corresponds to level 2, yellow corresponds to level 2, white corresponds to level or no innate soul power. If the martial soul talent is not good and the physical fitness is not good, then it may be. Although Carlo didn't say any more, SUXIAN had a vague guess, this danger can't be death. The higher the level, the stronger the martial soul awakened at the age of 6. If any of you can reach black in the test level, then he will be trained intensively, and he will receive special treatment if he reaches purple, Carlo added. Road. After he finished speaking, he felt a little funny. Why did he say these things? Martial soul talent at this level of black is like the favored son of heaven in the whole continent, so how could it appear here? At this time, a boy in a blue shirt timidly raised his hand and asked, "My lord, has anyone turned red?" Carlo ignored him and said directly to the crowd, "Come one by one, everyone has a share. I'll come first, I'll come first, I want to become a powerful soul master." The red-haired girl 33 on the other side ran to the front excitedly. SUXIAN, who was standing next to her, changed his expression, and secretly reached out and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "Don't be too aggressive, I don't have the impression of this soul-invigorating medicine at all. If it really has such a powerful effect and has no side effects, I'm afraid it has been arranged for Tang-san in the original book. I don't even have an impression of myself." It's a pity that the girl was in a hurry, and ran towards Carlo with a light struggle. Carlo handed over the soul medicine with great interest. "Just swallow it. I will save you a portion of your soul power to trigger the effects of the medicine. It may hurt a little, so sit on the ground." Then Carlo shouted, "Iron Claw Bear Martial Soul, Possession." A phantom of a roaring long-clawed black bear with 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings instantly appeared behind Carlo, and immediately merged into Carlo's body. In an instant, Carlo grew animal ears, fangs, and claws, and his original 1.8 meter stature grew to 2 meters. At the same time, his body also seemed to be much more swollen than before. The whole body is full of muscles. Certain garments stretched well, and didn't explode as he grew in size. Carlo waved his left hand casually, and a gust of wind blew up in the yard. It was hard to imagine what kind of damage such a palm would cause on a person. Some timid children in the yard were frightened and cried on the spot. There was also a trace of solemnity in SUXIAN's eyes. Is this the oppression brought by the five-ringed Soul King? I also want to become a powerful Soul Master. 33, holding the panacea in his hand, became excited when he saw this scene. She couldn't wait to swallow the soul medicine in one gulp. Everyone looked at her intently, and saw that after she swallowed the soul medicine, Carlo carried a light black soul power into the girl's back with both hands. A faint black soul power surrounds the girl and continuously merges into the girl's body. SUXIAN, who was a few meters away, stared straight at him, thinking, is this the extraordinary power of Douluo world? 33 Nothing will happen, right? At this moment, the fluctuations in the girl's body suddenly became disordered. The girl fell down in response, twisting her body on the ground in pain, her delicate face twisted into a ball. After a while, he stopped twisting and seemed to pass out from the pain. What's wrong with her, Another girl exclaimed. Carlo squinted his eyes, walked to the girl, squatted down and opened his eyelids, and looked indifferently. Unlucky, the first one doesn't have martial soul talent, and his physical fitness is still poor. Even if he awakens at the age of 6, he is still a waste without soul power. Whether he lives or dies today depends on the destiny. After speaking, he turned his head and said to his subordinates, take her back to her bed. Hearing Carlo's order, Moore picked up the girl and walked towards the small building. SUXIAN's pupils shrank slightly, and he walked to the end calmly. Testing continues. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Black Talent. Chapter 5 Black Talent. The second person to be tested was a little girl with short green hair named 11. She walked over slowly, clutching the corner of her skirt with her small hands. She looked at Carlo's ferocious face with a little fear. Carlo looked at her eyes. She was a very cute girl. Am I going to die? 11 was trembling all over, looking at Carlo with fear on his face. Tears were rolling in the green eyes on his round face. Will I be like her? Carlo carefully looked at the girl named 11, and suddenly squeezed out a smile on his face, contradictory but gentle. Don't worry, if you can't bear it, I will release my soul strength to ensure your safety. Douluo, who was standing beside her, raised her eyebrows and said with a playful smile. My lord has a goal so soon? Are you planning to prepare one for your kid? But 11 is only 5 years old. Then he added, however, if she tests out the black martial soul talent, you can't take it away. Carlo nodded in disbelief. I know this, but how difficult is the black martial soul talent? In the past few years, there were more than 3,000 people in more than a dozen compounds, and none of them. After all, black only exists in theory. As he spoke, Carlo glanced at the crowd below. Although I heard that appearance has something to do with martial soul talent, but your yard is so small, how could it be possible? After finishing speaking, he handed the soul medicine to 11 in front of him. 11 took the soul medicine, and finally couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes, letting them run across his cheeks. She still suppressed the fear in her heart and swallowed the soul medicine. Seeing this, Carlo spent his soul power. It's itchy, my hands are itchy. 11 jumped up and screamed. While talking, they scratched each other vigorously. Carlo frowned and slowed down the output of soul power. Don't be afraid, how do you feel now? Okay, it's much better. Thank you, my lord. 11 and 10 fingers crossed tightly and held it tightly, and after a while, he was sweating profusely. The grey soul power belonging to the soul medicine in her eyes slowly gathered around the pupils, and then slowly turned purple, forming a purple halo in the pupils. A look of satisfaction appeared unconsciously on Carlo's face. Haha, purple talent. I'm afraid that the martial soul awakening next year can awaken the innate soul power of the 5th to 6th level. This talent is worthy of my son. He smiled and nodded to Douluo. It's her, no problem. Douluo's face was ugly, and she felt a little bit regretful. Purple is rare, and it was her performance that was let out. She gritted her teeth and said, go on. Next, SUXIAN saw the dominance of the spiritual medicine in the subsequent test. 5 children could not wake up directly during the test. Carlo ordered his subordinates to take the children back to their own beds. Needless to say, SUXIAN knew that these children were probably the batch that Carlo said would die. If it was none of his business, SUXIAN might feel angry and pity for them. But now SUXIAN's only thought is, God bless, up to SUXIAN, 51 children have completed the test. 34 white talents, 15 yellow talents, and 2 purple talents. The second child with purple talent was a boy. Seeing that she had another child with purple talent under her hands, Goli's face finally looked a little better. That little girl over there, come on. The Soul King still has a lot of things to do after the test, don't waste time. Carlo looked at SUXIAN, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he admired in his heart this appearance is worthy of 1,000 choices. When it's sold to the Heaven Do Chamber of Commerce, this little girl is probably at the level of 100,000 gold soul coins. There was a trace of solemnity in SUXIAN's eyes. It seemed that he couldn't escape this test. He didn't bother to argue, he went straight forward to take the soul medicine, and said silently in his heart, Sanking is above, Buddha blesses, Greek gods, Amen. Please bless me, even if I have no talent, I will not die because of this shit test. I haven't met those famous beauties, tasted the food of this world, haven't. After SUXIAN read it, he endured his nausea and put the soul medicine into his mouth. Carlo then directed his soul power to SUXIAN Do. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in SUXIAN's head, and then he fell backwards, falling into a coma, with unstable fluctuations all over his body. Carlo was startled, this little girl wouldn't die immediately, right? He hastily stretched out his hand to take SUXIAN. Picked him up and carefully felt the fluctuation of soul power for a while, then said expressionlessly. The soul power emitted by the soul medicine became manic in his body, which is very unusual. It seems that her body is rejecting the soul power from the soul medicine. Goli walked over frowning, with a slightly ugly expression on her face. The previous ones are almost dead, and if another one dies, the body bags will not be enough. No hurry, it's not that far yet. Carlo felt the undulating brows on SUXIAN's body relax, and slowly muttered, now the fluctuations are gradually calming down, and the situation is getting better. Let's see what kind of talent she is. How can it cause such a big reaction? Goli heaved a sigh of relief, and stretched out her hand to open SUXIAN's eyelids. In an instant, the two of them suddenly widened their eyes, black. How is it possible that there are test results of this level? Goli murmured. Carlo suppressed his excitement. Not bad, let's see how she is doing first. If something goes wrong, you and I can't afford it. This child is the head of his performance, and there must be no surprises as an opportunity to further his status. A smile curled up on the corner of Goli's mouth. She couldn't do without her share of the credit, and said with a smile. Take him to my room. It's safer for us to watch together. It was afternoon, and the already dark weather seemed even darker at this time. From time to time, a breeze and drizzle drifted into a room, and SUXIAN woke up leisurely on the bed in the room. He clutched his head where a trace of pain flashed from time to time, and felt the unbearable pain in his body, which seemed to be carrying a huge weight even though he was lying on the bed. Wait, bed, he immediately widened his frightened eyes, lifted the quilt with difficulty, and quickly looked at himself. Hey, fortunately, it's not what I thought. I can't blame him for being too sensitive, but this place is really special, and she is so cute. SUXIAN comforted herself calmly. A trace of confusion flashed in SUXIAN's eyes. What was he doing before? By the way, test. Where am I now? SUXIAN took a look at the room. The window was facing the yard, the height should be the second floor. The room is dominated by pink, and there is a dressing table next to the bed, which is full of bottles and jars for makeup. SUXIAN pondered quietly, is this the room of the donkey-faced woman? It seems that my test should be unusual, otherwise it would not be treated specially. Thinking of this, SUXIAN couldn't help but look at the mirror on the dressing table. The fair little face in front of him is still so good. At Shui Langxing's age, he can rely on his face for a living. It's a pity that there is no strange color in the eyes. Has it faded? SUXIAN thought a little depressed. At this time, there was a faint sound of clinking glasses and talking in the living room outside. SUXIAN held her breath, carefully crawled back to her original position, changed the quilt, and carefully listened to the conversation in the living room. Congratulations to Director Goli, this time your subordinate has tested a black talent. I don't know how many rewards there will be. Carol held a glass of beer and toasted Goli. This black talent should be me. SUXIAN was a little excited when he heard that. Where is there? The rewards for the test will be more, and the Soul Emperor may be expected in the future. Don't forget about the slave family. Goli smiled reservedly. Carlo turned his head away, smiled and didn't want to answer. More on the side turned his head quickly after seeing it, but couldn't help asking Master Carlo, why is there no red martial soul talent in this test? If there is a red talent this time, what a rich reward we can get. Carlo was in a good mood at this time. And he didn't bother to interrupt more. He poured out the ale in his glass and scolded with a smile. What do you know, a rookie? This soul medicine is actually an evil thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Life. Chapter 6 Life. SUXIAN's heart sank when he heard what Carlo said, and he carefully held his breath and continued to eavesdrop. In the living room, Carlo paused, looked at the curious looks of the two people next to him and continued, this soul medicine is made from soul bones. Soul bone? Impossible, how could such a treasure be used? Goli couldn't help but exclaimed. More on the side also looked shocked. Carlo explained with great interest. The reason why it is called an evil thing is because this spirit bone does not refer to the spirit bone that fell from the spirit beast, but is refined from the dead corpse of a soul master of level to level. Seeing more and Goli's eyes widen, Carlo smiled faintly and continued, because the soul master's corpse at this stage has a lot of soul power condensed. When the resentment of death blends with it, it is full of impact. High-level fire-type soul masters use special secret methods to condense it. When the human body is attracted by external soul power, it can cause a strange impact on people. That's why it has the function of testing talent. Hearing this, SUXIAN's face turned pale, and her stomach couldn't help but roll. Corpse, the corpse is condensed. Moore couldn't help trembling his teeth. In contrast, Goli's reaction was much calmer, and she even asked, then is there any terrible harm to it? Carlo gave Goli an appreciative glance, then immediately turned to stare at Moore. Idiot, since you are in this industry, these things will come into contact with this industry sooner or later. We are not good people in the first place. After reprimanding Moore, Carlo raised his head and recalled while holding the beer and continued, the harm of this evil thing is that it will greatly corrode the body of the test subject, but the danger is different for test subjects with different talents. Those who have no innate soul power and weak constitution may die directly, such as the 5 cubs who were tested today are probably dying now. Carlo's words continued, if the innate soul power is only 1 or 2 levels, the innate soul power will be cleared directly. As long as the person who uses it to test the martial soul talent, the martial soul talent will be damaged, and the innate soul power will probably drop on average. 2 levels, the more difficult it is for such a person to practice. As for the red talent, Carlo put the beer into his mouth. Let me put it this way, even if you are born with full soul power, you can only reach black. You should all know that people who have passed the test generally do not live past the age of 20. This is because the damage caused by the evil will accompany them for a lifetime, and will gradually deteriorate until they die. Under such circumstances, only the black talent can be cultivated. At this time, SUXIAN's feet were slightly bent on the bed, and he didn't dare to straighten them. As long as they were stretched, he would tremble non-stop. His small body was like a deflated ball, and he had no strength to support him. His little face was a little pale, and he understood why he felt a dull pain in his body as soon as he woke up. SUXIAN, who came from a peaceful age in a civilized society, could not understand. What's even more incomprehensible is that this kind of thing actually happened to me. The difference between my time travel and others is really like the difference between reality and fantasy. Douluo is no longer the interesting and adventurous world that only existed in novels. For me, this is a world that needs to be struggled. In the living room, Goli sighed, but most of them have to be sold outside. Even without this test, few people can live past the age of 20 under the tossing of those rich and powerful. It is not easy to live past the age of 20. So there is a test, and give them a chance. Carlo nodded in agreement, pondered for a moment and said, I have already reported 37's black talent to the higher UPS. The higher UPS asked me to take 37 to the no yard after her condition stabilized. Now Carlo preconceivedly thinks that SUXIAN is a girl. After all, if the appearance is high enough and young, it is indeed difficult to distinguish between a boy and a girl. And there is only SUXIAN in this yard with such a child. Strange to say, in order to keep the yard secret, they often exchange personnel, and Goli is only thinking about making money, so she actually doesn't know much about these children, let alone whether SUXIAN is a boy or a girl. For her, well, this girl's appearance and talent are indeed very good, if she sells it secretly. Of course, that's not possible now. Goli smiled and nodded towards Carlo. Well, after all, she is a girl who has awakened her black talent, and she is so juicy, so her value may be regarded as the first class. Oh, the boys in the yard should be ready to be castrated, after all. They are almost 6 years old. SUXIAN talked at first speechlessly, she doesn't even know her gender. Immediately after hearing the word castration, I was a little frightened. I must not expose myself. Otherwise, not only will the lifespan be shortened, but there will also be no blessings. Carlo smiled and said, I don't know how those big nobles are so good. I'll go and see if she's awake. Surprised, SUXIAN quickly straightened her legs, carefully adjusted the quilt, and pretended to be still asleep. Bang! With the sound of the door opening and the sound of footsteps, SUXIAN felt his eyes dim. Carlo stood in front of him. SUXIAN, who realized this, was a little nervous, pinching her thigh, trying her best to breathe smoothly, pretending to be in deep sleep. Don't be fooled by him. Fortunately, Carlo just glanced at SUXIAN casually. Carlo saw that the child was breathing evenly and calmly, and he was indeed stable. He didn't see anything unusual, turned around and left the bedroom. Bang! The door slams. In the living room, Carlo sat down with a glass of ale, and confirmed, 37's condition is no longer serious, and I can take her to the no yard tomorrow. SUXIAN didn't open his eyes until he heard Carlo's voice in the living room. At this time, SUXIAN was not only physically damaged, but also mentally exhausted. He turned his head weakly, watching with his silver-gray eyes that the sunlight had completely disappeared outside the window, and the bright yellow moon was slowly rising. The clouds were sprinkled with light, making the night sky look quiet and deep. The clear light shone on SUXIAN's face. Gradually, SUXIAN became a little crazy. This moonlight is like a gentle mother watching him, gently, quietly, and even with a smile. Smile? How could it be a smile? SUXIAN sat up abruptly. She didn't feel this way yesterday. Could it be? Hey? 37 seems to be awake. Goli's surprised voice faintly sounded outside the door. SUXIAN's complexion changed, and he quickly pretended to be sleepy and dazed. The three of Goli entered the door. Goli glanced at SUXIAN and said with a smile, Hey, 37 woke up. Congratulations! You tested your black talent. You're leaving here tomorrow. Are you happy? With a trace of discomfort, SUXIAN smiled innocently. Really, that's great. Can I also be a soul master? Xiaomei frowned. Why do I feel physically uncomfortable? It's okay, it will get better after a while. Goli touched SUXIAN's head, tidied SUXIAN's clothes, and showed a strange smile. Don't worry, tomorrow you will go to the No courtyard with Mr. Carlo, where you can get more opportunities. Tonight you. SUXIAN held back the nausea in his heart, and said pitifully, Are you leaving tomorrow? I can't bear to part with my friends. Carlo waved his hand calmly. Now the cafeteria has specially reserved food for you to eat quickly. Let's say goodbye to your friends tonight. I'm afraid we won't see you again in the future. Yeah, okay. SUXIAN nodded obediently. Goodbye, my lord. It's getting late, let's go. SUXIAN heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and went out to the cafeteria. Didn't this fat woman want to do something to me just now? Fortunately, I am more clever. Otherwise. After eating, SUXIAN ran back to the house in a hurry. The others are children after all, and they don't have mobile phones, computers or TVs, so they go to bed earlier. He quickly found room 33. Suddenly, I saw the red-haired girl on a bed in the room murmuring unconsciously in a weak voice, water. SUXIAN approached the girl and looked at the girl. Suddenly he was enlightened. The girl's face was pale and bloodless, her lips were unconsciously closed and opened, and she looked delirious. SUXIAN frowned and tried the girl's forehead. It was so hot. It's not over 40 degrees, is it? Why did it burn like this? What can I do for her? SUXIAN gritted her teeth. She really didn't have anything, but she couldn't do nothing. He first found a water cup and dripped some water from the girl's mouth, then hurriedly took the wash basin and went outside to fetch some water, wrung out the towel and put it on her forehead. After finishing what he could think of, SUXIAN stood in front of the girl's bed in a daze, silently feeling the girl's weaker breathing, and quietly thought, why did no one save her, leaving her on the bed to fend for herself? Is this something a 5-year-old should be dealing with? What will she do? Will die? At this time, it was not SUXIAN who was lying on the bed, but SUXIAN's body was inexplicably cold. It was not SUXIAN who was weakly murmuring, but SUXIAN was very depressed in his heart. If I were one of them today, would I be like the girl in front of me at this time, wondering if I could see the sun tomorrow? No, she can't see it. SUXIAN's index finger in front of the girl's nose could no longer feel her breath, and his face was a little ugly. She just died. SUXIAN stood beside the boy in a daze at this moment. Speechless for a long time. The little girl's smile, voice, and appearance are still in front of my eyes, but the person is gone. In an instant, SUXIAN realized something in his heart. This damn world. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Awakening, Wuhan Luna. Chapter 7 Awakening, Wuhan Luna. After confirming that the girl was not breathing, SUXIAN covered her with a quilt. There was nothing else he could do. He quietly left the girl's bed, sat on the bed by the windowsill, and looked at the night sky blankly. It's been the second day since I traveled through Douluo, and now I'm in an inexplicable place, in a temporarily uncertain era. Unfortunately, this place is a branch of a large-scale slave training organization that regards human life as nothing. Fortunately, my test talent is very good, and my appearance is also very good. I have a certain value, and I am temporarily safe in a sense. Thinking of this, he glanced at the girl who was no longer moving. He then laughed at himself wryly. SUXIAN, not only can you not save others, but you are also at a dead end. And you are a man after all. How long can you pretend? Tomorrow an accident, can you decide which comes first? The day before yesterday, you were a college student with a bright future, and you were destined to have a colorful life, and you will marry a beautiful daughter-in-law you have never met in the future. Now you are only 5 years old, and you don't know where you will be taken tomorrow and what kind of future you will face. Thinking of this, SUXIAN felt a little desperate for a moment, closed his eyes and let his body fall to the bed below him. Then, this doesn't feel right. SUXIAN opened her eyes suddenly. Although her back still hurt a little, it was far from the pain when she just woke up. At this time, SUXIAN finally noticed the strange feeling that had always existed belatedly. It seemed to be a faint induction, and also like a connection in the dark. SUXIAN Ruo raised his head feeling it. The bright moonlight gave him a strange feeling. This is... SUXIAN's eyes looked up along the moonlight. This is... the moon. SUXIAN stared at the bright moon hanging high above the clouds. Are you watching me? Feeling the incredible tenderness in the clear light, SUXIAN smiled and closed his eyes, quietly feeling the slow recovery of his body. SUXIAN was very excited, feeling his body getting better. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In his view, this is a hope that things will change for the better. SUXIAN carefully observed the recovery of his body, and found that the moonlight seemed to be slowly melting into his body. SUXIAN recalled, the moonlight last night did not give me such a kind feeling. Is this because of the changes brought about by evil things? No, the evil thing should only bring damage. But why do you have such a change? Is it because of Wuhan? SUXIAN, who was still thinking, didn't notice that as his body gradually recovered, a mass of gas was gradually formed in his body, and this mass of gas was slowly growing. SUXIAN, who had no idea for a while, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his body. Feeling the gentleness of the moonlight, SUXIAN calmed down quietly. That's what it seems to be causing. What is it trying to do? SUXIAN had some guesses in his heart, and he waited expectantly. In the silent night, no one noticed that the clear light in the night sky gradually gathered, forming a light shield on SUXIAN's surface. Warmth, this is SUXIAN's first feeling. The whole person seems to be wrapped in a warm world, which is indescribably comfortable. The warm moonlight penetrated into the body, and SUXIAN clearly felt that the warm moonlight not only purified the strands of black air in the body, but also induced the compression of the air mass that had become the size of a small fist, and then, in that under the traction of the warm moonlight, something seemed to be broken in the body, and all the warm breath rushed to the palm of my hand in an instant. SUXIAN watched as silver light spots slowly floated out from the sword in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Countless silver light spots gathered to form a sword. He looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment. Is this his martial spirit? But I seem to be only 5 years old. And is it too small? It is said that he is small compared to other swords, but it is very suitable for SUXIAN's figure at this time. The sword in his hand was about 1.5 feet long, exuding a faint radiance, with faintly invisible pale silver runes covering the body of the sword, and the sharp tip of the sword exuded a subtle sense of sharpness. But SUXIAN was not surprised by its appearance. But know it yourself, the corners of SUXIAN's eyes couldn't help twitching. Isn't this Luna's Hanging Sword in King of Pesticides? However, this size is more like a reduced version. Is it because you are still small? SUXIAN stroked the sword curiously. After all, he had only seen this sword in the game. Is it his own spirit? Then SUXIAN frowned with feeling. It doesn't seem right. There seems to be a strange sense of lack. Like holding a rice bowl but no chopsticks, holding a mobile phone but no electricity. He closed his eyes and felt the state quietly. In the moonlight, my 5 senses seemed to be strengthened, and I could hear the breathing of the child in the next room. The moonlight shines on his body as gentle as water, and although the light silver soul power in his body maintains the release of the martial soul, it is always full under the blessing of the moonlight. SUXIAN slowly opened her eyes, and inadvertently found that her hair under the moonlight had turned silver, not the bright silver of metal, but the silver moon that was closer to the night sky. SUXIAN thought with some enlightenment, so is it you? Luna. Luna is a hero in King's Pesticide designed after the Greek moon god. As one of the most difficult heroes in King Pesticide, she is extremely powerful. As a former top Luna player, SUXIAN's understanding of her can be described as the top level in the whole server. SUXIAN walked to the mirror and carefully observed the changes in herself under the moonlight. There was not much change in appearance, only the eyes and hair color changed. Became a little immortal. After the release of the martial soul, he has added a dusty temperament, but his appearance has not changed much, as if carved from jade. Could it be that he is already at the peak and there is nothing to add? Compared with the change of appearance, the repair of the damage in the body is what excites him. First of all, the damage caused by the evil has been completely recovered, and the hidden dangers left in the body have been purified, and now I am full of strength, and my body is even much better than before I was not awakened. The second is that his martial soul has 2 martial soul talents: Moon Flash. The first sword attack on the target will consume a small amount of soul power to launch a charge. And Yuehua, the third sword strike will be strengthened and will mark the enemy. And most importantly, Moon Flash is an active skill. What is an active skill? Active skill means that you can control whether to use the skill by yourself. In this way, you will not encounter the embarrassment of not daring to use your sword at the enemy when you are running away. It's a pity that in order to avoid my awakening being discovered, I can't test some more detailed effects now. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to test slowly. As a top Luna player, SUXIAN knows the importance of being wretched in the early stage. There is ample soul power in the body, the appearance is light silver, and the nebula hovers in the abdomen, slowly compressing towards the core. The moonlight from the outside world continuously merged into his body to replenish the consumption of his soul power. SUXIAN pondered, if he just keeps releasing the martial soul, replenishing can still catch up with the consumption of soul power. How can the use of soul skills be like this? SUXIAN touched his lower abdomen. Could it be called Danshan? After all, he came from the 21st century cultivation of immortals online bombardment, so he has some qualities. For the rest of the time, SUXIAN lay on the window to ensure that the moonlight could shine on his body, allowing it to play the effect of repairing the damage, and fell into a deep sleep unknowingly. The next day, by the gate of the courtyard, the dawn had just broken, and the clouds in the sky were dyed crimson. The weather might be fine today, SUXIAN thought to himself. Let's go. 37, Moore has already prepared the carriage, and it's time for us to go on the road. After explaining the arrangements for 11 to go Li, Carlo next to him said to SUXIAN. SUXIAN turned around and took a deep look at the yard. Although he had only traveled for 2 days, he left a deep impression on him. The terrible brainwashing education, the cruel so-called test, and the boy last night. SUXIAN looked away. I left, but I will come back. After thinking about it for a moment, SUXIAN turned around and showed a pure and lovely smile to Carlo. My lord, let's go. Ding, Goldfinger is in place. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Russell City. Chapter 8 Russell City. Today's sun is extremely hot, and the air is like scorching waves rolling under the dazzling scorching sun. Da-da-da. A carriage was driving slowly on the field path, with green and yellow rice fields on the left and right sides, and the occasional breeze blew across the rice fields, causing ripples. SUXIAN leaned on the windowsill with her hands on her hands, resting her chin on her right hand, narrowing her eyes slightly, in a daze of boredom, her body swaying along with the swaying car. I don't know if it's because Douluo's carriage is not fast, or the carriage he rides is not of high quality. He estimated that this carriage could only drive nearly 200 miles a day under such road conditions. Moore was driving the carriage outside, and Carlo and SUXIAN were sitting in the carriage. The carriage was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and the interior of the carriage was very simple, except for the benches around the wall. Carlo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bench on the left, with a fierce face tensed, holding a strange gesture with his hands, and there was a faint black light flowing around his body. He was practicing, and SUXIAN was warned not to make too much noise when he got into the carriage. SUXIAN, who was sitting opposite him, thought regretfully, since Carlo dared to practice in front of him, it would probably be fine even if he was disturbed. How can this embarrass those people in the previous life novels who go crazy at every turn? When he first started on the road, SUXIAN wasn't sure whether Carlo could sense that he had awakened and had soul power, but judging from his calm performance, he probably couldn't. Even so, SUXIAN didn't dare to underestimate the Soul King in front of him, and didn't show any actions that he shouldn't have. SUXIAN sighed in his heart. The villains in Douluo world really worked hard. Even on the way, they never forgot to increase their ability to do evil. I couldn't cultivate for the time being, not because I was afraid that Carlo would find something abnormal, but because after my body was repaired by the moonlight last night, the air mass in the danshan in my body became much larger. Perhaps this should be the level of innate soul power that should be shown if one's body is not damaged. Last night, I also tried to run the soul power in my body, but my body gave me a feeling that I was overwhelmed and unable to improve. Overeat. Su Xiangguo guessed about this. Is it innately full of soul power, or is it difficult to improve due to early awakening or damage from evil things? However, these are not the most important things now. The most important thing now is to escape. Thinking of this, SUXIAN withdrew his thoughts, leaned his chin on the windowsill, and let the breeze blow his hair. His big silver-gray eyes narrowed, quietly looking somewhere in the sky. He could clearly feel that the moon was there, even though it was too blurry to be seen by the naked eye. It always existed in SUXIAN's perception. SUXIAN thought with some regret, it's a pity that the moon in the daytime did not have the obvious benefit to him as last night. It seems that this gain is related to the strength of the moonlight. Then if I want to escape, I'd better find a night. At this point in his thoughts, SUXIAN thought for a while, pulled the curtain of the car with his little hand and asked in a low voice, "Brother Moore, where is the no courtyard we are going to?" Yard number 900 is located in Mora City in the south of the imperial capital, about miles away, and only 5 days away. Today we will meet with 2 people and stop at Russell City for 1 night. Carlo said with a smile while driving the carriage. SUXIAN asked calmly, the imperial capital? Is it the imperial capital that the teachers in the yard mentioned? The Heavendo Empire is just an imperial capital, Tiandu City, that's what they're talking about. Moore responded. Tiandu, this era is the early stage of Douluo world. SUXIAN squinted his eyes and couldn't help asking, I heard the teachers talk about Wuhandian before, what is that? You little girl asks a lot, and you still teach these things in the yard. Carlo, who had been practicing silently, opened his eyes and looked at SUXIAN strangely, with a hint of doubt in his tone. The gang of Wuhandian, they are just self-proclaimed righteous people. Sometimes, they are even more. SUXIAN turned her head when she heard the words, and smiled sweetly at him. I heard the teachers talk about it. Carlo nodded and continued to rest with his eyes closed. SUXIAN smiled, turned her head and continued to face the sky. Her small face was thoughtful. Although Carlo hasn't noticed that I'm a boy yet, it probably can't be hidden. Today I'm going to stop in Russell City for another night. Is there any chance of escape? Can I escape by myself? SUXIAN looked at his little hands, and now he didn't even know the 2 talents of Wuhan very well. How can I escape from a soul king without a soul ring? But if he couldn't escape as soon as possible, he might be guarded by stronger people in a higher level slave yard, and his hope would be even slimmer. If it fails, then everything will cease, and it is better to try to see if you can still time travel after death. SUXIAN frowned and thought, so he had to escape under extremely special circumstances. If someone can hold Carlo back, then who can I use? In the afternoon, the sun slanted slightly and shone through the treetops on the road, making it seem so quiet at the moment. The 3 of them stopped to rest by the side of the road, and the horse was tied with a rope to the side of the big tree, allowing it to graze on the side. The resting place is on a hill, and there are houses arranged in 2s and 3s as far as the stocking is concerned. There are several connected villages nearby, and there are not a few farmers. Noticing this, SUXIAN secretly said, it should not be far from Russell City, and only around the city can there be such dense villages. At this time, Carlo was talking to Moore go into the city later and go to the Dahun Hotel on the back street of Wuhan Temple in the north of the city. Gogan will wait for us with his 2 children, rest for 1 night and set off together tomorrow morning. Moore listened to the memory for a while, and said with some uncertainty, the back street of Wuhandian? This location is very dangerous, right? You must know that last time Wahundian captured a slave-selling soul sect. This person was later sentenced to fire at the stake. The whole body is burnt out. As he spoke, his face gradually became ugly. Humph, why are the subordinates so timid this time? Carlo became a little impatient, frowned, looked at Muir and said coldly, just listen to my arrangement. I have no reason to harm you. If you are afraid, don't step into this business. You must know that the more afraid you are, the sooner you will die. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't drag me down. If you die, I will take care of the new wife and her unborn child, don't worry. Moore was speechless. Why the hell do I feel that you are the one who drags me down? Moreover, the back street of Wahundian is so remote, if it is blocked, it will be difficult to escape. Also, have you been eyeing my wife for a long time? After Carlo finished reprimanding, he thought about it and explained in a gentle tone, this Great Soul Hotel is one of the 2 strongholds of our organization in Russell City, and it is also my permanent stronghold for these years. But Moore still wanted to say something. Carlo looked unhappy and interrupted. Enough is enough. I have been with others in this hotel for 3 years, and I have never been searched. You must know that I am a 3rd-level wanted criminal in Wahundian. I am not afraid of you. The masters of the Soul Palace have already been able to report their duties in Wahun City, and the deacons who stay here are only mere soul sect cultivation. Moore's face was full of bitterness. The boss is a soul king who is not afraid of being caught by the Luoja City Wahun Temple, but I am just a soul master. How can I bear the pressure that I should not have to bear with my strength? The conversation between the two did not avoid SUXIAN. After Carlo finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at SUXIAN, who was jumping and catching butterflies, and shook his head amusingly after reading. How could she understand? You must know that due to the special nature of that yard, all the children in it were collected and specially raised when they were 1 or 2 years old, and they were instilled with slave thinking from childhood to adulthood. Obedience is their biggest characteristic. They are valuable items that will be sold to nobles at a high price in the future. Among them, the most outstanding ones may even cost as high as gold soul coins, such as the one in front of you. Just like 11, what can a child who grows up to 5 years old understand in this environment, not to mention running away? She even relied on herself. After all, she saw herself as the parent in the eyes of other children. After thinking about it, he turned his head and continued to teach Moer the principles of being a subordinate. What Carlo never expected was that the little girl catching butterflies in front of him was not only gender incompatible, but also full of thoughts of rebelling against him. On the road behind, SUXIAN continued to role-play, staring at the new things outside the car like a normal little girl on the surface, occasionally chattering non-stop, but actually silently paying attention to some useful things in her heart. Perhaps because SUXIAN's can sell for a lot of money, Carlo answered some naive questions patiently, feeling a little impatient, but didn't find anything wrong with this little girl for a while. After the carriage entered Russell City, the 3 of them found a restaurant for dinner. Then the carriage slowly drove to the back street of Wahun Temple. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Peach. Chapter 9 Peach Dahun Hotel is a hotel built by the Chamber of Commerce of the famous city in Russell City. It is located in the north of the city. Its main body is a 7-story building. Although the building is not high, there are 20 rooms on the first floor. The 3 of Carlos walked into the hall, led by the burly Carlo with a scar on his face. Followed by the thin silver grey-haired SUXIAN, the last one is the transparent man Moore. A middle-aged woman with maroon curly hair and a plump figure stood at the counter in the hall. Her eyes stayed on SUXIAN's face for a few seconds, and then she looked at Carlo with a smile on her face. Your Excellency is finally here. Lord Gauguin is waiting for you in the meeting hall. Carlo nodded, and skillfully led the 2 of them straight through the corridor on the right, to the chamber, and pushed open its door. The meeting room is not too big, with a long table in the middle and a dozen chairs around the long table. Sitting on the main seat below was a round, bald, fat man. The fat man had a huge physique, big arms, and a thick waist. Even when he was sitting, people could see his burly. However, he was wearing a silver-trimmed robe, with a smile on his fleshy face, making his eyes small and obscene, giving people a nondescript look. The bald head shone under the light, and SUXIAN sighed when he saw it. In the school in his previous life, this was a hairstyle exclusive to the bosses. What level is this bald head? On Gauguin's right stood a teenage girl with brown long hair, wearing a moon-white dress, with a round face and a few freckles, giving off a weak feeling. The little girl's eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. She just stood there timidly with her head down, not daring to speak. Carlo glanced at her and thought, "The appearance is not top-notch. If you can go to the No courtyard, then you probably have a good martial soul talent." But the little girl was not the target of Carlo's mission, so he didn't bother to ask anything. With a glance, Carlo led the two of them towards Gauguin, and Gauguin's eyes lit up when he saw SUXIAN. Tisk tisk, why is there such a cute child? This delicate little face is really provoking a crime. He deserves to be sent to the No courtyard. It's still a black talent. How many tens of thousands will it sell when it grows up? Thinking of this, Gauguin grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and his saliva was about to flow down. He went straight to SUXIAN, and said to SUXIAN with a smile, "Hey! There is such a beautiful little girl, come and let my uncle hug you, and let my uncle love you well." Seeing this wretched appearance, SUXIAN felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Damn, isn't this man suffering from some serious illness, or is this just an NT fetish? Feeling disgusted, SUXIAN couldn't help but backed away. Carlo frowned upon seeing this, and said coldly, "If you have touched her, she is worthless. Think about it, what kind of woman can't you find after you get the money? Don't make mistakes. If you make mistakes, the organization will not spare you. You can really bear it. Is it the punishment of the organization?" When Gauguin heard the word punishment, his face froze suddenly, and several fragments from deep in his memory emerged. His body trembled, his smile gradually disappeared, and his bald head was slowly buried. After a while, he sorted out his emotions, raised his head and showed a flattering smile, and said, "Don't dare, why would I commit another crime? Brother Carlo, I don't want to experience that punishment again." Gauguin said with a wretched smile and said, "Brother Carlo, we haven't seen each other for 2 months. Since I was taken away by the torture hall last time, brother, I haven't touched a woman in 2 months. Brother, I'm feeling very uncomfortable now, just waiting for you. I went to inquire about how many newcomers have come to Red Rose. Why don't you and brother, I go to test their level. Little brother treats you tonight, let's not fight till dawn and disarm." SUXIAN, who has been paying attention to the conversation between the two, frowned slightly. Why does it feel like this guy has been glancing at me from the corner of his eye? If they have an event tonight, don't they have a chance? Thinking of this, SUXIAN's heartbeat accelerated slightly. After listening to Gauguin's invitation, Carlo didn't want to go. After all, the 37 he brought this time is a highly valued seedling. If he made any mistakes, the punishment would not be light. But he had just warned Gauguin again, and if he refused him again, he would inevitably feel that he was targeting him, and he was also a soul king, so it was not suitable for revenge. Gauguin's small eyes stared at Carlo, and when he saw Carlo's hesitant face, he secretly rejoiced. There's something going on. He said with a straight face, the old brother just taught the younger brother a lesson, but the younger brother always remembers the old brother. Is it possible that the old brother will not give me some face? Carlo nodded reluctantly, yes, but more left to guard the 2 little girls. Gauguin said indifferently, although it's just a soul master, it's enough for our stronghold. Let's arrange it like this. Hehe, as long as Carlo is not here tonight, it will be fine. Later, there will be only one more with only 3 rings left, which will not affect the plan. As long as you finish the job yourself, take these 2 little dolls away, sell one and keep the other, and then hide incognito. Wouldn't my own life be happy in the future? Which one is better to stay when the time comes? Thinking of this question, Gauguin felt a little excited all over his body, and urged Carlo. Since my brother has agreed, let's go quickly. If it is too late, there will be no good products. More alone is enough to deal with it. That's right, drink flower wine as early as possible. Carlo, who has experienced many battles, also has rich experience. It was safe for Moore to stay. Thinking of this, Carlo nodded to Moore. I'll lock the 2 little girls in the guard room later, and you can watch outside the door. After hearing the unfair arrangement, Moore felt a little upset when Carlo suspected what he would do. But after all, Carlo is his immediate boss. If he showed dissatisfaction, he might be tortured tomorrow morning because he stepped out with his right foot first. The caring little brother Moore can only forcefully laugh and say, "Boss, feel free to play, I will do my duty well on my own. You know how domineering my third soul skill is, no one can easily take them away with me." Carlo glanced at Moore lightly. That's hard work for you. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the caretaker's house on the 3rd floor. At this moment, a note slipped from Gauguin's pocket behind Carlo and landed lightly on the bottom of the table, and only SUXIAN noticed all this without a trace. Outside room 3021, after closing the door, Carlo put the key in his pocket, turned to Gauguin and said, "It's not too late, let's go right away, I want 3 tonight." "It's up to you." For the sake of the plan, Gauguin was willing to work hard. The 2 drifted away, leaving Moore alone at the door. "Sir, you didn't give me the key." In the room, SUXIAN was standing by the iron door, listening to the voice outside the door fading away, thinking, the 2 of them probably have gone far away, leaving only one Muir outside. This iron door was definitely made with conscience, and it turned out to be solid when knocked lightly. It couldn't be made for a special purpose, right? Hey, I'm just a 5-year-old kid. Turning around while thinking about SUXIAN, it's still a long time, so let's make some preparations first. SUXIAN looked curiously at the little girl in front of her who was sitting on a chair and weeping silently as soon as she entered the door. Emotionally unstable, is this just abducted? SUXIAN pondered for a moment and said softly, "Little girl, how old are you? What's your name? Why are you crying so hard?" Mi Tao raised her head when she heard the voice, looked at the little sister in front of her and cried and said, "My name is Min Tao, and I'm 10 years old. Also, you should be called sister. I'm from Perth City, and I was accidentally tricked into coming here when I went out to make soy sauce a few days ago." "Hey, Peach." He carefully looked at the sister in front of him, and shook his head. "The idea is good, but there is a long way to go." SUXIAN rolled her eyes and whispered, "Be quiet, there are people outside." "How did they lie to you?" Mi Tao nodded, "If they told them to leave, just give me candy." The more she said, the softer her voice. Mi Tao's face, which was already red from crying, became even redder. SUXIAN felt a little headache after hearing this. Why does it feel like this little girl is not very smart? 5,000 words today, 6 hours of coding. Give me a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 The Bug Killer. Chapter 10 The Bug Killer. Mi Tao also felt embarrassed and hurriedly argued, I have tried to escape, but I'm just a first-ring food-type soul master." "A soul master with a food system?" SUXIAN carefully looked at the Miss Sister in front of him. Food-type soul masters are the most difficult soul masters to cultivate in Douluo continent. They have cultivated to more than 10 levels at the age of 10, and their talents are not bad. The fact that she dared to try to escape after being abducted showed that she was at least not lacking in courage. SUXIAN thought for a while and asked slowly, "What is your first soul skill? What effect does it have?" Mi Tao stopped crying immediately, wiped her tears and replied, "My martial spirit is a fruit plate, and the first soul skill is bananas. The effect is to restore soul power. Restore soul power? SUXIAN's eyes were fixed, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Go on, how much can be recovered? How long can it be preserved? I can recover 5.00%, my teacher said I'm a genius. I can save. Talking about this, Mi Tao's freckled little face couldn't help showing a hint of pride. SUXIAN pouted before she finished speaking. Just 5.00%, is this a genius? That's it. His voice was drawn out, with a hint of disdain on his face. He almost said, I look down on you. Hearing the questioning tone of the little sister opposite, her little face blushed, and said anxiously, Although the range is a bit low, it can be superimposed, and it can be preserved for a day. While talking, he glanced at SUXIAN cautiously, and defended in a low voice, It's actually not bad. SUXIAN was a little embarrassed. Why didn't you say it earlier? You interrupted me. Mi Tao muttered. SUXIAN pondered. If this is the case, then it is necessary for him to bring this little girl. After all, his martial soul talent, Yu Shan, also needs to consume soul power. Moreover, the food department. It seems that after all, he is that for-good young man from the 21st century, full of kindness in his heart, upright and unpretentious. SUXIAN couldn't help but sigh in his heart. By the way, make one for me to taste now. Okay. Realizing that SUXIAN finally recognized his peach, he was very happy, and chanted the soul mantra loudly, Please eat a big banana. Pfft. Please forgive me for not holding back. The corner of SUXIAN's mouth couldn't help but wiped his mouth. Shouldn't I say this soul curse? Seeing SUXIAN's reaction, Mi Tao thought he was still laughing at her low soul skill growth rate, stretched her neck and blushed anxiously and said, Little sister, don't laugh, you are so young, you don't even have a martial soul. SUXIAN said without changing his expression, I'm already 7 years old, my martial spirit is a white sword, and now I have 10th level spirit power. It's just that I haven't attached a spirit ring yet. Although it's embarrassing to be mistaken for a girl all the time, this cognitive error may sometimes help him escape, so SUXIAN doesn't want to correct it. Wow, then your talent must be very powerful. Mi Tao was a little surprised, and then she slowly lowered her head for some reason, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her expression became a little sad. But we've all been caught by the bad guys, so what's the use of having the best talent? SUXIAN was a little silent after hearing this. If he hadn't awakened in advance, maybe he still wouldn't see any hope. However, the fact is that he has awakened, and his martial soul is very powerful, even the Luna he is familiar with. Although I have lived once, is this a reason for giving up my life and freedom? If I don't escape this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to encounter such a situation in the future. So this time I must escape. Even the note that Gogan dropped would be tricky. His eyes became firm, even if it wasn't for himself, for the happiness of the beauties in this world who hadn't seen in this world, he still had to seize this opportunity. Is it just giving up? I think your parents are still waiting for you to come home. SUXIAN turned her head and smiled, Follow me, try again. But the Soul Master with the third ring is guarding us now. I'm just an auxiliary Soul Master. And you are just a Soul Master who hasn't attached a soul ring. We can't do it. Confused, he said with a slumped face. No, we have a chance, this is only the 3rd floor after all. SUXIAN glanced at the 3-meter-high small window in the empty room, and the only small window was nearly half a meter in length and width. It is surrounded by silver-white metal watanabe. Just looking at it, it is known that ordinary people cannot destroy it, let alone children. However, if it is this size, I'm afraid it won't stop me. As long as we can escape before Gogan's methods come, then the variable will not be the variable. Mi Tao blinked her eyes in confusion. SUXIAN corrected, there may not be no chance. He stretched out his right hand, and a faint silver light continued to float out of his hand, condensing into a sword. Putting the sword on the top of the forehead, carefully comprehending the information about Yuetian sent to him, Mi Tao looked at SUXIAN's martial spirit curiously. Is this her martial spirit? A sword with a faint light, looks like it feels great. Maybe, really possible. She knew that what the little sister was doing now should be about escaping, so she watched silently, not daring to disturb her. For a moment, SUXIAN's face brightened. The range of targets in Yuetian's description was not limited to the size and state of living creatures, which meant that the previous preparations were useful. While thinking about it, SUXIAN took out a handful of black dumplings from his pocket. When Mi Tao took a closer look, her face turned pale with fright. These balls were kneaded by insects mixed with soil. Butterflies without wings, bugs, and even ants. Some of the still dead bugs were wriggling, and the whole group looked very strange. Mi Tao quickly put on a disgusted look, and hurriedly said, "Take it away, take it away." At the same time, I was surprised. Does this little sister like such a special thing? SUXIAN smiled and said nothing, spread out the dumplings, counted how many were still alive, and finally picked out a few that were about to die. Before escaping, there is one more job to be done. Test the distance of the moon flash. This is very important. If you don't know the distance of the moon flash, you will inevitably fail to grasp the details and make mistakes when you act later. If you don't know, it will affect the success of your escape, and it is also a mistake that SUXIAN will never allow. If you make a mistake in the game, the big deal is to wait 30 seconds to be resurrected in the spring water, and lose the rhythm. If you make a mistake later, the future may be nothing but talk. SUXIAN shook his head, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, put the bug in his hand 1 meter away, and chopped at the bug with his hand. Silver light flashed, SUXIAN flashed in front of the worm in an instant, and the worm died. Peach covered her mouth. 2 meters. SUXIAN flashed in front of the worm in an instant, and the worm died. Peach's eyes widened. 4 meters. SUXIAN slashed at the bug with his hand, and then slashed. SUXIAN shook her head. It seems that the distance of moon flash is just over 3 meters away. In the end, SUXIAN threw the bug into the air, and with a chop, the bug died. 3 meters 3, that is, 1 foot. Pfft. Mi Tao finally couldn't help laughing. Little sister, you are so cute. Why do you always have trouble with the bug, and even hack it in different ways? Can hacking it help us escape? Chopping bugs can't be done by itself, but the skill of chopping bugs can. SUXIAN glanced at the naive girl Mi Tao. Thought for a while and said, "My name is SUXIAN, don't call me little sister. As for whether all I have done is useful, you will know later." "Okay, Sister SUXIAN," Mi Tao said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Good Guy, Brave Enough. Chapter 11 Good Guy, Brave Enough. The preparations have been done. SUXIAN pondered for a moment, pulled Mi Tao and whispered. Soon, Moore, who had been conscientiously standing outside the house guarding the room, faintly heard the girl inside shouting loudly, "Sister, sister, don't sleep, get up and play with me." "No, no, no, I'm so sleepy." The sound in the room was inaudible when it passed through the thick iron door and reached the corridor. Moore, who was leaning on the door, changed his posture and thought out of boredom. The little girl that Gauguin took was quite energetic. She hadn't slept for so long. But after all, he is just a child, so he should be sleeping soon. Then again, the little girl named 37 is indeed the most talented girl I have ever seen. Inside the house, SUXIAN quietly leaned against the iron door and listened to the sounds from outside. Moore, who was leaning against the door just now, seemed to move slightly. It seems that the sound insulation effect of the big iron door should be good. Soundproofing, this house is not just for guarding, is it for other purposes? SUXIAN turned her head to look at the big bed, and fell silent for a moment. Without further ado, action should be taken now. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. walked quickly to Mi Tao and whispered next, "Be careful and don't make any noise." "Okay, then how do we go up?" Mi Tao agreed in a low voice. She had already understood SUXIAN's thoughts, and pointed to the window that was more than 3 meters high above her head. A window more than 3 meters high cannot be reached by an adult, let alone us. The guard room is indeed targeted. However, I woke up when I was 5 years old. Is this God's choice? While SUXIAN was thinking in his heart, he told Zhao Mintao seriously, "Hold my waist tight. Also, don't cry out later." Mi Tao nodded, stood behind SUXIAN and hugged SUXIAN tightly. SUXIAN summoned the sword, looked at the hanging sword in his hand. SUXIAN took a deep breath. "Insects come." I saw him throwing up a dying butterfly with broken wings. Drop, senior card. While SUXIAN was playing in his heart, a faint silver light flashed, and SUXIAN took the peaches to catch up with the butterfly in an instant. Butterfly died. The moment he got close to the window, SUXIAN threw out a big beetle. For the success of this step, SUXIAN even chose the biggest bug to ensure stability. The effect was remarkable. A faint silver light flashed, and SUXIAN flew out of the guardhouse through the window with the peaches. And outside the window is more than 10 meters high in the air. SUXIAN trembled in fright, but he didn't dare to distract himself, so he had to hold on to the fall. When it was about to hit the ground, another bug was thrown out. The silver light flashed, and Yu Shan's charge counteracted the momentum of the fall. SUXIAN's face turned pale, and there was a dull pain in his chest. The two landed safely. SUXIAN didn't dare to hesitate any longer, rubbed his chest, grabbed Mi Tao's hand and started running wildly. "Hey? Who's screaming inside?" Mu-er, who leaned against the door and closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes suddenly. Something happened. Moer, who just turned around and realized something was wrong, froze. "Damn, no key." Just as Moer was thinking about how to deal with it, he suddenly found that his vision went dark. "Someone got in front of me." "Brother, is your name Moore?" Moore raised his head, only to see a bald man who was a head taller than himself and smiled grimly at him. This big man is powerful, with a hulking figure and a big muscular body. "Oops, I'm afraid people have been robbed." Connecting with the previous scream, Moore instantly realized the truth. This is a gang operation. This person came to block himself, and the two little girls have been robbed. Thinking of the punishment he might encounter, Mu's eyes are tearing apart. He must not mess things up in his own hands. He immediately possessed his martial soul and rushed towards the big man. "Damn! Hand him over to me." The big man shook his bald head and was stunned. "Good guy, brave enough. Preemptive strike, then Grandpa will subdue you first, and then take away the two brats." The big man raised his thick eyebrows, and with a loud roar, his spirit possessed him. The already burly body was raised 2 feet higher, the muscles coiled like a horned dragon, and 4 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose from behind and rushed towards it. At that time, the back street of Wuhandian. The back street of Wuhan Temple is relatively remote. At this time, there are no customers in the shops beside the hall, only a few pedestrians walking here and there on the street. Mi Tao looked at SUXIAN excitedly and asked, "What should we do now? They can find us by asking about our whereabouts." SUXIAN looked up at the bright moon. "Very good, the time has come." Then he turned his head and said calmly, "Just follow me closely." While talking, he took Min Tao and ran towards Qian Street. The Wuhan branch hall is on Kunja. "Are we going to the Wuhan branch hall to seek shelter?" Mi Tao asked. SUXIAN ate the bananas prepared in advance, recalled what Carlo said, and would respond, "No, the strength of the Wuhan temple in Luozhi city may not be enough to protect us. If we go, maybe we have jumped into another pit." What SUXIAN didn't say is that according to his own judgment, this kind of organization is unwilling to be exposed. Once you encounter a situation where you may be exposed to the eyes of the opponent's forces, you may extinguish this possibility at all costs. The specific operation is, to kill me and you. SUXIAN added in her heart. Now if the two choose to seek the protection of Russell City Wuhan Temple, they may attract the experts of this organization to deal with them. Then their primary goal may not be to solve the two of them, but to be disappeared together with the palace and others. Thinking of this, SUXIAN was thoughtful. Wuhandian may not be reliable, but it is possible to use it for a while. In the Great Seoul Hotel, the middle-aged woman at the front desk had just heard Mintao scream, and before she could react, Moore started fighting with the big man. For a while, there was only bang 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 from the corridor, the sound of flesh hitting the wall, and the collision and fluctuation of brown and black soul power. The woman was very frightened and did not dare to approach her for a while. The fourth soul skill, Unicorn Arm. The bald man stared wide-eyed. He had to defeat him as soon as possible, and he couldn't delay. As he roared, a purple soul ring above his head shone brightly. A violent fluctuation of soul power brewed, and the grey soul power wrapped around his right arm. It inflated a circle in an instant, and slammed down on Moore. In an instant, the whistling sound from the waved arms resounded through the corridor. The unicorn arm is the soul skill of the 4,000-year-old blue-horned Lin beast. After activation, it can instantly increase the strength attribute of the right arm by %. In previous battles, the big man even used this to kill a soul master of the same level of attack system. The compressed air made Moore unable to open his eyes, which let Moore know if he is beaten for real. He is afraid that he will die but not live. Muir's eyes were stern, and the veins on his head were bulging. It's not so easy for you to kill me. Boom. Moore was blasted from the corridor by the big man in response, embedded in the wall, and the shattered slag fell down. The ash falling from the wall covered the two of them, and there was a strange purple light indistinctly. Moore was hunched over the wall, coughing blood, covered in tattered clothes, and his right leg bent uncoordinatedly, obviously broken. The walls around the body were also stained with blood. But what is strange is that Moore and the big man a few meters away have a black halo around their bodies. Faint strange runes fluttered around the halo, sending out strange fluctuations while imprisoning the bodies of the two. Pooh! The big man spat out a mouthful of blood, and said harshly, "The boy is quite patient." Then his face changed, and he couldn't mobilize his soul power. "Hey, didn't you expect that? My third soul skill not only allows me to share the damage with the target, but also confines the target's body." Moore, who was stuck in the wall, slowly raised his head, staring intently at the purple light above Moore's head. There is a creepy smile on the blood-smeared face, and the white teeth in the open mouth are mixed with bright red blood, which makes people shudder. It turned out that at the moment when the big man used the fourth soul skill Kylan Arm Strike, Moore used the third soul skill Dark Contract, forcing the big man to bear the Kirin arm together. The big man stared at Moore with a ferocious face. "This bullshit skill also imprisoned you? Do you dare to accept this soul skill, and you have the guts to fight with us?" Moore pouted his already swollen mouth, and said harshly, "Don't be complacent. You wanted to stay here to buy time for your accomplices, right? Now I'm imprisoning your body, and you will feel better when my boss comes. I still have accomplices? Why didn't I know? I still want to buy time? Why didn't I know that I had this plan?" The big man didn't care about Moore's threat at all, but frowned after hearing his words. "I want to kill you first and then." Before he finished speaking, the big man's eyelids twitched, as if he realized something. The situation is not right, the fighting sound is so loud in the corridor. If the two children are still there, they shouldn't have reacted at all. And since the fight started, I haven't heard any movement in the room. Could it be that the two little girls have? Moore also suddenly realized. Moore, who realized the problem, remained silent. He didn't dare to take back his soul skills for fear of being beaten to death. The two people in the corridor fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became awkward. For a moment, Moore, who was stuck in the wall covered with wounds, was imprisoned by a bald man with blood on the corner of his mouth, and the atmosphere in the silent corridor was a bit weird. 5,000 words today, please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Disagreement. Chapter 12 Disagreement. Russell City, in front of the Marshall Soul Branch Hall. Da-da-day. The sound of soles hitting the ground sounded, and SUXIAN and the two came running slowly. So tired, I can't run anymore. Mi Tao leaned on her knees and said out of breath, what shall we do next? SUXIAN took a deep breath, tried to slow down the violent heartbeat, turned around and looked around, and said slowly, let's stand in front of the door for a while, don't knock on the door. The Wuhan Branch Hall is located on the front street of the Wuhan Hall, but the location is not very prosperous. When you and I came here, the pedestrians on the road were slowly decreasing, and so were the shops. However, we were still seen by many people. Mi Tao couldn't help reminding. It's unavoidable, but we can use their inertial thinking. SUXIAN nodded. Mi Tao asked with a strange expression, care about Saiwei? It's inertial thinking, that is, Carlo and the others will rely on asking pedestrians to find our traces. We can use this to give them a wrong impression. SUXIAN gave an earnest explanation. It was done to buy us time. In fact, this idea is derived from game tactics. When SUXIAN traversed the canyon back then, there was a saying of false vision in the canyon tactics. The specific operation is to give the enemy a false target direction to cover up his real direction of action. Mi Tao nodded, half understood, with a wise light in his eyes. It means that we let many people see us running to the Wuhan Branch Hall, just to make them think that the Wuhan Branch Hall has taken us in. That's right. Although the strength of the punishment hall isn't enough to protect us, it's still possible to buy us time. Where should we hide next? SUXIAN turned around in surprise. How can you stay in the city? Once you are found in the city, there is no chance at all. No, I can't. How could we stay in the forest all the time when we ran out of the city? Mi Tao frowned and questioned, a little unconvinced. SUXIAN sneered and said, where do you think it's better to stay? I don't think even the Wuhan branch of the Soul sect can protect us, leaving us with only one possibility of being arrested. Seeing no one around after speaking, he turned around and left, no longer discussing this topic. As he walked, he considered what to do next. Seeing this, Mi Tao gritted her teeth and stomped her feet to follow. Humph, such a hasty decision. SUXIAN glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and continued on his way. Then can we go in and order something to eat? Mi Tao, who was following behind, rubbed her belly and asked mutteringly. SUXIAN said helplessly, of course not. The most important thing now is not to reveal your whereabouts. I'm really hungry, let's eat some bananas first. He looked around as he spoke. Let's go, there's no one around, if we leave here now, no one will know whether we've entered or not. Mi Tao ate her own banana in small bites, forcibly suppressing her worries. From time to time, I looked up and looked forward, and at the same time, I felt a little admiration in my heart. This little sister is very brave. She was obviously kidnapped by bad guys and she has never been seen crying. And I kept crying when I talked to her for the first time. Mi Tao smacked her lips with a bitter face. She is so assertive, and she persists so resolutely in the direction of the connection. On the other hand, although I knew it was wrong to go out of the city, I still followed. I just want to see how she gets caught out of town, Mi Tao finally affirmed her inner thoughts. The two walked in a quiet alley, with high walls on both sides, and the clear light in the night sky could not fall into the alley, making the surroundings seem a bit dark. Cuckoo! A certain voice broke the silence. SUXIAN was a little embarrassed. There was nothing he could do. The child's body was already hungry, let alone walking for so long. It was probably midnight. Anyway, this is normal. SUXIAN looked calm, trying to suppress the embarrassment. Any Do you need a banana? Mi Tao covered her mouth with one hand and gestured for a banana with the other, holding back a smile. SUXIAN nodded indifferently. Why did he take you with him? You're cute, you're strong, you're delicious. No, I'm just greedy for your bananas. Isn't this because you are a mobile meal ticket? Sweet and juicy, very soft and savory, who doesn't like it? Of course, SUXIAN was referring to bananas. A window passed by, and he couldn't help but think of the dull pain in his chest when he used the moonlight to counteract the inertia. Although he has recovered now, he still thought with some regret, it seems that he is unlikely to ignore the height now. Russell City Wuhan Branch Back Street, Dahun Hotel. Just after Moore, who was stuck in the wall, used the third soul skill, Moore couldn't move because of the effect of the soul skill. And because the big man consumed too much in the previous battle, he finally ate his fourth soul ability unprepared. His body was seriously injured, and he could not support him to break through Moore's confinement for the time being. On the other side, the middle-aged woman hiding under the counter waited in fear for a while, and then found that the sound of fighting gradually subsided, and after a battle between heaven and man in her heart, she walked over tremblingly to check the situation from a distance. After she found out that it was Moore who was attacked, her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly sent someone to the Red Rose Tavern to inform Carlo. Russell City, Red Rose. Outside a certain room on the second floor, a man in a brown blouse stopped outside the door panting. Carlo, who was working hard, was already furious when he was interrupted, and he became even more furious when he heard the messenger say that someone had attacked Moore, who was guarding 3021. He left the three women behind and didn't have time to put on any clothes, so he picked up his pants and rushed to the Dahun Hotel. Unexpectedly, when Carlo arrived, the big man had already smashed the big iron gate of 3021 and left. Only Moore, with one leg and one twisted arm, was left unconscious and stuck in the wall. Carlo stared, his fists were clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his face was ferocious. Who the hell? He stood quietly in the corridor. Soon his own anger. Now is not the time to be angry, the right choice is to stop the loss in time. No one who attacked 3021 can escape, people must find it. He secretly made up his mind, turned around and went back to the lobby to find someone to call the hotel owner and ask him to take care of Moore. And he was standing in the corridor, with a big wave of his iron claw bear martial soul possession, one of the 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, lit up a yellow soul ring, and the second soul skill scent tracking. This soul skill was added by Carlo in order to join a special team. Unfortunately, the hunted soul beasts were not authentic, which resulted in the unsatisfactory effect of the soul skill and was not absorbed by that team. But as a soul king of the 5-ring attack system, he is willing to have an auxiliary second soul ability, which shows that this soul ability is extremely functional. After remembering a smell, as long as the owner of the smell has been to the place within a day, Carlo can find the smell factor from it, so as to realize the tracking. Because of his sensitivity to smells, this soul skill will always bring Carlo unexpected discoveries, so he will not use this soul skill easily if nothing happens. He moved his nose, remembering the smell of the big man who attacked Moore, and then his face became gloomy again. Fuck, what a big breath. Carlo suppressed the anger and unhappiness in his heart, and walked out following the smell. At this moment, in a tavern somewhere in the city, Gauguin looked at the big man in front of him and slammed the table, and said angrily, "You promised me to catch 2 brats. I lured Carlo away, why can't you even take down a soul master? How did I know that Gaisun's third soul skill was so evil? It directly imprisoned my body, and I couldn't even use my soul power at that time." The bald man in front of Gauguin whispered. After hearing this, Gauguin regretted and thought, damn it, I thought it was just a soul master, but I didn't expect this muscular guy to be so unreliable in his work. With a touch of luck, he couldn't help asking again, did you really not see those 2 children? The big man froze for a moment, then waved his hands, no, I saw someone guarding outside, so I started fighting with him. Go-gan. What a fool! After cursing secretly, Go-gan took out a white bottle and said with hatred. Carol's second skill, smell tracking, is very powerful. Use this to wipe it on your body. When it's done, go to another city and find a place for me to avoid showing up for 10 days. Brother-in-law, is this thing really useful? The bald man looked at the tasteless transparent liquid in the bottle, a little puzzled. Bullshit, even the aura light band can cover it up for you, it's very effective against this kind of soul skills. After Go-gan finished speaking, he left the tavern through the back door without looking back. It's really unlucky, he didn't get caught, but let Carlo go whoring for nothing. And in the end, this bottle of saliva from the 10,000-year-old soul beast Hule beast cost 10 gold coins a bottle. It was so painful. If it weren't for this idiot being the younger brother of the fat woman, I should have killed him. Go-gan felt something was wrong while thinking, then again, how could the two little girls escape? Could it be that there are third-party forces intervening? Unable to figure it out, he shook his head helplessly. Since there was something wrong with Carlo's guards, he had better sit on the sidelines and forget about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 The Charm of Appearance. Chapter 13 The Charm of Appearance. The next day, dawn. At this time, the sky showed a faint glow, and only the breakfast shop was open on the street, and there were not many people eating breakfast. 2 children were walking on the street. The one with silver grey hair was in front of him. He looked handsome and cute. He touched his chin with his right hand and seemed to be thinking about something. Behind him was an older girl with long brown hair. Hey, why did I touch my chin again? Obviously I don't have a beard. SUXIAN put down her hand funny. As he walked, he thought about the possible tracking methods that Carlo might have, and shook his head regretfully after thinking about it. It's a pity that my understanding of Douluo is limited to the vague plot of Fighting 1 and Fighting 2 in my memory. As for the details, I have no impression at all. Not to mention the tracking effect of Douluo World's strange soul skills. However, no matter what tracking method you encounter, it is always right to leave Russell City as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they are caught up, they may not even have a chance to escape. It has been at least 5 or 6 hours since we left the Marshall Soul Branch Hall. Based on our walking speed, we should have only walked 20 or 30 miles. Judging by the road signs, we should be in the south of the city now. But SUXIAN frowned. Maybe running away later would turn into running away, and the dangers encountered were unpredictable. But his own operation is not something that ordinary children can have. SUXIAN recalled the operation of turning over the window and falling to the ground last night, and affirmed himself. My operation consciousness as stable as an old dog still exists, just as the habit of touching my chin engraved on my soul cannot be eliminated. He twisted his ankle calmly, a little tired. After all, the body is still a 5-year-old child, but he has to bear the pressure that this age should not bear. Thinking of this, SUXIAN stopped and turned her head to glance at Mi Tao, who was weakly following behind. Seeing Mi Tao following behind listlessly, SUXIAN knew that he hadn't slept all night, so he followed him all night, which should be what he should look like, because he guessed it was like this now. Mi Tao muttered, "Please eat a big banana." 2 big bananas appeared. She first picked them up and smelled them, then put them down and howled, "I can't eat it, I'm going to starve to death." SUXIAN shook her head. It was also strange. I don't know why Mi Tao just doesn't like the banana she conjured up. It's obviously good. SUXIAN said, "Eat as much as you can. We don't have money, we can't afford food." Mi Tao looked at SUXIAN pitifully. Is there really no other way? At this time, Mi Tao didn't know why. She seemed to be a little dependent on the girl in front of her who was younger than herself. Maybe she took herself away from that terrible place? SUXIAN pondered for a moment, unable to walk aimlessly. "Tell me about your situation. We can also send you back." "Oh, I remember I said, I'm from Perth City." The girl began to babble, "When I was making soy sauce outside. SUXIAN had a headache and said, "Hey, don't tell me how you got cheated. Tell me where you live in the city and what you do at home." Mintao nodded her head. "My family lives on Langhua Street in Perth City, and my family sells fruit. My father is a 30th level soul master," said Daddy. Mintao's small face became proud. "Is it just level, in this case?" SUXIAN was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Do you know which direction Pace City is in? Is there no higher level soul master in the family?" The girl shook her head. "This is difficult." SUXIAN dismissed the idea of going to Peach's house. If there is only one soul master, then leave after sending her back. After all, Carlo alone is at the level of the Soul King, let alone the organization behind him. But if you are not familiar with the place, you have to ask the way first. SUXIAN looked at a well-decorated pastry shop, stood in thought for a moment, then lowered his head and looked at himself carefully, finally sighed and turned to Mintao and said, "You wait outside, I'll go and ask how to get to Pace City." "Oh, I'll wait for you to come out." Mintao nodded vigorously. After a while, Mintao saw that SUXIAN was holding a cake in her little hands, panicked, ran out with a strange expression, and said in a low voice, "Follow me." Mintao frowned, and her tired body suddenly gained strength. With bright eyes, she hurriedly followed, and muttered, "You won't grab someone's cake and run out." SUXIAN pouted and didn't answer her question. After getting away from the cake shop, SUXIAN slowed down, passed the cake in his hand to the mouth-watering peach, turned around and walked in front, and said, "I've already found out, Pace City. It's just south of Russell City, about 300 miles away." SUXIAN went out of the city to send herself back to Perth, but I still questioned her before. Mintao slowly lowered her head, and blinked her reddish eyes. After a while, "I'm sorry." "What's the use of being sorry?" SUXIAN rolled his eyes. I will protect you." Mitao's face was determined, and finally her face was crossed. "But it's really impossible to go out of the city, we can't find anything to eat." SUXIAN sneered slightly, unwilling to entangle with this decision. "As for the food, maybe we can make some preparations first." "Prepare? What preparation? We don't have anything." Mintao murmured in her heart. Although she was not optimistic about it, she still followed. While walking, SUXIAN sighed with emotion. It turns out that relying on face to eat is not empty talk. It turned out that before I walked into the cake shop, I was still a little apprehensive. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the shop owner felt that I was a child and ignored me? I didn't expect that I underestimated the charm of my appearance. As soon as the big sister of the boss saw her, she ran over and pinched her face. She couldn't help but stuff a cake for herself, and asked her kindly if she had parents. Who the hell would ask such a question? Fortunately, after I finished asking, I took advantage of the opportunity. She turned around to give me juice and ran out. Now thinking of the eyes of the boss lady looking at the doll, SUXIAN is still not used to it, and always feels that the eyes are mixed with something else color. As SUXIAN walked towards the south gate of Russell City, he sized up the pedestrians on the road with his bright eyes. It's morning, and it's time for housewives to buy vegetables and cook. Later, every time SUXIAN saw a good family, she couldn't help but look at her. Did she have cakes, buns, etc. in her hand? If there is, go up and show innocent little eyes, and smile sweetly at aunt and sister. In this way, Mintao, who was watching SUXIAN's operation, gradually got a few steamed stuffed buns, apples, and milk in his hands. It is worth mentioning that SUXIAN exchanged the few copper coins he got for an old map. Although the picture is old, the road from Russell City to Perth City is very clear. After one morning, SUXIAN stroked his somewhat messy hair and initially realized his own charm. "I'm afraid I'll be a woman killer when I grow up, from 3 to 80 years old." No, not exactly, it should be already by now. Mintao, who was following behind, had a handful of food. She lowered her eyes blankly and looked at SUXIAN with a numb face. At first she was envious, then she was a little jealous, and then she reflected on the unfair treatment. and finally, she chose to remain silent. It's just that I'm still a little unbalanced in my heart. Isn't my little sister's skin whiter than mine, her eyes bigger than mine, her face a little prettier, and her hair softer than mine? Where did I lose? Me Tao, who can't figure it out, doubts life, and feels that the taste of the sweet and sour apple in her mouth is not as good as before. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Out of the City. Chapter 14 Out of the City. SUXIAN's previous life was not outstanding in appearance, so naturally he never experienced the happiness of relying on his appearance. It was just heard before, but now SUXIAN finally understands how delicious soft rice is. I don't want to work hard anymore, SUXIAN felt sincerely. Now, no. SUXIAN, who was standing at the gate of the South City Gate, suddenly realized, what am I doing? I'm still running away now, and how can I have such thoughts? How could I, a dignified traveler, have such an idea? SUXIAN shook her head and blamed herself. Even Ruinfan's own vision is very high, and she can't eat all kinds of soft rice. There are soldiers guarding the gate of the city, and their duty is to collect business taxes. But the two were only children after all, so the soldiers did not question them. It was SUXIAN who left a deep impression on them. Some distance away from the city gate, SUXIAN raised his head and squinted to see the scorching sun above his head, then turned his head to look at Mi Tao, who was still drowning in self-confidence behind his eyes. Wow, young lady has regained her senses. The sun is not small today. Ah? Yes. Mi Tao Hanan came back to his senses, immediately looked back nervously, and then exhaled lightly. Fortunately, no one came after him. Why are you so afraid? You just left the city. SUXIAN was shocked. Mi Tao complained in a low voice, as long as Gauguin and the others inquire all the way, how could we escape? It's only a matter of time before we are not caught. SUXIAN frowned, in such a bad mood, look down on me. With such an interruption, SUXIAN didn't want to say anything that was on his lips. The thing is like this, when SUXIAN used Moon Flash last night, he finally had a definite idea of the small amount of consuming a small amount of soul power in the description of the martial soul talent. Little, really very little, so little that you can hardly feel any consumption. SUXIAN estimated that under the moonlight, he could even replenish the consumed soul power just after using the Moon Flash. This is an exciting discovery for him, which means that as long as the target is enough, SUXIAN under the moonlight can even charge infinitely. Of course, there is a limit to this, and the limit is a little over 3 meters. And you have to determine your goal first. And when it comes to fighting, who has the energy to pay attention to whether there are bugs or something? SUXIAN recalled this discovery, thinking that the silly girl next to him could help. Sister, I have an idea. Okay. Let's stop rushing during the day and find a grove first. What? Catch some bugs. Oh. In Luoja City, the martial soul is divided into halls. Carlo stood across the street from the Wuhan branch hall, feeling the scent of the two girls and pointing to the Wuhan branch hall. Humph! He was able to climb over the window and jump down to the third floor by himself, because he underestimated the little girl named Mi Tao brought by Gauguin. Carlo knew the name Min Tao through communicating with Gauguin. Carlo didn't doubt SUXIAN, because in his opinion, children who have been indoctrinated into slavery since childhood will not have the idea of running away. In many cases, such children will be more obedient than children who are directly trafficked. He recalled what he had found the night before. Last night, when he chased after the big man's smell to the tavern, he suddenly found that the smell was eliminated by something, and he realized at that time, the other party might have come prepared. And he wanted to control the matter to the extent that he could suppress it, so he didn't report it to the higher authorities for the time being. He returned to the Dahun Hotel with luck and collected the scent factors of the two people in 3021. Then Carlo didn't have time to think about it, and followed the scent factors left by the two of them across the street to the front of the Wuhan branch. A carriage filled with dung passed by, and the wind brought a disgusting smell. When the carriage passed a pit, the body of the carriage shook and spilled a lot of dirt. Carlo frowned, put away his soul skills calmly, and meditated secretly. It seems that the two little girls went straight to the Wuhan branch hall after jumping off the third floor, and now they are accepted by the Wuhan branch hall in the Wuhan branch hall. In this case, Mi Tao will tell the people in the Wuhan branch what she knows about the situation, and now the highest cultivation level of the people in the Luozhi City Wuhan branch has only reached the Soul sect, so do you want to? Carlo hesitated, then shook his head again. No, you can't directly attack and arrest people. If that's the case, come quietly at night. He smiled confidently, and was very confident in his plan, as if he could catch it as long as he waited until night to make a move. In the evening, Carlo was about to set off. Bang dang, the door was suddenly opened, and Gauguin, who was next to Fatty, squeezed in from the door. He ran over with a nervous face, and said in a nervous tone, "If you have any clues, find them quickly. I received a message that it will be tomorrow morning." Some important figures from the organization passed by Russell City. Carlo's expression changed instantly. In an instant, there were two men in black standing in the shadow beside the Wuhan branch hall. The leader was Carlo, and the other man in black was Moore. "Boss, I haven't healed yet," Moore complained standing behind. Carlo's face was ugly, and he frowned and said, "You can't die if you let go of the wind. Remember, if someone comes over, try to create chaos to delay me." He carefully looked around, turned his head and said, "When I bring people out later, you will act according to my face." Moore stared blankly at the black scarf on Carlo's face. The atmosphere was suddenly silent, and Carlo said slowly without changing his expression, "Do it with my eyes." After speaking, he walked towards the Wuhan branch hall without looking back. The Wuhan branch hall is a building covering an area of more than 600 square meters and a height of nearly 20 meters. Carlo turned in from the window of the hall, and the dark hall seemed a little silent. Carlo jumped out of the window and landed on his toes, making a slight sound. Carlo, who entered the hall, did not dare to use the soul skills, because most of the buildings in the Wuhan temple have soul tracers. Although this thing is not aggressive, it has a very troublesome function. Once someone uses the soul skills within the sensing range, it will call the police. This is a commonly used anti-theft method for low-level martial arts branch halls. Carlo then gently leaned against the wall, his whole body merged into the darkness, and slowly groped towards the room on the first floor. Opening the first room, no one was there. On the fifth floor, Carlo gently opened the last door, took a deep breath, looked around, and suddenly the last trace of luck in his heart disappeared. No one. He searched the whole building and there was no one there. This is not normal. At this time, Carlo's ears moved, and someone was walking up the corridor. The slightly chaotic footsteps gradually became clear. Carlo suppressed the doubts in his heart, turned around and entered a room, closed the wooden door gently, stood by the door and gently put his ears on it. At the same time, I analyzed in my heart that one footstep was slightly soft, it was a woman, and the other footstep was slightly heavy, it was a man. Chapter 15 is overturned, and it will be released in 2 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Exploding Carlo. Chapter 15 Exploding Carlo. Carlo, who was hiding behind the door, frowned, and they were coming this way. Also, the location of this room is where they must pass by. Thinking of this, Carlo relaxed his body slightly, and the sound of breathing became less and less audible. What Carlo didn't expect was that they went straight to the door of the room where they were and stood still. Carlo couldn't help breathing, and prayed secretly, "Don't find me. If you are discovered at this time, it would be bad to leave a bad impression on the big shots in the organization." A man's voice sounded in the corridor. "My Lord Bishop led other people to Wuhan City to report on their duties today, leaving us to deal with the matter. I don't know when it will be finished. Hey, life is hard." The woman also complained, "Go in and do some work quickly, and go to bed early." "Carlo, I'm still in the house. Don't do that, don't waste my time." Click. The door was opened by the two of them. They didn't notice Carlo at all. After locking the door, they went directly to the chair in the room, turned on the lamp on the table, and started working directly. Carlo was sluggish for a moment first. "Are you so alert?" Immediately afterwards, his face changed. "Why is it still locked? Isn't it work? What are you afraid of?" He stood stiffly behind, neither moving nor not moving. Because if he opened the door to leave, there would be a lot of noise. He was afraid of being discovered by the two of them, so he couldn't do it. "If I take action, I don't know the level of strength of the two of them. Although I must be stronger than them, there is no guarantee that they will not remember my face." Now he had a vague guess in his heart that the reason why he couldn't find the two of them in this building was because they just stayed at the door for a while and then left. "But when I saw the scent showing here, I thought they had sought the protection of the Wuhan branch hall." Thinking of this, he felt a little regret. "It's fine in normal times, you can look for it slowly, but now there is a king of Hades on the way." Carlo took a deep breath, hid in the shadows, and prayed secretly, "Don't delay too long." What he didn't expect was that things were far beyond his expectations. An hour has passed. Carlo frowned slightly. "Why isn't it over yet?" "Forget it, bear with it." 2 hours passed, and the blue veins on Carlo's forehead were slightly swollen. Could it be endless? 3 hours passed, and Carlo held back a grim smile. "It was you guys who wanted me to have a hard time. If I don't bring them back, I will be punished by the adults passing by, so don't let the damned two people have a good time. There are only 2 people in the building, as long as it is handled well, no one will know." At this moment, Carlo by the door opened his eyes suddenly, the veins on his forehead twitched violently, and the twitching corners of his brows could no longer be suppressed. At this moment, the killing intent was overwhelming. He immediately roared, "The 5th soul skill! Claw of Destruction!" The two who were busy at the moment froze. In an instant, the deep purple soul ring on Carlo's back lit up, and the purple-black soul power instantly condensed in his hand to support the sharp claws full of cold light, and instantly charged at the two with violent power. Crack! The back of the chair shattered, and the sharp claws continued to stab at the woman's back. This thorn was the strongest attack that Carlo could erupt on his own body, and he wanted to kill both of them with one blow. Die! The man glanced at the soul ring behind Carlo, and his expression changed instantly. 5-ring soul king. He was about to push away the woman beside him, but his body couldn't keep up with the speed of consciousness. Although he is an agility-type soul master, but he is only a 3rd-ring soul master, how can his reaction be comparable to that of an attack-type soul master who is known for his explosiveness, not to mention Carlo? The woman in front of her was even more miserable, and she didn't realize what happened. Puff! The sharp claws pierced through the chest and pierced the heart. Hot blood flowed down Carlo's arm. Carlo's eyes were indifferent, and he twisted his wrist. Now, blood spurted out at night. The man's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head to look at the front of his chest piercing through his chest, with blood flowing on the protruding half of his claws, and a look of grief flashed across his eyes. But it was even more unbelievable. The woman in front of her was a soul sect of the 3rd-ring defense system. Even if she didn't react, she wouldn't die under one claw. Invincible, the man is deeply aware of this. Carlo silently let go, and gently pushed the corpse away. His eyes lightly swept towards the man, and he teased, "Don't panic, it's your turn." But to Carlo's surprise, this guy turned around and ran away. "Why don't you resist for her?" Carlo growled inwardly. It turned out that although the man was sad in his heart, he also knew the gap between himself and the murderous Soul King in front of him. Right now, he can only take revenge if he escapes alive. He took advantage of the moment Carlo pushed the corpse away to complete the martial soul possession, and the purple soul ring and a yellow soul ring on his body lit up at the same time. Then the body suddenly became light and nimble, and quickly flashed towards the window. Carlo's face changed drastically, and he rushed towards the man immediately. Boom! With a big footstep, a big crater was stamped on the ground, and Carlo's body was like a cannonball hitting the man. But when Carlo's broad shoulders hit him, they passed through him, and Carlo crashed straight into the wall. Boom! He shattered the wall and landed on the street with the broken bricks. Carlo immediately crawled out of the wall with a gloomy expression, and looked up into the distance. A figure had wings on its back, and the 3 soul rings on its hands flickered and accelerated continuously. Even with the moonlight shining on it, the figure slowly faded away. It's the 3-ring bird agility attack system. Boom! Carlo's face was ashen, burning with anger, and he punched the wall with his right hand. He knew very well, such a soul master would not be able to catch up if he ran to death by himself, even if he was a big realm lower than himself. Once he escapes, he will inevitably hide and call for backup. Those who come are at least soul kings, and there may even be soul emperors. And these will make the big man impress himself. Thinking of this, Carlo's heart was on fire. The most important thing now is not even getting the 2 dolls back, instead, notify the big shot who came as soon as possible. Hoping that he has enough energy to solve this matter, Carlo suppressed his distracting thoughts, glanced at the woman's body, turned and left. On the way to Pest, the moon hangs high. Hey, Sister SUXIAN, I've run out of worms. Hugging SUXIAN's peach, he threw the last worm forward, with a trace of pity in his eyes, and let go of his arms. Let's take a rest. She knew that the younger sister in front of her was already very tired. She saw everything SUXIAN did with her own eyes, and her mentality changed slightly. It might as well give it a try. The 2 of them didn't sleep last night. After leaving the city today, they squeezed insect pills in the woods, and only took a nap in the afternoon. At night, after the 2 of them had eaten their food, they started to use the moonlight to drive away when the moon rose. Hun Mintao didn't know how much this area ability would consume, but what she knew was that the girl in front of her, whose arm was still shaking slightly, swung her sword thousands of times, and she couldn't eat less than 10 of her own bananas. At the beginning, the 2 of them only relied on Yushan to get on the road, but soon SUXIAN realized that the arm might not be able to bear it. So instead of flashing a distance, drive a distance. This way, the arm is much better. But no matter how it is changed, after all, I have swung it thousands of times a night. SUXIAN withdrew the hanging sword, looked behind his eyes calmly, his arms trembled slightly, and exhaled lightly. The child's arm is not very good. My unicorn arm in the previous life was not so fragile. Fortunately, there is still the moon tonight, so there should be enough time to recover. After all, he can recover from such a serious injury that night. SUXIAN looked up at the moon, found an open place, and walked over with Peaches. SUXIAN has always been vigilant. A place that is too narrow is not convenient for the moonlight to unfold. In contrast, an open place is not only safe, but also more convenient for him to absorb the moonlight for recovery. The peach in the back took out a cake from the bag. Let's eat something to supplement. SUXIAN's arm trembled, and after a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Eat, I'm not hungry. I'll feed you." Mi Tao, who saw all this in his eyes, handed over the cake, with tears in his eyes, and said guiltily, "It's all my uselessness that drags you down." SUXIAN hesitated for a moment, did not refuse, and smiled while swallowing. "No way. My sister obviously created so many bananas. Without them, I would have no soul power." Hearing what SUXIAN said, Mi Tao's guilty heart felt a little better. "About how far did we go tonight?" SUXIAN took out the map, made gestures, and thought for a while. "It's about 50 miles away. At this speed, we can reach Pest City in 5 or 6 days. Really? That's great, I can see my parents in only 5 or 6 days." Mi Tao said with a sweet smile on her face. SUXIAN smiled, but did not speak. The 2 of them lay down in the grass after eating the cake. The breeze brought a little coolness. Mi Tao glanced at SUXIAN's thin clothes, then moved closer to him and leaned against him, and soon after closing her eyes, there was a soft sound, light purring. She was so tired. Under the moonlight, SUXIAN was not as miserable as she was. He looked at the night sky with his arms on his pillow, and sighed inaudibly among the swaying grass leaves. Just now he didn't tell Mi Tao what he thought, because he was afraid of hitting the little girl's already weak confidence. The current self and her are actually not safe. The reason why he was not caught up on the first day on the road should be due to the layout of the Wuhan branch hall, but it was a clumsy trick after all, and he couldn't be expected to buy too much time. Tomorrow, Carlo or this organization may be able to confirm that he and Mintao have left the city, because his light cannot be concealed, and many people saw it in the morning. Then, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest, they will be caught up. SUXIAN, who had figured it out, looked sideways at Mi Tao, who was sleeping beside him, and felt a little headache when he thought of walking on a road that he wasn't sure about with such an oil bottle. How about, run alone? SUXIAN then smiled wryly and shook his head. He couldn't do it, at least not with himself now. If he left her behind, he might have a greater chance of escaping, but the one who did this was still the young man who grew up under the red flag. Oh no. It should be a child now. SUXIAN smiled. I won't give up until the last moment. The sky is full of silver light, and the distant mountains are covered with misty white gauze. The breeze drives the grass to sway gently, and only insects are chirping in the quiet grass. The silver gray-haired man somewhere in the grass looked at the 1.5 foot long dagger in his hand. This journey is destined not to be lonely. If someone votes for me at this moment, it will give me great encouragement. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Escape with Little Hope. Chapter 16 Escape with Little Hope. On the second day, on the way to the city of Pest. The sky was covered with clouds, the breeze was blowing, and insects sang from the bushes beside the road from time to time. Two short figures walked alone on the road. They chose the old road, which is different from the new road. Although the old road is short, it is not good. Carriage, also will not go this way. If it weren't for the villagers along the way to go to two places, this road would have been overgrown with weeds. The two walked halfway and hadn't met anyone who was walking for more than 1 mile. The child who was walking in front was a little shorter, and the first impression he gave was cute at such a young age, but he just couldn't tell the difference between male and female. He has silver grey shawl-shaved hair, eyes of the same color are clear and bright, and his fair face is delicate and soft, but heaviness flashes from time to time. The blue blouse and trousers of the same color are also a bit dirty, and his grey shoes are also stained. Dusty. He also evokes an ambivalence. This feeling is because he is a bit dusty while he is on his way, but who is not acting cute in the arms of his parents at this age. From time to time, he looked back and observed slightly, as if something was following him. Followed by a little girl with long brown hair, her moon-white skirt has been dyed light yellow by the dust, and her brown shoes have not changed much. She was holding half a bag of food in her hand, her mouth was open, her tongue was sticking out slightly, her eyelids were drooping listlessly, her lips were dry and dull, and she looked like she had lost too much water. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. I'm dying of thirst. If I don't drink water, I won't be able to wait for Carlo to catch me. After finishing speaking, he frowned and looked at the little man in front of him with pitiful eyes. Sister SUXIAN, think of a way. Mi Tao added in her heart, with the conscience of heaven and earth, she is definitely not relying on the younger sister in front, it's just that she has more ways. Yes, that's it, she was sure in her heart. After thinking about this, he couldn't help looking at SUXIAN expectantly. SUXIAN stopped, took out the old map from his pocket, gestured with his hand, thought for a moment and said, "Don't panic, turn over the mountain ahead and you'll see a small river. Let's rest there then. Prepare some bugs." Great. Finally there is water to drink. Mi Tao said happily, but suddenly her face wrinkled. Oh, it's a pity that we don't have a kettle. If we get thirsty later, we can only find the river. SUXIAN shook his head and said with a smile, "This can still be resolved." "Oh? What should I do?" "Just chop a piece of bamboo. Oh, it's okay, why didn't I think of it? Let's go there quickly. SUXIAN glanced back slightly and followed. After a while, after the two had finished drinking, the two sitting on the big rock by the small river couldn't help talking about their escape. First, Mi Tao said with a look of longing. According to our speed, it may only take 4 or 5 days to arrive in Perth City. When we arrive in Perth City, I will treat you to a big meal. I will also ask my father to help you find your parents. SUXIAN looked at her innocent appearance, and was silent for a moment, not knowing whether it was because of her excellent performance or on the way home. Mi Tao seemed a little too confident. He had to bite the bullet. Things are not that simple. Even though we have walked about 100 miles, we must know that this is just the beginning, and we will get slower and slower due to fatigue. Moreover, you have overlooked a factor. That's the soul master who hunted us down. We won't be able to cover up our traces in Russell City for long. They will notice in a day, or even half a day. Maybe they are already on their way to hunt us down now. And Carlo is a soul king. Even though he may not be good at speed, how much hope do we have to escape from the pursuit of a soul king? The atmosphere suddenly became stiff, and Mi Tao's smile froze. This girl is like a balloon that has been punctured. She likes to pretend to be strong, but she is actually very fragile. And SUXIAN's words, like a needle, pierced the illusion brought to her by the smooth escape route before, making her have to return to reality and face the impending predicament. The smile on her small face gradually disappeared and she became a little numb. She slowly turned her back to SUXIAN and lowered her head. Not long after, her narrow shoulders twitched slightly, and there was an inaudible sob. Along the way, she subconsciously didn't think about whether she would be tracked and taken back, but now SUXIAN had exposed this matter just now. It has become something that must be faced right now. SUXIAN sighed. Why didn't she know that this situation was difficult for her to face? It's just that it might be better to stay dignified than the hysterical despair when things don't go well. He walked up to her slowly and lifted her shoulders. Seeing her red eyes, tears in her eyes, she sobbed actually. I know. It's just that we can really escape. Even if the hope is slim, you should try. Even if it's dangerous, you have to keep going. SUXIAN shook his head in denial, and added in his heart it's just that he might die when the time comes. He didn't say that, after all, Mi Tao's mentality was already very bad. She looked sad. If it's time to catch up, you go first. With the moon shining, let me go and you will have a greater chance of escaping. SUXIAN glanced at her and nodded silently. Russell City, Great Seoul Hotel, room 3021. At this time, the atmosphere in the room was solemn, and there were 4 people standing in the room. The person in front was wearing a black robe, with a long-brimmed hood covering his facial features. Standing 6 feet tall, with a straight but slender build, the only thing that can be seen are his thin palms, with a tight layer of skin attached to the bones of his fingers. It made people worry whether he would be blown away by a sudden wind when he was walking on the street. At this time, he didn't speak, just stood there quietly. But with such a frail figure, the 3 people standing in front of him felt extremely terrible pressure. More, standing on the left, has his left hand wrapped in a bandage and tied around his neck, and his right hand is bandaged and uses a cane. His left arm and right leg were broken by an unknown big man, and even his face was covered with plaster, and he is currently very weak. Carlo stood in the middle, not daring to raise his head, so he could only keep it down. The one on the right is Gauguin, with his stomach puffed out, looking like he's watching a good show. When he came, he felt that he had nothing to do with him, that he was lost by Carlo's men. As long as my brother-in-law is not exposed, what does this matter have to do with me? Even the chief deacon has to talk about evidence, right? Suddenly, the black-robed man glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Moore noticed his cold eyes, his legs trembled, and he fell to the ground. Moore's face squirmed in horror, and his face mixed with blue and red ointments looked extremely terrified, but now his hands and feet are inconvenient, and the squirming is fruitless. Carlo lowered his head even lower. Gauguin couldn't help feeling a little guilty, his eyes drooping slightly. Humph, trash. The black-robed man snorted coldly, his voice was hoarse, like a broken bellows being pulled, carrying a biting coldness. I'm not in charge of this matter, but since we happen to meet, I'll say a few words. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. This incident was caused by Carlo, so you take the main responsibility, make up for the loss of the organization, and immediately go back to the execution hall to receive 2,000 broken soul whips. I will let a soul search team in my hand take over the matter here, although their strength is low, they are very good at finding people. The man in black said lightly. 2,000 broken soul whips. Gauguin's eyes twitched unconsciously when he heard this. This soul-breaking whip is not a whip for ordinary people. The role of pain amplification. The punishment I received last time was only 500 lashes. In this way, I couldn't get out of bed for half a year. Even if Carlo is physically stronger than himself, he is limited in his thinking. With 2,000 whips, he won't be whipped to death, right? Carlo didn't even know how terrible it was, he took the pill. Thinking of this, Gauguin couldn't help but look at him with some pity. Carlo had never tasted the soul-crushing whip, so he didn't understand what the number 2,000 represented, but he understood the contempt in the black-robed man's tone. Soul Search Team, is it a soul search team with an average soul power of more than levels? In the heart of this chief deacon, I am not as good as a few great soul masters led by a soul master. Back then, I was really eager to join it, but now I am the soul king. It's fine if the immediate boss questions it, but he doesn't care about himself. Carlo was furious, but when he thought that the person in front of him was a soul saint, he chose to lower his head and discuss in a low voice, your whip subordinate has claimed it, but the loss, dare I ask what the amount is? You can talk a lot, those two brats escaped by themselves, it's not difficult to catch them, can you? Gold soul coins will do. The black-robed man sneered, paused as he paced back and forth, and said sharply, because of your carelessness, you can't even look down on the two little devils. If you are my direct subordinate, you should be castrated. Besides, you killed the people in Wahundian on your own initiative, so that the organization may be exposed to the eyes of those who want to. I'll wipe your ass. After he finished speaking, he paused. This punishment has already given you and your boss face. Do you still have objections? Despair flashed in Carlo's eyes. He had worked hard for the organization for 10 years and only saved gold soul coins. It was his own life. Gauguin on the side saw what Carlo was thinking, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this will not only kill you, but also squeeze you dry. Carlo, who was fighting fiercely in his heart, showed a slight hint of hatred on his face. If it weren't for the bastard Gauguin, how could he not be able to control his lower body to such an extent? The man in black noticed the change in Carlo's face, and played with his taste. Tisk, you don't seem to be convinced. Hey! Suddenly, a huge coercion hit Carlo like a boulder, making him unable to stand up anymore. Boom! He hit the ground with both knees, and the floor instantly split into several large cracks centered on his knees. Clap! Carlo suppressed his screams. But he knew that his kneecap was broken, but even so he didn't dare to speak out. Such a powerful coercion was unbelievably confined around Carlo alone, and the two secretly looked down, not daring to make a sound. Carlo braced his knees and dared not stand up, and did not request to punish Gauguin, but Carlo knew that the lunatic in front of him would not let him go. Really? The man in black glanced again, probably because Moore was too miserable and behaved reasonably, so he didn't say anything to him. Finally, the black-robed man's gaze rested on Gauguin. Gauguin, who noticed the gaze of the man in black, froze and did not dare to look at him. He had already seen the strength and cruelty of the man in black, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Because you encouraged Carlo to go to the Gulen, you were fined gold soul coins, and you went to the execution hall with Carlo to receive soul-broken whips. The man in black looked at him indifferently. Gauguin twitched his face when he heard the words, and said flatteringly, my lord, there is no problem with gold soul coins, but the villain is also unintentional. Can you just find me money? The man in black was silent, and so were Moore and Carlo. No one expected that Gauguin dared to bargain. The black-robed man was silent for a moment, then sighed slightly, with a tone of compromise, yes. Gauguin beamed with joy. Then just give me a slap. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he raised his skinny palm, and it fell down instantly. The slap lifted up the air, just as naturally as a hand sliding in water to lift up water. There was horror in Gauguin's eyes. Bang! Echoes echoed in the room. Gauguin responded by sticking to the big iron gate, smashing out a human silhouette. His face couldn't be described as swollen anymore. It seemed that a layer had been scraped off by a sharp weapon. His face was indeed covered with blood, scattered broken teeth were scattered all over the ground, and he was unconscious. The black-robed man's eyes drooped slightly to his bloody palms, his soul power surged, and the blood stains evaporated in an instant. Carlo and the two looked at Gauguin, who was slowly sliding down, and remained silent. Gong Jing Tong, ask your subordinates to hunt down the two of them as soon as possible. The trouble they caused is not small. If they resist, they will be killed on the spot, the man in black said calmly. At this time, the shadow behind the stool spread and expanded, wriggling to form a person covered in grey bandages, leaving only a pair of sinister triangular eyes outside. He stepped out of the shadows stiffly, and said, "Yes, Chief Deacon." Moore looked at him quietly, and he was still in the mood to mutter in his heart, even though he was not punished. I heard that the third soul skill of the soul search team is very special. After turning into a shadow, it can not only be immune to most physical attacks, but also not easy to be perceived by others. It is indeed terrifying. In the afternoon, on the way to Pest, SUXIAN and the two were walking on the road, and now the person in front was replaced by Mi Tao. She lowered her head and walked forward silently with her bag. He said he was moving forward, but his eyes were staring blankly at the ground, and he looked back from time to time. SUXIAN knew that this was a very anxious expression. Just like the uneasiness of being about to enter the college entrance examination room in the previous life, and the uneasiness brought about by the inability to predict the future. After the conversation by the small river, Mi Tao, who was suppressed and uneasy, didn't want to rest, so the two of them went on the road again after a short rest. SUXIAN looked at the back in front of him, 3 points tired, 1 point haggard, and 6 points at a loss. She just walked forward step by step. Are you okay? SUXIAN's complexion was a bit complicated, and he felt a little regretful. Maybe he shouldn't have said that to her. When Mi Tao heard this, she stopped and turned her head. She looked at the little sister in front of her. Her clothes and hair are a little messy, and her fair face is a little bit embarrassed after being stained with a little dirt, but what remains unchanged is her pair of bright eyes, full of spirit and hope. Peach, I know she has hope in her heart. It's so beautiful, Mi Tao thought in a daze. Indeed, I am not as good looking as her. But what's the use of being pretty? Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Having tried to escape several times, she knew the horror of the Soul King. Once the pursuers were counted, she and her little sister would still be doomed. But, this is the furthest run. Suddenly, she remembered the experience of running away before. The first time she escaped, she used the toilet as an excuse to escape from Gauguin's sight for 10 minutes. After climbing out of the window, she broke her leg and was caught before she could go far. The second time she ran away, she learned the lesson of the first time. Sneaking out of the door at night, taking advantage of the night to run aimlessly in the city. Exhausted from running, when she stopped to catch her breath, she was horrified to find a burly figure following behind her, and only then did she realize in despair that she had not been able to escape. The third time she ran away again with determination. While traveling in the wild, while Gauguin was hunting in the forest, he sneaked into the forest in the opposite direction. But when he encountered a wild boar in the forest and saw its front hooves thicker than his waist stepping towards him, Gauguin standing behind him had a yellow soul ring on his body. She knew that in fact, she never had a chance, but her expectation of escape was wiped out time and time again. Escaping is futile. At this moment, Mi Tao couldn't bear to look at her little sister's bright eyes anymore, for fear that her decadence and depression would infect her. She turned her head, not wanting SUXIAN to see her fragile appearance. Her voice trembled subconsciously. Why don't you just leave now? Maybe there's still time. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Soul Search Team. Chapter 18 Soul Search Team. The wind in the forest blew past, the leaves rustled, and the sky was still crowded with clouds, making the eyes a little dim. SUXIAN was stunned for a moment, then sighed lightly. He heard something. What kind of despair has she experienced to change her mood so violently that she hasn't calmed down since she was beside the small river? SUXIAN pondered for a moment, then walked forward, held her hand, and said slowly, "No matter what you have experienced before, but now we are on the way, let's move forward vigorously. The worst case is to be captured by them and be used as a slave in the future." After he finished speaking, without waiting for her to respond, he took her hand and continued to walk forward. Mi Tao heard the words, but did not speak, gritted her teeth and followed after, enduring the pain. Russell City, South Gate. In the dark weather and with a cool breeze blowing through the wide city gate, the head of the soldiers guarding the gate was a little sleepy, rubbing his sleepy eyes, thinking about where to go with his brothers tonight. Suddenly, a few people came from the city, facing a man in grey clothes, wearing a mask of the same color, followed by 3 men in black suits, walking towards the city gate together. "Hey, why is the whole person wearing a mask? He looks shameful. If he goes out of the city gate so late, there won't be anything shameful about it," a soldier shouted at the man in grey. The face of the soldier captain beside him changed. He swung his arm and slapped the soldier, and said in a low voice, "If you can't speak, let me come, don't cause trouble." The soldier shrank his head, and stood aside without knowing it. The man in grey came over, glanced at the soldier, and threw a sign at the soldier captain, "Emperor Capital Chamber of Commerce, now go out of the city to find the lost goods." The soldier captain took a closer look. It was genuine, and then said flatteringly, "The subordinates were ignorant just now, I hope you don't mind." The man in grey didn't speak, and led the people straight out of the city gate, paused for a moment, and walked along the old road. Under the city gate, the soldier whispered to the captain, "Captain, what are they doing? They are so aggressive." The 3 people behind the grey-robed man are full of faces, and they are not good people at first glance. "I don't know very well, but we can't afford to mess with them." The soldier captain didn't want to talk about it. "Xiaobo, the captain helped you this time, you understand tonight, right?" The soldier nodded reluctantly when he heard the words, "The captain's money is mine tonight, but can you stop being so weird?" On the other side, the grey-robed man was leading 3 men along the old road towards Pest City. No subordinate analyzed. According to the information at hand, the older of the 2 little dolls is 10 years old, named Mi Tao, who has awakened a martial soul, a food-type martial soul, with more than 10 levels of soul power. His home is in Perth City, and he has escaped 3 times. But they are all for the purpose of destroying her hope. Now it can be speculated that their destination is Pest City. The man in grey listened to his subordinate's analysis in silence, and the second subordinate took over the words. The number 37 asked for some food by selling his face. The 2 of them should be able to continue to march towards the city of Perth with food supplements. Although No has just joined, his analytical skills are the deepest among the 4, considering that the younger one came out of that yard. She is 5.5 years old and has a first-class potential. It can be inferred that Mi Tao coerced her to escape, because this first-class product has no soul power. If Mi Tao hadn't left her, the two of them would not even 30 miles out yet. The man in grey intends to examine the three of them, and said in a deep voice, "If you leave this first-class product behind, how far can Mi Tao go?" The three subordinates looked at each other, only No calculated in his mind for a moment, scratched his head and guessed. A food system of more than a dozen levels, it's only about 60 miles away. This answer is not much different from what I expected. The grey-clothed man's cold face softened a little, and said, "That's right, it's about the same as I expected." The man in grey nodded. Since this is the case, the two of them probably didn't run far away. Why don't we catch up quickly and catch the two little babies back? If it takes too long, the chief deacon may punish us. Veteran No in the team suggested. The man in grey nodded, "That's true, hurry up, let's take turns to use the breath intake. And complete the task as soon as possible." After all, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from his body. The second soul ring lit up, the pupils of the grey-clothed snake narrowed, and a silver and green band of light solidified in his eyes. "This is the breath trace of the 2 peaches." The man in grey strode forward, followed by the 3 of them. On the way to Perth City, somewhere in the forest and mountains about 150 miles away from Russell City. The sky was completely dark. Although the clouds in the sky became thinner and moved constantly, the moonlight could not pass through. On the side of the big rock on the mountain, the flames danced and gave off a soft light, but the faint temperature could not warm the hearts of the two. This fire is SUXIAN's masterpiece. SUXIAN was not idle along the way, he kept mobilizing his soul power, trying to get more familiar with his own soul power. The effect was remarkable. He found that he could condense the soul power in the palm of his hand. After continuous compression, the soul power would be transformed into moonlight. The greater the degree of compression, the brighter the light. Later, on a whim, he tried to separate the red light from the moonlight, and the red light has a strong thermal effect. Facts have proved that the red light has no effect on defending the enemy, but it can only light a fire. It's a pity that the moonlight transformed by my soul power has no bonus for me. In other words, the bonus may be very weak, too weak to be noticed. SUXIAN looked away from the sky, feeling a little depressed. This is not just because it is difficult to see things at night. The current moonlight has no effect on his own growth, which is almost negligible. It is because at any moment from now on, the chasing soldiers may suddenly appear. Mi Tao sat silently on the meadow, scratching the ground with her eyes wide open under the thin light. SUXIAN touched the stuffed meatballs in his pocket, looked at her and said softly, "You don't need to look for it anymore, it's enough. If you do too much, you will waste time. Now time is your chance to escape." Only then did Mi Tao stop, and wiped the skirt with her muddy hands, until the original color of the skirt could hardly be seen. She took out a steamed bun from the bag, chanted the soul spell, made a banana and handed it to SUXIAN, tore off half of the steamed bun and chewed it slowly, using soul power to relieve the soreness of her legs. After a moment of silence, she said, "There is not much food left, there are only 2 pastries left, and there is still half a pot of water in my bamboo pot. Eat all the food." SUXIAN responded. Mi Tao raised her head, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. "Why don't you save yourself?" "I'm afraid." SUXIAN gave the cruelest reason in the most flat tone, "I'm afraid I won't have a chance to eat it later, so I'll just eat to my full." Mi Tao opened her mouth but was speechless. SUXIAN couldn't see her tear-filled eye sockets in such a night. In the darkness, SUXIAN looked at her with a smile, and answered her inner question, "Yes, unless Carlo's knee is broken, tonight, tomorrow morning at the latest we'll catch up." End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Thriller. Chapter 19 Thriller. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The running body drives the air and rubs against it to create a wind noise. We have been chasing for 2 hours, about 50 miles away. Judging from the traces left, it took at least half a day. The running man in grey said in a deep voice. Obviously it was at least one day. No couldn't help muttering in his heart after seeing it clearly with his eyes wide open, and took a photo for the captain's face, so he didn't pierce it. Just said listlessly, there won't be any big mistakes in the information about them. Maybe Mi Tao's skill can increase the speed. The man in grey couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, because when he introduced the situation of the two of them to his subordinates, he thought that the effect of Mi Tao's first skill was to restore soul power, which was meaningless, so he didn't say it. But he just knew it. He shook his head, suppressed the doubts in his heart, took out a jade bottle from his arms, poured out a few pills and distributed them to his subordinates. Hurry up and recover your soul power, let's rest on the spot for a quarter of an hour and continue to track. Now we need to recalculate their speed. Number 2 took the pill and swallowed it quickly. The man in grey pondered for a moment. It won't be more than 100 miles. The 3 subordinates nodded in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 stood up, and the man in grey looked around at his subordinates, and ordered. In order to catch the 2 little dolls as soon as possible, let's keep turning on the first skill galloping to increase the speed, let's keep up. No had a bitter face. Boss, I just passed the second ring. The man in grey ignored him, and walked away along the scent light belt. Number 3 had no choice but to keep up. Hundreds of miles away. SUXIAN shook her drowsy head, tightened the ball in her pocket, and slowly climbed to the nearby big rock to sit upright. Through the treetops, he looked at the night sky still covered with clouds, frowned and rubbed his sore thighs, thinking to himself, it's a pity that there is no moonlight, otherwise my state should be guaranteed, and its addition to me is not only as simple as battery life, but even strengthens the 5 senses. Unfortunately, this talent is too weather dependent. In such a situation, it is tantamount to giving in vain. If I use it as my life-saving trump card, I don't know how many times I will die. SUXIAN shook his head and retracted his gaze, closed his eyes and meditated, anticipating in his mind what he was about to encounter and how to deal with it. But after much deliberation, there are always some problems that have no solution. He turned his head to look at Mi Tao, feeling a little distressed about how to deal with her. That's all, just do your best. SUXIAN thought for a moment, then walked to the side of Mi Tao, who was curled up beside the fire pit with her arms folded, and shook her. Sister, wake up, I have something to tell you. Mi Tao woke up suddenly, her little hands tightly squeezed the bag in her hand, thinking that someone was chasing her. She widened her eyes and looked hard, and saw that it was SUXIAN, who was relieved. What's wrong? SUXIAN saw her nervousness, and said softly, I have an idea. 30 miles away, beside a pond, shadows are everywhere on a moonless night. Suddenly, a shadow stood up in front of the pond, and a man in grey came out of it. He knelt down, picked up the soil next to the footprints with his hands, rolled it lightly, thought for a while and murmured, this humidity is coming soon, it won't be too far away. The man in grey was extremely confident in his judgment this time. After more than a quarter of an hour, there were faint and chaotic footsteps in the distance, and the man in grey frowned and raised his head slightly. Under normal circumstances, the subordinates would not make such loud footsteps, which would not only consume excess energy but also scare the snake. But he knew that this was because his subordinates were very tired and had difficulty controlling their pace. The sound of footsteps gradually became clear. The 3 of them stood in front of the man in grey from far to near. They noticed the footprints by the pond and knew that the man in grey had something to say. The goal won't be too far away. We may be in a deep sleep at this time. Everyone is tired after running hundreds of miles. Let's rest for half an hour before we catch them. The 3 of them are lying or sitting, all stretching their bodies and relieving fatigue in their own ways. Even the man in grey sat down, untied the water bottle from his waist, took a sip, and said, before I passed the river, I found that there were severed bamboo joints and bamboo scraps on the side of the road they passed. It was probably cut off bamboo with a sharp weapon to make a kettle. But the smell of the cut is weak, and I don't know who the sharp weapon is on. No and no. who were relatively low in strength, were already lying flat, and it was difficult to speak. Seeing that no one was answering the call, number 1 sitting upright said helplessly, "It's just 2 little girls, and the sharp weapon is just a trivial matter. But from this, we can know that our intelligence is lacking. First, it's the inexplicable distance, and then it's a sharp weapon. Finally, judging from the place where they made the kettle, they even know the route. Either they have a map or Mi Tao has the route in mind in advance." The information Carlo gave is problematic, but considering his pig-like brain, it's not surprising. Beside the half-person high boulder in the mountains, SUXIAN, leaning on the stone, scattered the moonlight in his hand and put away the map. Realizing that the state at this time seems to be a bit like waiting outside for the college entrance examination to start, he sighed lightly. "The college entrance examination will not die, so I can't say it here." Patted the mentally ill Peach, said in a low voice. "Sister, don't stay here, tell me about your experience." "Hey!" the delirious Mi Tao responded, and after a long time, her eyes widened. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, pondered for a while and said slowly, "My family lives in Perth City, and I went out to make soy sauce that day. In this way, I tried to escape 3 times, but failed every time. Then I arrived in Russell City. It should be a day earlier than you." The clouds in the sky moved and gradually became thinner. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight passed through the clouds and reflected on the two of them. But the strange thing is that not only was SUXIAN not happy with the arrival of the moonlight, but his face froze, his eyes couldn't hide the horror. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Can End number 039, T Run, Can End number 039, T Stop. Chapter 20 Can't Run, Can't Stop. At that time, SUXIAN was listening to Mi Tao's story seriously on the surface, but in his heart he was paying attention to the troubles around him. The clouds moved and the moonlight shone on his face. Suddenly, SUXIAN's 5 senses were strengthened, and his soul power was mobilized more smoothly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he was about to praise the moon, he suddenly found that something was wrong with the big rock at the far right of his vision. The ignorant SUXIAN only knew that there was a faint shadow flowing. He never believed that this was not an illusion, nor did he think it was a coincidence. In an instant, SUXIAN's pupils shrank like needlepoints. He could only slowly lower his head slightly to the left, trying not to let his expression face the shadow directly. Mi Tao, who was talking about the past and gradually fell in love, seemed to gradually let go of her guard, not noticing what was wrong around her, and continued after arriving in Russell City. The shadow that had just arrived did not interrupt the conversation between the two, but instead flowed with interest on the stone they were leaning against. As for SUXIAN's anomaly, I'm sorry, a grey-faced kid in grey has no interest in observing. At this moment among the 3, only SUXIAN's mind was spinning wildly. He is not Carlo. Carlo's martial soul is an iron claw bear, it shouldn't be turned into a shadow, and with his personality, he shouldn't be so calm at this time. So who is coming? How is the strength? What is the martial soul? Is he alone? Are there any subordinates following behind? Thousands of questions flashed in an instant. At this moment, SUXIAN's heart was not as anxious and tense as before. Isn't it frightening and unsettling that the sword of Damocles is not released because it is uncertain when it will come? But when it falls, people have only one choice, to face it. At this moment, SUXIAN had only one thought in his heart, to do his best. He had his hands clasped, physically and mentally ready. Right now, Mi Tao's desire to tell is completely released. That's it, The shadow on the boulder seemed to be getting impatient, and squirmed violently, showing a human form. Behind him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moved slowly. At this moment, the purple soul ring representing the 1,000-year soul skill gradually faded. It was the man in grey who was chasing the 2 of them. He squatted down with both legs, bent his body slightly forward, stretched out his hands, pressed them on the shoulders of the 2, leaned over his head, and said with a smile, "Hi there, kids. On this lonely mountain, a sharp cry suddenly sounded. This scream belonged to Mi Tao, and her expression was up and down with 2 words: horrified. It seemed that she was really frightened. She quickly backed away, grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground in a panic, and threw it at her. The man in grey behind him patted it. The grey-clothed man tilted his head slightly, not caring that the soil was scattered on his clothes. His eyes were slightly fixed, and he didn't speak, only his eyes exuded serious malice. "My dear son, look here." The man in grey followed the words and looked over. SUXIAN's eyes were fixed, and as he spoke, he quickly stretched out his left hand, aiming at the face of the man in grey. In the dim forest, a dazzling white light quickly lit up and then went out. In an instant, the man in grey's field of vision was blank, and he couldn't help closing his eyes, but he still didn't move at this moment. He didn't believe that the little guy in front of him could flash to him. "Is such a child hitting my chest with a small fist?" SUXIAN's eyes flashed, and the hanging sword condensed on his right hand, and locked on the man in grey at the same time. The moon flashed. In an instant, SUXIAN flashed to the chest of the man in grey. He frantically mobilized the soul power in his body, and the silver light in his dantian quickly poured into the sword body. He held the sword in both hands, tightly gripped the hilt, and slightly pursed his lips. He resolutely and without trembling, cut the tip of the sword towards the neck of the man in grey. Under the blessing of the moonlight, SUXIAN's 5 senses were fully devoted to this sword, so that in his perception, the sword became so slow, moving towards the enemy in front of him inch by inch, and the enemy's movements unnoticeable in this moment. All of a sudden, the grey-clothed man's hairs sprang up, as if a cold wind was blowing on his neck, and his heart suddenly throbbed. "Dangerous, the target is my neck." SUXIAN stared at the tip of the sword, and when the tip of the sword was about to touch the neck of the man in grey, the man in grey made a move. He quickly withdrew his right foot, fighting against the fatigue caused by running 150 miles a night. His body leaned back slightly, so that the hanging sword could not penetrate into his neck and only brought a trace of blood. He raised his right hand abruptly, only holding on to Han Xing, not caring about the blood flowing down his neck, nor caring about the wound cut by the sharp sword. His eyes widened suddenly, and even though there were still blurred spots left by the flash of strong light in his vision, he still glared fiercely at SUXIAN. SUXIAN found that he couldn't draw out the cold star, let go of his hand with a sullen face, and quickly backed away. If a hit is missed, the method of using strong light to control the control is difficult to work again on a defensive person. Even if it works, it can be a trap. SUXIAN stared closely at the man in grey, looking at the reddish eyes staring at him. Even wearing a mask, he couldn't hide his mania and ferocity. SUXIAN knew that this was a werewolf. The reason why he didn't run away was because the man in grey in front of him was just a 3-ring soul master. Yes, he used the word just in his heart. It's not that he looks down on soul masters whose soul power is more than levels higher than his own, but because the other party's body must be exhausted after running 100 miles, and the slightly sluggish reaction just now is the best proof. Moreover, he noticed that the fluctuations in the soul power of the man in grey were not only not as good as Moore's, but also somewhat disordered. Concentrated in his heart, he summoned on his right hand after dispelling the cold star, holding a sword and looking at the man in grey warily. At this time, Mi Tao had already run far away, hiding behind a tree, just sticking her head out, looking at the two carefully, but the two had already discussed it before. On the boulder half a person's height, the man in grey felt the reality of his right hand slowly dissipating, and had a clear understanding. He raised his left hand and touched the tingling neck, as well as the warm touch. Damn, almost cut the aorta. After a while, the resentment brought about by fear and the humiliation of being hurt by a mere soul warrior swept through the heart of the man in grey and buried his reason. Blinking hard, the light spot in the center of the field of vision still exists. He can only look at SUXIAN from the corner of his eye, and growl, "Little brat, I will kill you." After roaring, a black snake shadow flashed behind him and merged into his body. In an instant, several parts of the grey-clothed man's skin were covered with scales, bleeding continuously. Shadow Snake, martial soul possession. He jumped up on the boulder, clenched his fists, and smashed at SUXIAN. When SUXIAN saw that the man in grey was so fierce, considering the terrible gap between the two of them, even if the man in grey was in a bad state, he didn't want to confront him, so he turned around and ran away. Just as SUXIAN thought, even if the man in grey is not in shape, he is not able to confront him head-on. Even now, the man in grey didn't really pay much attention to the little boy in front of him. He thought that the reason why he suffered a loss just now was that he was really tired, but as long as he pays attention, what storm can a small soul warrior withstand? Seeing that the little boy in front of him had hurt him, the man in grey ran away like a rabbit, gritted his teeth, his temples bulged, and used the little soul power left to strengthen his thighs. With a strong kick, he instantly bullied SUXIAN, who had run away for a few meters, ignoring the pain in the palm of his right hand, and patted SUXIAN on the top of SUXIAN's head under the blessing of soul power. Mi Tao in the distance widened her eyes when she saw this scene. Her freckled round face was full of worry. Can SUXIAN stop it? Brush. The fast-moving sleeves rubbed against the air, making a clear sound. SUXIAN's scalp felt cold, so he couldn't stop it. But at this moment there was a foot-high stone in front of him, and he was in a state of haste and didn't dare to dodge forward, so he stepped on the stone with his right leg and slammed on it, while turning around to block with his sword. Tom! SUXIAN was sent flying with his sword. The man in grey rushed forward, looked up at SUXIAN, and then strode forward again. Can't run, can't stop. SUXIAN, who was blown away, had a clearer understanding of the gap between the two, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the man in grey was in good condition, he might not be able to survive a round by himself. SUXIAN, who landed on the ground, didn't stop. He used his inertia to roll forward, resisted the pain in his chest, got up and continued to run, hitting and running. The distance between the two of them didn't decrease much. The man in grey chased after him. He had learned his lesson, and he didn't hit the cub in front of him vigorously, grabbing or taking it, forcing SUXIAN to be in danger. Mi Tao, who was watching all this from afar, covered her mouth with red eyes. She couldn't help it anymore at this moment. Her nose was sore, and tears were falling down in big drops. Seeing the two disappear before her eyes, thinking about the last look SUXIAN gave her, she suppressed her emotions again, not wanting to cry by herself. She has already cried out in her heart. How could SUXIAN be able to stop such a powerful enemy? End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Die. Chapter 21 Die. In the forest, a short figure was running wildly, followed by a tall figure approaching with manic momentum. The man in grey used a skill to rush towards the final time of action, bent his left hand, squeezed his fingers into claws, and the muscles on his broad arms were tense, and he swept forward vigorously. Call! When SUXIAN heard the whistling, his head tilted slightly, his pupils shrank, his stomach tightened in an instant, his head and legs were bent backwards, and his whole body was stretched into a bow shape. The five senses were boosted by the moonlight. SUXIAN stared at the sweeping palm. Everything slowed down under the powerful perception. For a moment, SUXIAN saw Carlo's palm about the size of his waist moving slowly frame by frame, slowly but with precision and strength, firmly sweeping towards his waist. Seeing the big palm that was about to hit him, SUXIAN's silver-grey eyes shrank like wheat light for a moment. At the same time, I was terrified. If this claw is firmly grasped, I am afraid I will never be able to stand up again. In an instant, SUXIAN bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, concentrating on controlling his body to lean slightly to the left. It was too late to say, but it was soon. At the moment when the man in grey was about to draw SUXIAN's waist with his big palm, SUXIAN tilted his head slightly. The palm that was supposed to reach the waist tightened SUXIAN's left arm. Clap! The thin and small figure hit the ground at a faster speed. Douluo rolled on the ground a few times, staggered and sat up again. The man in grey stopped his body by sweeping, took a breath, and calmed down his violent heartbeat. While looking forward, he couldn't help being shocked. A mere soul warrior has such a keen fighting consciousness, to be able to persist for so long under his own pursuit. This is an incredible feat. Even though his condition was extremely bad, the man in grey added in his heart. But, she has reached her limit, right? Although the palm didn't hit her waist just now, it also hit her arm firmly. It's impossible for a body of this soul warrior level to hold it. Unknowingly, the man in grey has unconsciously emphasized SUXIAN's level in his heart again and again. It can be seen that what happened tonight made his mood fluctuate extremely violently. The spot of light in the man in grey's field of vision had disappeared, and his eyes fixed on SUXIAN couldn't help shrinking. I saw the little soul warrior 2 feet in front of him sitting up unsteadily. His tattered clothes couldn't cover his body full of wounds, some were broken by the attack, and some were scratched by thorns. She supported her body with her right hand, her left arm was twisted from elbow to shoulder, and her arm was swollen, obviously a broken bone. But what surprised the man in grey was not SUXIAN's injury, but the fact that she lowered her head. Her slightly long hair blocked her face, but it couldn't stop her from gradually getting louder. Ha 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 ha. The grey-clothed man felt inexplicably cold, and said sullenly, "What are you laughing at? Are you so happy when you're about to die?" SUXIAN raised his head abruptly, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, coupled with blood-oozing lips. He gave a crazy feeling, and said word by word, "You, no, yes, soul, strength, already." On the mountain, Mi Tao was surrounded by 3 people who came from behind, and she sat on the ground with a face full of fear. Don't come here, don't come here." She moved back in panic, while grabbing the dirt she didn't know where to throw it at the 3 of them. The 3 looked down at her indifferently, without speaking. On the other side, the man in grey asked doubtfully, "You saw that? The only skill you used when chasing me was only the first soul skill. Doesn't that explain the problem? Besides, your speed has dropped suddenly. I think not only your physical strength has dropped, but also your soul power." SUXIAN sneered. "Oh, so what? Do you dare to approach me?" The man in grey was silent for a moment, and took out a dagger from his waist. At this moment, he completely gave up the idea of capturing SUXIAN alive. "The girl in front of me is too observant. The behavior is also extremely decisive, which can be seen in her exchange of injuries for distance. Moreover, his body was so exhausted that his reaction speed had dropped. Let's make a quick decision. It seems that we can't keep our hands." He shook the dagger, pulled out a flower, stared into SUXIAN's eyes and said slowly, "My dagger is not something you can challenge." He knew that the girl in front of him would not just give up. SUXIAN's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to say something, he saw a blue light rising slowly in the distance. The 2 looked up at the night sky at the same time. Boom, the blue light exploded. And it was beautiful against the backdrop of the moonlit night. "Ha ha ha, my hand is down, you can't escape." The grey-clothed man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly yelled into the distance, not forgetting to put pressure on SUXIAN. Sure enough, there are people behind. SUXIAN didn't talk nonsense, turned over with his right hand on the ground, channeled the little soul power left to strengthen his legs, staggered, and continued to run towards the distance. After being hit by the man in grey, his condition was obviously not as good as before. While enduring the severe pain in his body, he ran with all his strength in a vain footstep. "Humph, damn you brat, wait until I catch you." Knowing that his subordinates had arrived, the man in grey was no longer in a state of urgency. He put away the dagger, took out the gauze from his arms, untied it, and followed with steps. He knew that all he had to do now was to follow her, and with her injuries, he might not be able to run very far. But what he didn't consider was that the 3 of his subordinates didn't know what happened to him. At this time, they still had absolute confidence in the boss, so that they didn't rush over immediately after hearing his voice. In the forest, a small figure staggered forward, and suddenly there was a clang of footsteps, and the whole person fell on the moonlight-printed ground. He struggled to sit up, his right hand was covering his left arm, his face was twisted, his mouth was open and he kept breathing out cold air. Bah! Spit out a mouthful of blood. SUXIAN was thinking about his current state. There was still % of the soul power in his body. After all, he was just a soul master, no soul skills were consumed, all the way he only used soul power to boost his speed, recovery under the moonlight so fast again. On the contrary, the body can be said to be riddled with holes. There were more than 20 wounds, large and small, and the blood oozed out of his tattered clothes, just like a prisoner who had been tortured. The chest pain is also unbearable, maybe the ribs are broken, and that's not even counting the left arm. Hiss! Feeling the sharp pain from his left arm mixed with itching, SUXIAN knew that it was the recovery bonus brought by the moonlight. But he frowned, the recovery effect was not satisfactory. The moonlight repaired the dark wound caused by the evil thing very quickly that day. But now the speed is far lower than expected, and it will not be better in 3 or 4 days. This is still an estimate of the moonlight every night. He glanced at the back indiscriminately. Behind was a cliff mouth, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. The violent wind was blowing upwards. SUXIAN's hair fluttered with the wind, and the strands of hair covered the eyes that could not see clearly. It's too late to change paths now. Before long, he let out a chuckle, then took a deep breath, bit the tip of his tongue lightly to cheer himself up, trying not to let the pain affect his movements too much. It seems, it is indeed a dead end. In an instant, a black figure came slowly from the forest, stood at a distance of 2 feet away from SUXIAN, looked at the girl who was already a stranger in front of him. There was a playful look in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Why don't you run away? Don't force me. This is a cliff, if you force me, I'll jump off. Your boss in Russell City probably doesn't want to see a broken corpse, right?" SUXIAN's body was slightly tensed, his face was frightened, and his tongue was not flexible. "She is not honest." The man in grey who was staring at SUXIAN quietly tightened his body, curling his lips. "You don't need to be so obvious. My boss is indeed in Russell City, and I can tell you that he is a soul saint. As for you, you can kill him." Soul sage. SUXIAN's eyelids sank when he heard this. After finishing speaking, the man in grey, the boss, paused, showing a smile that he was sure of winning, and continued, "Even if you are a one-ring soul master, your soul power should be exhausted. Let alone you don't have a soul ring. Speaking of which," the man in grey took a deep breath, suppressing the disbelief in his heart. "I'm a little curious about your experience. I've never seen such an excellent..." All of a sudden, SUXIAN got up abruptly, as if he was about to retreat. The grey-clothed man's eyes flashed and he rushed forward, feeling proud. "Even if you are talented and worked so hard to get here, wouldn't you fall into my hands right away?" With a leap, he stepped forward with his right leg, and stepped hard on the rock in front, trying to use the recoil to quickly approach SUXIAN, but unexpectedly, the seemingly unshakable rock was stepped back 2 feet by him. 2 feet! His body suddenly couldn't control himself and threw himself forward. All this completely exceeded his psychological expectations, and he was stunned and full of disbelief. It wasn't until the yellow, moist, and creamy banana peel was exposed at the bottom of the stone that a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, SUXIAN had already prepared his martial soul to possess his body. The moonlight flashed in his hand and condensed into a cold star sword. He swung it twice at will to trigger the passive moonlight, strengthening the power of this sword. The silver soul power in his body was mobilized with all his strength, frantically gathering towards his arms. SUXIAN's eyes were full of determination. This sword condensed all his soul power, and there was no soul power left in his dantian. No matter what the result of this sword was, he would be unable to fight again for a period of time. Ding! Han-Sing mingled, and with a flash of silver light, SUXIAN came to the top of the grey-clothed man, clenched his small hands tightly, faint blue veins emerged, and pressed down on Han-Sing forcefully. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind. Instead, the man in grey caught a glimpse of this weird flash from the corner of his eye, and his eyes split open in an instant, and he finally understood the weirdness when his neck was cut. Regardless of his dry body, he tried his best to squeeze every bit of soul power in his body. Finally, 3 soul rings appeared on his body, the purple lighted up, and then his body faded into shadows. But suddenly, the world in his eyes whirled. He widened his eyes and understood something. But, he clearly activated the 3rd soul ability. With the last ray of confusion and unwillingness, his consciousness finally sank into darkness. The flow of shadows on the ground turned into flesh again, and the headless corpse was fully revealed. SUXIAN tilted his body to avoid the blood splattered like pillars, and squatted beside him gasping for breath. He opened his mouth slightly when he saw the corpse in front of him, but found that he was already speechless. 3,000 words, give me a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Closing. Chapter 22 Closing. SUXIAN stood in a daze. Even if he was sure that he killed the man in grey in front of him, he still couldn't dilute the disbelief in his heart. Recalling this battle, he only made 2 shots. It was the first time to use strong light to cut a hole in the neck of the man in grey. It looked like a serious injury, but in fact it was just a skin cut. In the subsequent pursuit, it was only the first time that he used the cold star to block the frontal slap of the man in grey, and then he did not dare to block his attack head-on. I have never had the opportunity to use the moon flash to fight back, because once I can't kill him with one blow, I have no way to resist when I get close to him. He didn't dare to expose the existence of moon flash. This was his only hole card that could create opportunities, and he couldn't accept this trick being guarded against. But fortunately, the man in grey was also in an awkward situation. He wanted to capture himself alive, so he didn't use the dagger. But there is no extra soul power to release soul skills, and the body is also in a state of exhaustion. Even the reaction speed and observation ability have declined, so that it is impossible to catch himself during the pursuit. It's ridiculous that in the end, he fantasized about catching himself alive, but he fell under a simple trap. SUXIAN shook his head, suppressing the myriad of distracting thoughts in his heart, squinting his eyes and staring at the headless corpse in front of him in a daze. I remember. He said that the person who came was his subordinate. The boss is a soul venerable, and his subordinates are also soul lords if they don't make sense, and the boss is about to run away to death, so shouldn't the subordinates be exhausted? How about a wave of operations? Let's start with licking the bag. Perhaps the man in grey would never have dreamed that what he said before to put pressure on SUXIAN became the basis for him to judge whether to attack his subordinates. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, the 3 subordinates were sitting on a stone at half a person's height. No and No were taking a nap, and No was guarding the 2 brothers and a brown-haired girl whose hands and feet were tied up with his tiredness. The girl looked into the distance worriedly from time to time, and she didn't bother to say anything when she saw her on the first day. In his opinion, if the boss goes out, a child who hasn't awakened his martial soul is easy to catch. It's just. It seems that it took a long time. Could it be that the little girl was raped by the boss? Thinking of this, No sighed helplessly. If so, the little girl might not be able to survive. What reason should she find when she goes back? At this time, No slightly opened his hazy eyes, unable to speak clearly. Haven't come back after so long? Let's go and help find it together. No felt that % of the soul power in his body had recovered, and thought, maybe the boss didn't even have the soul power to release breath tracking, so it took so much time. It could be quicker if someone could help. The 2 immediately woke up No. And the 3 left No, who had the weakest soul power and had just arrived as a great soul master. No and No started breath tracking and left with the breath light belt. Number 2, how much soul power have you recovered? My cultivation base is weaker than yours, more than %. Oh. The main reason is that I have traveled more than 100 miles, and I haven't had a good rest yet, and my body is very sore. Me too. Why didn't you shake off the dirt on your body? Aren't you shaking too? How can this thing affect? Half an hour later, No was still looking down at the road. No put away his soul skills, pushed him, and said, "Look, the boss is right there." Hearing this, No raised his head, and saw a person sitting under a big tree surrounded by one person in front of him, with his back to the two of them, only half of his shoulders exposed. The two people who are familiar with the boss saw it. "Isn't this our boss?" Looking at the figure on the ST, it suddenly dawned on him, "So the boss is also tired," I thought. The two approached, thinking that the man in grey was asleep, so number one put his hand on the boss's shoulder and shook it. Suddenly, shook the head of the boss. The eyes of both of them almost popped out of their sockets. They were speechless and stood there in disbelief. What they didn't notice at this time was that a small hand was tightly clenched, protruding from the headless corpse of the boss, and then gently unfolded. In an instant, a dazzling bright light came on, and the vision of the two people who were still standing still was blank. A small figure flickered hidden in the light spots in the field of vision, and SUXIAN raised his head slightly in the flickering, but in his eyes, he recalled the words he had ordered to me Tao under the big rock. 2 hours ago, on the mountain, in front of the big rock. When the time comes, you will throw the worm pellets wrapped in wet soil at the people you can see, okay? If there are too many people, I will wait for the opportunity to escape and make plans. SUXIAN said seriously to Peach. Mi Dahong focused her eyes and was silent for a moment, before finally asking if you would come back. "There are only so many meatballs, what if you don't have enough?" SUXIAN took a deep look at her. "The people who are chasing us will not be weak. It is enough to keep a few on me. Any more will only delay death. Give me some bananas." Oh! Reining in his thoughts, the jumping SUXIAN clenched the cold star tightly, calmed down, adjusted his posture, and used the momentum brought by the moon flash to instantly stab No's eyes. No's hairs suddenly exploded, his face changed wildly. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, his heart froze. A yellow light flashed, a skill galloping, with a ferocious expression on his face. He immediately accelerated forward and jumped forward. Even if he died, he would disrupt the rhythm of the unknown enemy in front of him and create opportunities for No. Although No can't see the same thing, it doesn't prevent him from turning sideways, launching a skill to gallop, and attacking in front of No. Puff! The sound of the sword piercing into flesh and blood was heard, and number two fell down before he could make a sound. SUXIAN let go of the cold star stuck in No's head, and rolled backwards to avoid No's rampage. Then he got up slowly, stood aside, and watched No quietly. No, who had lost momentum, stopped and stood still, constantly observing the surroundings with a blurred peripheral vision, showing fear on his face, and tremblingly drew out the dagger on his waist. He knew that number two was gone. Who is this? Such a swift skill even killed the boss. Is it the three-ring agility attack system? Suddenly, infinite fear arose in his heart, and at the same time, a sliver of understanding slowly rose in his heart. Perhaps, this is his last mission. SUXIAN, who was standing aside, memorized the position of the bug on the big man in front of him, and condensed the cold star in his hand, turning it into a silver light. Half an hour later, on the mountain, No sat on the boulder boredly, staring blankly at the bright moon in the sky, waiting for the big brother to catch the last little doll. Then he can go back and continue playing with his stuff. The boss of the dead ghost said every day that he was not doing his job properly, but the things he made were obviously very interesting. It's just that he doesn't know how to appreciate it. Humph! How could a boss without wisdom understand the mystery contained in it? To know. Unwilling to use his brain, he didn't bother to think about why the three of them took so long. Maybe it was because of their interest, those three animals. Min Tao, who was kneeling at the foot of No, had a trace of sadness in her reddish eye sockets. The longer the time, the more dangerous SUXIAN would be. Maybe he was dead now, or he would leave himself and escape by himself with moon flash. Thinking of this, the big teardrops in Mi Tao's eyes finally couldn't be stopped and fell down. Woohoo! No heard a small sobbing sound at the bottom, felt that his thoughts were disturbed, and growled, "Shut up! No one will come to save you." After thinking for a while, he said, "If you keep yelling, I will stab you." Hearing this sentence, Mi Tao didn't know what to do, but she felt the malice from No. And she didn't dare to speak out for fear of angering the guy in front of her. Seeing that she is so knowledgeable, No felt bored and was about to continue thinking. Suddenly, the breeze in the forest stirred up the fallen leaves, and the leaves rustled. In the shadows in the distance, 3 round objects flew towards them. No took a closer look and saw that it was the heads of the other 3 people, and his face was horrified. Losing his fighting spirit, he turned over and didn't dare to look back. He raised his legs and ran in the opposite direction. He saw the heads of the other 3 clearly. It was the other 3, the thick resentment and despair attached to the terrifying faces of the 3 swept him instantly. Number 3 was terrified. Whoever can kill them must also be able to kill me. I must run away now. A warning rose in number 3's heart. His legs were running wildly and in a panic, and he had quietly lost his sense of proportion. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, he has only been in the industry for a month. As a normal tracking soul master who is not good at fighting head-on, he is naturally not as scary as the man in grey. Suddenly, a bloody and awe-inspiring feeling rose in front of him. He knew it. This is killing intent. Only those who have really killed a terrible opponent have the killing intent, and he has only seen such a brutal killing intent on the boss. He raised his head in a panic, and there was a short figure in the shadows in front of him. Half of his silver-grey hair had been dyed red. At this time, the indifferent eyes of this small figure gave No a terrible deterrent, making No involuntarily ignore his height and appearance, as well as his shirt wrapped in a piece of grey cloth and hanging around his neck. Left hand. 3 backed away slowly. Suddenly, he tripped over a stone and sat down on the ground. He approached coldly, and number 3 shouted, "No! Don't come over!" Weeping bitterly as he spoke, he kept moving his hands backwards. I can tell you everything I know, don't kill me." The short figure stood still in front of him, looking at No's face full of humility and pleading, a little astonished. But he knew that the courage of the guy in front of him was actually shattered by those 3 heads. "So simple, I thought there was another fight," he murmured to himself. After a while, he slowly squatted down, and looked at No with indifferent eyes. "Then we have something to talk about." End of this chapter. Chapter 23-25. Chapter 23. No lost all courage, turned his head carefully and did not dare to face SUXIAN. Now he just wants to survive by humiliating. Mi Tao on the other side realized at this moment that it was SUXIAN who came. "I am saved," she couldn't help cheering up in her heart, and a hopeful smile lit up on her face. Just as Mi Tao wanted to get up, she unexpectedly fell on her back due to the inconvenience of her bound legs. SUXIAN heard the commotion on the side, ignored her, just tore off the clothes on No whose body was stiff, tied him tightly, and dragged him down the mountain. While walking, he yelled at Mi Tao, "You wait for me obediently, I'll be right back." After saying that, he took No and went straight down the hill. Soon after, on the mountains, "Da-day!" the sound of footsteps stepping on the stone slabs sounded. SUXIAN was climbing up the mountain, recalling the strange interrogation just now while walking. Yes, that was a weird interrogation. Because number 3 is really too cooperative. When he left the mountain with No, he asked No to face a big tree, and was considering whether to start the interrogation with his fingers or go directly to the castration. No, standing in front of him, talked about the tracking process like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Its language is concise, the content knows everything, and its attitude is sincere and sincere. All that should be said, all that should not be said. Now even SUXIAN felt a bit difficult to deal with. He mourned his misfortune and angered him, wishing he could pinch No's ear and say, "I'm just a soul warrior, come and mess with me." But No firmly believed that SUXIAN wanted him to throw himself into the trap, so he resolutely refused to do it. In the end, only SUXIAN left depressed and satisfied. Depressed because after all, I didn't think about keeping alive, but I didn't expect this guy to have such a strong desire to survive. In the end, I just left him a pair of underwear and tied him to a tree, thinking that when his soul power recovered, he would be able to break free easily. As for whether he will fight against himself again, in SUXIAN's view, there is no need to care about this kind of person who is extremely afraid of death, and he is even very sure that No will not dare to return to the organization because he talks too much. Satisfied because No really said a lot of useful things, otherwise SUXIAN would not have let him go so easily. Under the big rock, Mi Tao has curled up and sat up again. Her first reaction when she heard SUXIAN's footsteps was to stand up with a smile on her excited face. But when she saw SUXIAN's eyes, her body paused, her face froze, and she sat down again. After a while, she said softly with guilt, "I'm sorry. She didn't ask what happened to the 4 people who were chasing them, because in her opinion, it was not too much to cut them into pieces, but SUXIAN's aura made her a little unbearable. SUXIAN smiled and shook his head. He knew that he would make people uncomfortable, but he didn't know how to adjust his state. Maybe it was SUXIAN's mature performance that made Mi Tao feel that he was omnipotent, but this was also his first battle. Ordinary people would feel thrilled seeing all this, not to mention SUXIAN as the person involved. He has touched his own limit. SUXIAN raised his hand, condensed the cold star, and cut the rope binding the peach. Your hand. Only then did Mi Tao notice that SUXIAN's left arm was twisted and was hanging powerlessly around his neck, and she immediately covered her small mouth and said worriedly, "Well, it's useless for the time being, but it's not very important." SUXIAN frowned, took a deep breath, and said nonchalantly, "By the way," he threw a small bag wrapped in clothes behind him. "What is this?" Mi Tao took the package, looked at SUXIAN's figure, who was a head shorter than herself, and secretly complained to herself while feeling uncomfortable. Honey Peach, SUXIAN is so desperate for the 2 of them to escape, what can you do?" SUXIAN didn't know her mental activities. Based on the map in his mind, he discerned the direction slightly, stepped forward, and explained to her, "The spoils that can be used next. And we are going to the nearest river now." Mi Tao finally came back to her senses, and quickly followed. "Why did you want to find a river?" SUXIAN's voice came from the forest. "In order to make the next group of people not sure about our route." On the other side, under the mountain, a naked guy tied to a tree trunk was also thinking about what he would do in the future. The organization can't go back, he is afraid that the chief deacon will dismantle him. Yes, he suddenly thought of something. "I can still live as I used to be. Although I grew up in the organization, I have no feelings for it. With my excellent trace analysis knowledge, I am not afraid of the organization to chase me down, and the organization will not spend a lot of effort to chase down such a small character as myself. Hey, just do it. By the way, I remembered that my name was Wang Chuan before I joined the organization." At this time, the sky was slightly pale, and the clouds gathered in the sky like a gathering, showing a faint red color as if soaked in blood. The river flows quietly, whispering, and the surface of the water is like oil, with beautiful waves. The crystal clear river trembled and rolled under the feet of the 2 like a clear silver chain. "How far have we come?" The clear and crisp voice that belongs to girls transitioning to adolescence sounded. "We first walked along the river for more than 10 miles away from the city of Pace, and then walked along the tributaries away from the mountain. We have walked for more than 10 miles. The voice was relatively immature. "You haven't answered me before. Why did you deliberately throw something into the river when you first got down the river?" This time, Mi Tao's words were somewhat puzzled. "Those things have our breath and will mislead those who follow us, making them think that we have already followed the river to the city of Pest. Because those things are not important, they will not make them suspicious." SUXIAN paused after speaking, then waved the right hand holding the shoe and added, "I thought you could figure it out." Mi Tao's eyes were filled with surprise, and she exclaimed, You're so smart. SUXIAN smiled and said nothing. If you grew up with language, mathematics, physics, and chemistry students, you would also be very smart. Seeing that it was almost time to leave, SUXIAN suggested, okay, let's go ashore. Then the two walked out of the river tremblingly, and found a ventilated and hidden place to sit down and rest. Mi Tao sat on SUXIAN's right, took out the seized dry food from the package, and the two ate it. She then took out a white jade bottle and handed it to SUXIAN. SUXIAN took it and unscrewed it, poured out some white medicinal powder and applied it on the wound. This medicinal powder promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis, which is very suitable for his injury. Mi Tao sat aside, carefully took off her shoes, and gently wiped off her socks, only to see blisters all over the soles of her feet. It's hard to see a little pain on her face. Is this because of the yearning for freedom? SUXIAN looked at her and said in his heart. I'm pretty sure we'll be safe in the next few days. SUXIAN withdrew his gaze and continued to take the medicine. Then we don't have to rush so nervously. Mi Tao couldn't help beaming with joy when she heard this. Really? Then there are no obstacles on our way to Pest City. SUXIAN smiled bitterly and said that's true, but I'm worried about another problem. If it's difficult for them to find our whereabouts on the road, then they are likely to wait for us at the gate of Pest City to throw themselves into the net. When Mi Tao heard SUXIAN said there was still a problem, her expression was solemn at first, then relaxed, and finally she chuckled lightly. Small problem. I have lived in Perth since I was born, and I have lived in the city for 10 years. I am very familiar with the surroundings. As long as I can get near it, it is very simple to find a way to notify my father. SUXIAN heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words. His body relaxed, and he lay down on the meadow. He squinted his eyes and looked at the blue sky, thinking about something in his heart, and soon closed his eyes and fell asleep. Mi Tao glanced at the sleeping SUXIAN, yawned sleepily, leaned against the tree and looked at the river vigilantly. She wants to be a bodyguard for SUXIAN, which is the only thing she can do now. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 The Madman. Chapter 24 The Madman. Where am I? By the way, I am running away. Squinting his eyes in a daze, when SUXIAN wanted to prop up his body with both hands, he felt the tingling pain from his left arm, and he took a deep breath. He covered his left arm and looked up at the sky. Okay. The blue sky is dotted with a few clouds, which is a rare good weather. Although this kind of weather is not suitable for driving, you can see the moon at night. This is a gratifying situation for his own injury. After solving the so-called soul-chasing team at that time, the two of them got a lot of supplies. There are various medicines, food, and more importantly, a lot of coins were found. Later, calculated according to the peach, it was worth more than 100 gold soul coins. I finally understood that the conversion rate of adjacent gold coins is 100. Thinking about relying on this money alone, the two of them could comfortably reach Pest City along the way. Of course, this was when the second wave of pursuers failed to find the two of them. SUXIAN looked up at the sun above his head, knowing that it was about noon, and then turned his head to look at Mi Tao, who was already asleep by the big tree. He propped up his body with one hand, and walked slowly towards the river. Standing by the river and looking at the reflection in the water, SUXIAN sighed. The originally handsome face was stained with dust and sweat, with a few dark red blood stains dotted in the middle, and the clothes were torn, but he looked like a refugee in clothes. He looked carefully, frowned and shook his head. Not enough. Not embarrassing enough, thinking that he picked up the mud from the river again, and smeared the mud on his face with the clear river water. Thinking while smearing No was the only one left in the first wave of chasers, and he was probably out of trouble now, but he would never report back. This cowardly fellow would not dare to go back alone, and bear the responsibility and punishment of being unable to catch two of the four. According to the information he gave, the soul sage in Russell City was staying temporarily, so it was impossible for the two ordinary dolls to stay there. And Carlo and Gauguin are busy going to the torture hall to receive their punishment, so they will not lead a team to chase them. Then he will at least leave a strong subordinate. Then, only the captain of the soul search team mentioned in Mouth 3 is sitting in Russell City. I think the soul search team that has not returned overnight will definitely make this Gong Jing Tong pay attention. Well, this morning, for the sake of safety, he will send out the soul search team in his hand, and as mentioned on the RD, there are still 5 soul search teams in Russell City. Thinking of this, the corners of SUXIAN's mouth twitched, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his silver eyes. It's hell difficult at the beginning. Think about other traversers, either Tang San's brother or Bibi Dong's son. But when it comes to me, the slave concentration camp started, and I was almost taken away by the evil test before I lived for 2 days. I finally escaped, and there are so many professional teams coming to hunt and kill. Even Tang San couldn't resist anything at this age, right? SUXIAN couldn't help but feel a little headache. Forget it, let's think about how to arrange it next. Russell City, a room on the top floor of the Great Seoul Hotel. A man wrapped in a grey bandage stood in the shadow behind the curtain. The shadow and grey were so intertwined that it was difficult to see his appearance. Only a pair of dark green triangular eyes could confirm his existence. He has been standing here for 2 hours. At this moment, his eyes are looking at the pedestrians on the street without focus, and he recalls in his mind the words of the chief deacon, Lord Duke, before leaving in the morning. There is another task at the headquarters that I need to complete. I will take the 2 of Carlos back to the headquarters to report on the work. You stay and wait for the soul search team to bring the 2 back. After the Wuhan branch is completely over, send them to the headquarters. Courtyard No. At that time, I was confident that the 6 of them were already on their way back, but this. Gong Jing Tong looked up at the scorching sun again. This is the 3rd time he's looked up at the sun, and it's noon, he thought. He sighed softly. So were they an accident? No longer taking chances, he immediately ordered, and found that all the soul-searching teams in Russell City set off, and the vice-captain of the soul-searching team was the soul sect of the Siwan Sensitive Attack Department. Although this person is mentally ill. But his martial soul, Blood Duck, is especially good at speed. So Gong Jing Tong decided to let him start first, and he must make this matter come to a conclusion. If the 2 little girls ran into the city of Pez, there would be no trouble, because the Grand Duke of Pez is one of the behind-the-scenes of the organization. As for himself, he will stay to ensure that the situation in the Wuhan branch will not deteriorate. The setting sun left long shadows, blood-red. The sky quickly darkened, the grape-colored dusk, the purple dusk, shrouded in the grass beside the unknown river, and the half-moon on the other side gradually solidified and rose. Hey! Mi Tao opened her eyes, stood up with her hands on the ground, shook her head and looked at her with hazy eyes. Her face was blank. Are you awake? You can really sleep. A childish voice sounded from the other side. However, considering that I didn't sleep much last night, this is normal. Mi Tao followed the sound and saw a figure wearing tattered clothes, a hole in the toe of the toe, messy hair, stained with dust, turning his back to her, facing him. The bonfire in front of him was busy with something. Her eyes gradually returned to focus. Oh, it's SUXIAN. But why is SUXIAN so dirty? She noticed the changes in SUXIAN, but when SUXIAN turned around with a bunch of grilled fish, his face still surprised her. The originally delicate and cute little face is now so dark that it is hard to see its original appearance. The messy hair covers the eyes. If he lowers his head, no one will be able to see his face. Min Tao had only seen this kind of dress on the streets of Perth City when she asked her mother, and her mother said they were called beggar. In an instant, Mi Tao, who was sitting by the campfire, looked at SUXIAN with a smile on her face, while gnawing on the grilled fish in her hand. How did you make yourself look like this? SUXIAN, who was busy arranging the small package on her body, didn't raise her head. Well, of course it increases the chance of escaping. Life is very important. But didn't you swear before that the pursuers would not be able to catch up with us? Mi Tao was puzzled at first, then patted her chest and said with air, let's go to Pest City, and we will be safe if we see my father. SUXIAN looked up at her seriously, smiled and did not refute her. It's not that she looks down on her father, nor does she deny her father's firmness in protecting his daughter. But the opponent is too strong. This is a powerful organization, the second and third rings run everywhere, and the fifth ring is not a treasure. Even Kiwan is just a chief deacon, not a leader. SUXIAN had a vague guess in his heart that this so-called organization might have the background of the great nobles of Heaven Do, and its strength might be at the level of the lower four sections. This time, he pursued himself and Mi Tao with a crushing force. As a mature man, Mi Tao's father will protect his daughter, but he may not necessarily protect himself. He can't pin his hopes on the father in a child's heart, or even just hope that he won't sell himself back then. At the same time, on the mountains dozens of miles away. Call out! A streak of bright red blood flew from a distance, and 4 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 2 purple, were on top of his head, among which the yellow spirit ring was emitting a soft light. He maintained a height of more than 10 meters, only a little higher than the treetops, and flew towards the mountains along the breath of light in his eyes. Brush! Liu Jun fluttered his scarlet wings and stood firmly on a treetop, his eyes turned to the ground. This is the place with the most complicated atmosphere, which means that the 4 people who were hunted down and the 2 people who were hunted down had all stayed here. He flew around the mountains for a week, then flew back to the original place, retracted his martial spirit and landed on the big rock. He squatted down slowly, the 4-day intertwined light bands were imprinted in his scarlet eyes, and he fell into deep thought. During the flight just now, I didn't find any unknown aura at all, that is to say, on this mountain, perhaps only the most powerful Captain Soul Venerable found the 2 little babies. But also on this mountain, the 2 little dolls were not caught. Oh, interesting. The corners of Liu Jun's mouth raised. He had a premonition that the entire army of these 4 people might be wiped out. He wouldn't be moved by the deaths of the 4, but he really hasn't encountered such an interesting situation for a long time. In order to verify this conjecture, he followed the breath of Captain Soul Venerable. Looking at the mixed light bands of silver and grey that are difficult to distinguish. He raised his eyebrows. Captain Soul Venerable chased a little doll in that direction. What happened? Flying all the way, he flew to that cliff. Facing the fierce wind, he flapped his wings slightly, closed his eyes and felt for a moment, and concluded that the altitude would not be lower than 500 meters. This place should be Minjiao Cliff? What is the name of the cliff is not important, what is important is that he knows that the answer to the mystery will be solved soon. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he flew straight forward. Is it what I think it is? Blood. It was a puddle of dried blood. The area covered was astonishingly large, and it was impossible for ordinary people to survive after shedding so much blood. Liu Jun's eyes froze, and the breath of blood told him the identity of its owner. His body trembled, and he slowly turned his head to look at the messy band of breath light. In an instant, countless fragments flowed through his mind. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. A wonderful battle. Good anti-kill. He said to himself for a while, and he jumped like a thunder for a while. Waste. I didn't notice. Finally, he murmured, a soul master with 1 ring, the soul skills can instantly hit the target. But such a doll perfectly took advantage of the opponent's weak state, and killed a soul master with the weak victory over the strong. Terrible. He didn't think about the martial soul talent, because there were too few martial souls with the teleportation talent, so few that he had never seen them before. Of course, it's also very interesting. I want to catch her early and make her my toy. Liu Jun grinned excitedly. Call out! A blood-colored figure charged into the air, and followed the silver aura light belt away. At this moment, nothing is important in his heart. Why did the child who had not awakened intelligence have soul skills? Why did she have such an excellent fighting consciousness? And how did the other 3 die in her hands? Yes, after watching the scene on the cliff, he was absolutely sure that the remaining 3 people would not be able to survive in her hands, and the silver breath of light moving towards that mountain explained everything. Sure enough, she came back to save another little girl. He murmured excitedly. Lu Jun passed the big tree that tied No. And there were only a few cloth straps left there. He could see that No had left, but he didn't want to care about it. Although he also wondered why she would let No go, but he only had one thought at the moment: grab her and make it your own toy. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Half of the bright last quarter moon exudes a faint brilliance, shining on the ground through the thin clouds. Over the forest, a shadow flickered away. For a moment, Lu Jun landed by the river, staring at the river for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, he let out a gnashing of teeth roar. Damn No! I knew he was a traitor. Not only did he betray the organization, but he also taught the 2 girls how to escape. If I meet you, I... Yes, at this moment, Lu Jun thought it was No's trick to find out the organization, but he didn't expect it to be the choice of the 2 dolls. This deviation in judgment is so common that nothing will happen, but here it caused him to make a mistake. After calculating the soul power in his body and his sore body, he decided to hunt down toys along the river on foot. He will not make the mistakes of the subordinates of the Soul Master, he must maintain his soul power to subdue the new toy. But he didn't expect that this time he would step into SUXIAN's backhand. On the road more than 30 miles away from Lujun, SUXIAN and the 2 sat on the meadow to rest, holding bamboo pots in their hands, and sipping water. Mi Tao took out the wild fruit picked on the road and stuffed it into her mouth, while muttering, "Do you remember this road? If there is a village, we can go in and exchange things. Then we don't have to be so embarrassed." SUXIAN pondered for a moment. There is a village about 50 miles ahead, we can buy some things there, he said, looking up at Mi Tao meaningfully. Just exchange some things with copper soul coins, don't think about carriages, accommodation, etc. The less conspicuous our whereabouts, the better. How could I think so? Mi Tao was furious at SUXIAN's strange eyes. I just want to have a meal. So it's like this? SUXIAN laughed dumbfounded, unwilling to refute her face. Then he didn't know what to think of, and he said seriously, for an excellent food type soul master like you, have you ever thought about joining Shrek Academy in the future? After speaking, he unconsciously sat upright, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Mi Tao seriously. Mi Tao frowned slightly, raised her head and recalled for a while. It seems, my father mentioned this school. But he said that the headmaster of this school is very good at doing business, but in fact its own resources are not very good. SUXIAN nodded calmly, but there was an uproar in his heart. Even with Shrek, with Douyi's background, Tang San probably didn't run away. If Tang San really existed, then this era would be too interesting. Thinking of Tang San's heroic deeds in the future, SUXIAN couldn't help but have a headache. This is a protagonist who has been exploited to the extreme in the original book. He is born with powerful cultivation techniques from his previous life, which can directly reach the limit Douluo. In addition, his innate full soul power makes his cultivation speed extremely fast, and his talent is lower than Qianrongxiu. And it also comes with various strategic weapon manufacturing knowledge, and all kinds of hidden weapons have a terrible deterrent power to overturn the world in this cold weapon era where soul masters are the main war. Not to mention his endless ability to use poison, relying on his amateur knowledge, he can even compare to the professional poison Douluo. This guy's luck seems to be on the line: 8 spider lances, excellent companions, 2 heavens of ice and fire, a strong background. If he wanted to face Tang San head-on, SUXIAN would be unwilling in a million. Take the previous life as an example. At the beginning of the game, everyone seemed to be only at the first level. I can't wait for people with bloody wild monsters to automatically come to the door, the economy will automatically double, and you can call all kinds of bosses to come to help when you are in danger. For him, it seemed like a life and death crisis, but it was actually a win-win situation. To sum it up in one sentence, if I fight against him, it's like fighting against Douluo world alone. SUXIAN lowered his head to look at his embarrassed appearance, and tightly held the dozens of gold soul coins in his pocket with his little hands. Only then did he feel a faint sense of security. He shook his head. It's not right, you can't just be with him, otherwise I'm afraid it's no different from courting death. I don't have any big ambitions, I just want to be a carefree hermit in this life, take over this organization, and live a boring life of 3 wives and 4 concubines. He was sitting upright leaning against the tree trunk. A trace of thought flashed in his silver-grey eyes. Since he couldn't beat him, he should hide. It's too dangerous to join him if it doesn't exist, and it might become a sacrifice on his way to becoming a god. But, all of this is too far away, let's figure out how to completely disappear in the eyes of this organization. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts, SUXIAN took a sip of water, twisted his numb left arm, and stood up. Let's go, Mi Tao. He looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Before the moon enters the new moon state, when the moon is the smallest, his injury should heal. I hope the weather will always be so good. I've said it several times, I want to call my sister. Mi Tao lifted the corner of her skirt and followed. 5 days later, the waning moon floated in the night sky like silk, emitting a faint light. SUXIAN was sitting on the bank of the river, his feet soaked in the river, and Mi Tao had fallen asleep on the grass mat made of shrubs behind him. He raised his head, feeling the weak and imperceptible increase from the moonlight. He raised his left arm and twisted it, feeling a little grateful in his heart. Fortunately, it is almost recovered. The weather in the next few days was neither bad nor bad, occasionally cloudy and occasionally sunny, but fortunately it did not rain. At night, when the moonlight boost was not available, SUXIAN chose to rest instead of hurrying on his way. This is because the development of the matter was as he expected, and no pursuers found their traces. But even so, SUXIAN still tried his best to shuttle through the forest with Peaches, and never showed his face except to exchange a few copper coins for supplies in the passing villages. The two gradually became sloppy because of the wind, food, and sleeping in the open. Because Mi Tao is usually quite attentive, she can still see her face clearly now, but she looks dusty, and her original moon-white dress has completely turned into a khaki. As for SUXIAN, he looked completely like a poor little beggar, with a dark face that could not be seen clearly. Sometimes he is leaning on a wooden stick he picked up somewhere, and the difference between him and a beggar at this time is probably that he doesn't have a broken bowl. Whenever Mi Tao looks at his honor, she always pokes her mouth up angrily. Because this younger sister is always unwilling to let me take care of her, otherwise she wouldn't be so dark. These are little episodes along the way. Under the correct leadership of SUXIAN these days, the two of them have never encountered any danger again. Just because the road to escape is about to be successful under the leadership of SUXIAN, Mi Tao changed her previous doubts in her little sister-like eyes, and now she seems to be a little dependent on him unconsciously. Every day she praised SUXIAN for being smart, cute, and unparalleled in wisdom. You didn't see how I cut people, he thought lightly, and then added in his heart, it would be more appropriate if I replaced cuteness with handsomeness. Of course, he didn't want to remind her, because the two would part soon, so it's better to keep this younger sister as a character for the time being. In this case, I am afraid that all the pursuers should already be in Pest City, and they want to wait and see. SUXIAN pressed her temples with a headache. It was only 50 miles away from Pest City. Hope to arrive tomorrow. SUXIAN squatted by the river, looked at the little beggar in his eyes, sighed softly, and turned to look in the direction of Pest City. I sighed softly in my heart, are you so sure that we must go back? It's a pity that I don't have a place to live, otherwise it would be an appropriate choice to bring Peaches to make my home, but I'm afraid she won't be happy. I can feel that as the city of Perth is gradually approaching, Min Tao's mood becomes more and more excited and happy. Gradually, she liked to bounce and walk. SUXIAN looked at her back and wondered why something was missing along the way. After thinking for many days, she finally understood, she had the name of a peach in vain, but she did not have the reality of a peach. Glancing at her back again, it looked like a plank. SUXIAN couldn't help but feel pity. She is 10 years old, and she doesn't show the development speed that Douluo world should have. You know, Zhuzuking was already quite established at the age of 12. Personally, I don't think Peaches can compare to it. However, I really want to meet you. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Little Beggar. Chapter 26 Little Beggar. The next day, the night dissipated. A ray of sunlight pierced the gap in the darkness, and the dazzling light explored the originally chaotic world like tentacles. The river water was stirred up by ripples, and the breeze blew past, and SUXIAN woke up. Mi Tao, who had woken up a long time ago, was sitting next to SUXIAN, pinching the corner of her dirty skirt unconsciously with her little hands. Her little face was full of excitement and anticipation. She was going home. But even though she was so excited at this moment, she didn't want to disturb SUXIAN's sleep. She just squatted beside him, looking at him with eyes full of expectation, so that I go. SUXIAN, who had just turned his head, jumped up in fright. Aren't you greedy for me? His tone was suspicious. Mi Tao raised her eyebrows, happily pulled SUXIAN's arm and walked down the road. Let's go home. SUXIAN, who was left behind, first looked stunned, then patted his face with a wry smile, and slowly followed. It seems that I have been single for too long, and everyone wants to spend a few words without thinking about whether she can understand. Forget it, don't bother with this illiterate little sister, SUXIAN muttered to herself, and followed with her shoes with holes. Pei City is located next to the Laka Mountains, more than 200 miles south of the Tiandu city, the capital of the Tiandu Empire, and the Laka Mountains are the only mountain ranges extending from the hinterland of the Douluo forest. Its first owner, the Grand Duke of Pei's, was the Duke of more than 200 years ago. He is famous in the mainland for his Contra Peak. One of his achievements is to open up a small town next to the Douluo forest and protect the town. Safe, and named after his own family, the small town of Pest. Because of its unique geographical location, this small town has become one of the 3 cities in the Heaven Do Empire where soul beast resources are traded the most. The other 2 are Tiandu City, the imperial capital, and Sea Demon City, which is located on the edge of the extreme north and faces the sea. Because of the abundance of resources, the scale of this place has continued to expand for 200 years, and it was named by the Paladin Emperor 100 years ago, Pest City. In terms of the population size of 1 million in this city alone, it can already be ranked among the top 10 in the empire. This is not counting the size of the surrounding farmers who support the city, otherwise it may double. Therefore, there is also a huge group of soul masters here, and any large-scale forces will establish important strongholds here as a symbol of power. For example, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon School, the Elephant Armor School. When Emperor Shuya first came to power, he could not sleep at night because he was concerned about the security of the city. Later, he sent the prince of the royal family 8-ring Contra SUXIAN to assist the current Grand Duke of Pes Peslaka to manage the city together. SUXIAN is the lord of the city, and Peslaka is the deputy lord of the city. Inside the city, in the Grand Duke's mansion, in the spacious living room, the luxurious carpet made of the fur of the 1,000-year-old snow rabbit covered the living room of more than square meters, and a man who seemed out of place stood on it and walked back and forth. Under the messy hair are a pair of scarlet eyes. There is faint sweat on his forehead, and he is walking back and forth anxiously. The faster pace shows the more anxious heart of the master. The attendant on the side watched his footsteps and even frowned slightly, fearing that he would be responsible for breaking the carpet. Finally, the man raised his head. Please report to the Grand Duke again for me. The Grand Duke said that he will meet with you after discussing important matters with His Highness the Prince. The attendant's voice was faintly impatient, and it wasn't the first time he said this. The man lowered his head in disappointment, and continued to pace back and forth. In an instant, a burly figure appeared in front of the man. He was 8 feet tall and dressed in a white robe with ring feathers. The white robe could not conceal his strong figure. Frowning, you are Lu Jun, the deputy captain of the soul search team in the Underworld Dragon? I remember you, what's going on this time? Hearing this, Lu Jun looked up, and there was no doubt that it was the Grand Duke of Pace, so he immediately lowered his head and bowed slightly. I have seen the Grand Duke. This time I was ordered to hunt down 2 fugitives, and it is estimated that they have fled to the city of Pest, hoping to get the Grand Duke's assistance. The Grand Duke frowned. This matter is out of my control. There is no need to. One of the 2 is first class. Lu Jun said respectfully. The Grand Duke was silent for a moment, and took a deep look at Lu Jun. I'm in charge of this matter. But my rights are restricted by Prince SUXIAN, and I can only let the city guards cooperate with you. On the road a few miles away from the west gate of Pest City, 2 short figures slowly became clear in the morning wind. The shorter one on the left is covered in tatters, his face cannot be seen clearly, and he is carrying a grey package. He looks like a standard little beggar. Although the girl on the right is in a mess, she is much better than the little beggar next to her, at least her face can be seen clearly. I said, is the person you are looking for reliable? We are almost at the gate of the city, and there may be a market for us, although they will definitely not recognize me now. The little beggar with the parcel on his back got impatient and asked the girl beside him. The girl looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle Walker and my father are very good friends. My father once saved their family, so there will be no problem. Suddenly, the wheels of a carriage were spinning, and there was a gurgling sound. Driving towards the 2, she was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. Here, come, this is my carriage. Sorry. The people in the carriage couldn't wait for the groom to stop the carriage, so they jumped off and stumbled over a stone, and ran over staggeringly. This is a businessman with a big belly, 7 feet tall, wearing a purple robe, with short, thin hair, and a thin and haggard face. The moment he got out of the car and saw Mi Tao, he couldn't help but ran over, bent down, and hugged her. Min Tao. My daughter. The man burst into tears for a moment. His face couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad, but he hugged Min Tao tightly. Father. Min Tao misses you so much. Suddenly, the father and daughter cried together. SUXIAN, who was standing aside, curled her lips. A trace of envy flashed involuntarily in her eyes. Although she still has to face powerful pursuers at this time, Mi Tao has already found her family. And my home is separated by 2 worlds. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back in this life. Maybe I have passed the first 7 days, and maybe the monument at home has been erected. Thousands of thoughts turned into a sigh. He just watched the reunion between father and daughter as if in a lifetime so seriously, and patiently stood aside without saying a word to disturb. The excited 2 finally stopped, and finally noticed that there was SUXIAN watching around. Mi Tao's face flushed. She slid down from her father's arms, and looked at SUXIAN with embarrassment. Turning to look at Dad. Father, this little sister is called SUXIAN. I can rely on her to escape back this time. Escape back? Father Sugar suppressed the doubts in his heart, and took a careful look at SUXIAN, but he couldn't see anything from this little beggar. When I noticed my daughter's words, I realized that it was a little girl. As for the admiration spoken by his daughter, he thinks it is just a child's words and cannot be taken seriously. After all, a beggar who came to Pest City with peaches to beg for food. Sister SUXIAN, this is my father. At this moment, she raised her chin subconsciously, proudly like a peacock, because she was crushed by herself in every way along the way, and now subconsciously wants to show off. It really is the mind of a little girl. SUXIAN nodded to Father Sugar, and said lightly, "Hello, Uncle." This performance fell into the eyes of Sugar Father, but it turned into a cowardly look, and he nodded as if to say hello. A little beggar who came back with his daughter. This was Sugar Father's first impression of SUXIAN. The 3 got into the carriage and drove slowly towards Pest City. Seeing that the carriage was going towards the city, SUXIAN couldn't help reminding, "Uncle, it's best not to let others know that Min Tao is back. The little beggar is quite timid." Father Sugar glanced at him, frowned and said, "Don't be afraid, Uncle has been operating in Perth City for many years, and they won't do anything to you." Then he turned his head and smiled kindly at Peach Road. "Daughter, tell Dad about your business." SUXIAN on the side couldn't help complaining in his heart, "My brother, you are just a third-ring auxiliary soul master, who gave you the confidence?" SUXIAN, who didn't understand the situation, didn't want to embarrass her father in front of Mi Tao, so she could only acquiesce for a while that the big belly man in front of her did have some confidence. "That's it, Sister SUXIAN killed all directions and rescued me from that person." Mi Tao kept the agreement with SUXIAN, and didn't mention his appearance. Father Sugar questioned his daughter's statement, because he felt that a mere soul warrior should not be as godlike as his daughter said. Even if this soul warrior was a 10th level soul warrior, how could he do such a feat? Let alone this cowardly little beggar in front of him. Thinking about it, it might be that the child has experienced terrible things, so the daughter can't help but exaggerate. However, when Mi Tao mentioned that he had captured her soul king, Father Tang's face became serious, and he did not know what to think of, and his tense face relaxed. SUXIAN, who has been secretly watching him, is also more certain of her inner guess. Mi Tao's father seems to have confidence. At this time, the carriage drove to the gate of the city. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Black Gunpowder. Chapter 27 Black Gunpowder. Stop the carriage in front. The people in the carriage come down and check. The loud shout followed a leading soldier, and a group of armored soldiers followed behind him. SUXIAN beside the curtain slit carefully withdrew her hidden gaze. Sure enough, as No said, a big city like Pace City is not comparable to Russell City, as can be seen from the quality of the soldiers defending the city. Replenish supplies in this city, find a way to change your appearance, and completely escape the sight of this organization, and you will have a brighter future. The sugar daddy in the car heard the shouts from the soldiers outside the car, poked his head out and frowned and looked out. Why was he so strict all of a sudden? "You know, I have lived in Pest City for more than 20 years, and I have known the guards for a long time. Normally, I would not deliberately search my carriage. What happened today?" SUXIAN looked up at him calmly, then frowned slightly. Mi Tao's father seemed a little surprised. This. After noticing this detail, he immediately paid attention. At this time, Father Sugar had already got out of the car, greeted the leading soldier, and put on a smile. "What's wrong with this brother? Obviously, I haven't been checked so strictly before I left the city." The soldier captain saw that he was an acquaintance who often went in and out, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly came down with an order from the superiors, saying that they should pay attention to children entering the city. Especially children with silver hair, silver eyes, injuries on their bodies, and good-looking children should be reported. It is said that this child stole something from the big man, is being wanted. When he heard the silver hair and silver eyes, the smile on Father Sugar's face froze, and his heart suddenly panicked. Silver hair and silver eyes are rare. No, won't it be the little beggar? Although SUXIAN looks like a beggar with a disheveled face, her hair color and silver eyes cannot be hidden. This obvious feature can be seen as long as she has eyes, and Father Sugar is no exception. Although she couldn't see her face, she didn't come out with any injuries, and he wasn't sure, but when he thought of the little beggar staying with his daughter, he couldn't help it. "Is there anyone else in the car?" The soldier captain looked past Father Sugar and looked at the carriage. Seeing this scene, Sugar Father broke into a cold sweat. "Brother, my daughter went to the countryside to visit Grandpa." The soldier captain didn't bother to chat with him, so he waved his hand directly. "You two go and have a look." The two soldiers behind heard this and walked towards the carriage side by side. The Sugar Father was afraid that they would hurt his daughter when they arrested the little beggar, so he ran over quickly. "I will open the curtain for the grown ups." One of the soldiers ignored him, drove the coachman away, and went straight into the carriage. But at some point, Mi Tao was the only person left in the carriage. She heard someone talking outside, and quickly peeled a banana according to SUXIAN's words, and quickly ate it when the curtain was lifted, using the banana to hide the panic on her face. "Hey! Get out, you sloppy little girl!" Seeing that she didn't fit the profile, the soldier slapped her nose repeatedly and asked her to go out. Mi Tao's face turned red, and she got out of the carriage by mistake with the soldiers, and then her expression became less frightened, which did not arouse the suspicion of other soldiers. When Father Sugar saw his daughter coming down, he hurriedly took his daughter aside, his eyes fixed on the car, his muscles tensed. As soon as he heard "That's her, I caught it," and so on, he would take his daughter away directly. This matter must not involve Peaches. I must find a way to separate myself from the little beggar. In the carriage, after Mintao got out of the carriage, the soldiers began to turn over the arrangement in the carriage. At the same time, another soldier walked around the carriage. The sugar daddy at the side took a deep breath, ready to use his soul power to run away. Mintao, who was standing aside, patted his father's hand instead, telling him not to be so nervous. But after a while, the two soldiers remained silent. Sugar Father heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was somewhat puzzled. That little beggar ran away. How did she run? He turned to look at his daughter, his eyes squeezed. She ran away. Mi Tao was stunned for a moment, smiled happily, and squeezed her eyes. "Are you really taking me to Quanwillow for a big meal today?" "No, I mean, did the little beggar run away?" Sugar Daddy blinked sharply. "Want to buy me 3 times?" Peach smiled from ear to ear. "As expected of my daughter." Father Sugar covered his head and gave up. "I haven't found it for so long, the person may have left." After a while, 2 soldiers ran towards the captain in small steps. "Captain, no target was found." At this time, a caravan came slowly outside the city. "Well, enter the queue and search this caravan." The soldier captain glanced forward and said calmly. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Father Sugar again, then went straight to the caravan without saying a word to him. Father Tang felt relieved. He quickly turned around and took Mintao into the carriage, telling the coachman to drive away quickly. "Peach, where's your friend?" In the car, Father Sugar had lingering fears, and asked with some fear. As dull as he is, he also sensed that something was wrong. Whether it's the abnormal search by the soldiers guarding the city today, or the disappearance of the little beggar, it all shows one thing. This little beggar is eccentric. Of course SUXIAN got out of the carriage. Mi Tao responded with a smile. Father Sugar pampered his daughter's head, recalling what the soldier captain said. He had a vague guess in his heart the little beggar stole something great somewhere, was caught by chance in Russell City, and escaped with his daughter. The ability may be a little bit, but in general it is a disaster. It's a good thing she's gone, otherwise, for Mi Tao's safety, I should report her, and maybe I can get a lot of favors from the nobles, which will make future business easier. As for the soul sect that his daughter said might have come after him, Father Sugar is not worried. You know, after all, he is a 3rd ring food type soul master, and he made many soul master friends when he was young. There is a 4th ring attack type soul master in the city. If I ask him for help, I think I won't be rejected. He thought for a while and asked, "That's so, what did you tell you that she was coming to you?" "Yes, she said that she would come to see me when she bought something." Father Sugar's face darkened. He didn't welcome this troublesome little calamity. On the side of the road, a little beggar wrapped in a grey turban was sitting on the ground in a corner with a broken bowl, quietly looking at the carriage carrying Mi Tao's father and daughter away, and exhaling lightly. So close. If I hadn't noticed something was wrong just now, jumped out of the car window early, and then immediately wrapped up my turban and rushed into the crowd, I'm afraid I would have been caught. But the inspection of the city gate was indeed not within my prediction. Although no whistleblower has a positive attitude, he is only a small 2nd ring soul master after all, and it is normal not to know who the higher UPS are. But I also didn't expect that they could even mobilize the soldiers defending the city. A trace of solemnity flashed in SUXIAN's eyes. No one would be happy because of the opponent's supernatural powers. However, now that I am alone, it is convenient to make some arrangements. Although the soldier leader should have noticed the Mintao family, but he didn't directly take them down just now, so he probably won't do it for a day or two, so I still have some time. I can't ignore this matter, and Mitao's father's contempt for him is so conspicuous. He didn't even tell me his name. If I told him to be careful, he might think he was trying to lie to him. But regardless of the feelings along the way, if Mitao is caught, I am afraid that I will be shaken clean, which is what I don't want to see. Since Sugar Father is a bit self-willed and looks down on himself, let him see the reality first. Don't panic. The small figure turned his head and looked at the city gate lightly, picked up the small broken bowl, and walked slowly towards the city. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, but the noise of hawking on the neat stone road was endless, but there were also many people, and they were all busy buying and selling, so they didn't pay attention to SUXIAN. Some of them sold animal skins, some sold century-old wind and tiger whips, and SUXIAN even saw someone selling the saliva of fierce beasts. It's a pity that SUXIAN doesn't know anything except the tiger penis. Only then did he realize, the special code fantasy world also needs knowledge. The scale and civilization of a city can be seen from its infrastructure. Fortunately, this pest city is not a muddy ground, with sewage running across it, otherwise the Douluo civilization would have just been civilized at best. But at present, it is obviously not the case. Well-ordered transactions, a wide range of products, and the Snow White sisters upstairs next door. Cough cough. Don't think about this now. SUXIAN scratched his head and mouth, looked down at his image, and he was dressed as a beggar, so he couldn't buy anything high-end, right? He pondered for a moment. For unnecessary trouble, he still had to find a place to change his outfit. While walking along the street, I recalled the knowledge of my previous life in my mind. What can I do? No pistol. For me who studies applied physics, its structure is not difficult, but its difficulty is not in the structure. Without the nitrocellulose produced by a series of chemical processes to power the bullet, it is just a model. The kind that looks good but doesn't work. In this way, it seems that the technical content is not high, and the power is relatively considerable, so it is. Black powder. Suddenly, haha. On the street, there was a suppressed laughter from the crowd. Everyone who was bargaining and looking at the goods raised their heads one after another, glanced around with stunned eyes, and buried their heads to continue with their own business after they didn't find it. Among the crowd, SUXIAN covered her mouth to prevent the laughter from leaking out, and ran excitedly. I have to find a relatively remote small hotel first, and change into this dress. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. I will not protect you. Chapter 28. I will not protect you. In order not to be conspicuous, SUXIAN found a target first, and the process of opening the room was relatively smooth. Although the old and dazed proprietress wondered why the dirty little doll came to open the room, she didn't ask much, and happily gave him the key. For a whole afternoon, SUXIAN did a few things, took a bath and successfully slimmed down her body. I sold a few sets of clothes and got 2 backpacks, one was tattered and the other was worth a lot. And got some dye, dyed my hair black, and got something like ginger, squeezed out the juice, and rubbed it on my face. Finally made a plan for the next action. In order to avoid being exposed, he didn't plan to go back to that remote hotel again. At this time, he was sitting in a restaurant next to a bustling street. He was dressed in blue, which was neither high profile nor looked down upon. Under his black hair were rare silver-gray pupils. His small face was neither white nor black, just the shape of his face. Rather cute. I ordered a few dishes, tasted the dishes of Douluo world, and quietly waited for the passage of time. He is waiting for the night market in Pest. When he was looking for a small remote hotel, he noticed that the word night market was often mentioned among the pedestrians. He also heard that in the night market, merchants would sell a lot of good things in order to increase their popularity. This ignited SUXIAN's curiosity. After thinking about it, he still had more than 100 gold soul coins in his pocket, which greatly increased his confidence. Maybe find some goodies at the night market? The sun was gradually setting. SUXIAN looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars were bright all over the sky, but there was no moonlight. Just because the moon has reached the new moon stage, it means that the moon has started a new cycle, and it also means, my sub-moon boost has disappeared. There is no enhanced 5 senses, no enhanced soul power recovery, and no strong recovery ability. The current self is indeed just a full-level soul warrior without a soul ring. In terms of strength, I am afraid that he is better than ordinary people. In such a weak state, it is not suitable to do trouble. After paying the bill, SUXIAN rushed to the busiest places. Pei City, East Commercial Street. Hot sale! Hot sale! The latest and most popular 1000-year-old moon fox fur. A boutique without any flaws. Only sell for gold soul coins. The fangs of the red flame lion. Top collectible. Selling 500 gold soul coins. SUXIAN was walking on the street while paying attention to the yelling on both sides, because there were too many people, and it was a waste of time for a small person to squeeze in and watch. The saliva of the Millennium Hule beast. It is a refined good thing, which can temporarily cover the breath when applied on the body. It is a must-have item for hunting vigilant and powerful soul beasts. Suddenly, this yell caught his attention. SUXIAN's eyes flashed, and he walked over immediately. Langziu Street, 3 hours later, it was already midnight. SUXIAN, who was dressed in blue, carefully weighed his backpack. Most of the bag contained freshly mixed black powder. It took me an hour to buy all the sulfur and saltpeter charcoal, and then it took me some time to find out an appropriate ratio to prepare this pack of black powder after calculation based on 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates and 3 charcoals. But I also remember that this thing needs to be handled with care, because the black powder is actually not stable, and it may explode after a violent collision. The boy walking on the street shook his head and looked around at the surrounding buildings, but he still couldn't find the target. But what Mintao said is clearly on Langziu Street, but how can there be a big tree? SUXIAN frowned and continued walking forward, when a small stall appeared in front of him. The stall is on the right side, and there is a lamp on it. Its owner is a middle-aged man. His skin is dark under the dim light, and his eyes are covered by messy hair. He is carefully shoveling the pot with a shovel in his hand. Things. SUXIAN looked at the stall calmly, and instead of avoiding it, he walked straight past. "Uncle, how do you sell this cake?" he said with a smile. The middle-aged man raised his head. It turned out to be a child. His tensed arms relaxed slightly, and said, 1 copper soul coin and 1 pancake. "Give me 1. SUXIAN took the cake, carried the middle-aged man on his back and walked forward slowly. At the same time, I said in my heart, this person has a problem. How can a cake seller have so many calluses while his hands are not oily? There's no salt in this pancake. Acting so carefree, there is obviously no shortage of salt in Douluo. SUXIAN quietly put down the pancakes, determined in her heart, it seems that Mi Tao's family should have been noticed when they were at the gate of the city, and now they are under surveillance. That being the case, the peach house should be within the watcher's field of vision. He looked around carefully. Really, there is a yard not far to the left, and there is a lonely tree stump in front of the gate of the yard. I see. There was a flash of understanding in SUXIAN's eyes. He didn't go directly to knock on the door, but turned back after walking a long way. He quietly approached the wall and stood under the 2-meter-high wall. This is to avoid that watcher. Put down the backpack and hold it in your left hand to prevent the violent shaking from detonating the black powder. He raised his head slightly, estimated the height of the wall, took out 2 balls from his pocket, and threw them lightly with his right hand. A faint silver light flashed. In a moment, SUXIAN's figure moved, and he turned directly into Mi Tao's house and entered the yard. This is not a small yard, and the yard is full of flowers. Unfortunately, these flowers are all withered, and the brown flowers are hanging on the branches. and the whole yard is full of decay. SUXIAN guessed that there was a flower-loving hostess here, probably because of the disappearance of peaches. The hostess was no longer in the mood to take care of the garden. In front of the yard is a small 3-story building. The exquisite appearance of the small building shows that the owner has a strong family background. There are 3 main purposes for coming to SUXIAN this time. One is, I plan to have a good talk with Mintao's father, so that he can prepare as much as possible for any trump cards he has. So as not to be caught off guard. The second is to tell him the information that the organization is quite powerful in pest. Believe it or not, it's not something he can influence. The third is, in order to say goodbye to Peach. SUXIAN looked at the small building in front of him, and walked forward slowly, but what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the yard, he saw a chair in front of the building, and a drowsy man was sitting on the chair. It's Peach's father. Move a chair to sit here so late, it looks like you are waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? SUXIAN frowned slightly. Could she be waiting for me? At this time, sitting on the chair, he finally noticed SUXIAN. His cloudy eyes widened, but unfortunately, the moonlight was almost gone tonight, so he couldn't see SUXIAN's face clearly. Little beggar, this catastrophe is still here. Do you want to seek shelter? But I can't do it myself. The sugar father, who stood up, looked a little fat. His big belly propped up his clothes. He glanced indifferently at the short SUXIAN in front of him, and said in a bad tone, "You don't even leave the main entrance. It seems that you have bad intentions. There are people watching outside. You can go and see if you don't believe me." SUXIAN's heart sank slightly. This attitude. Full of lies. Why didn't I know? Father Sugar snorted softly. I know what you think, but I can tell you that I won't protect you. For the sake of Peaches, I don't have to report you. Get out. Under the darkness of night, 2 people, one big and one small, faced each other silently in the yard. For a moment, SUXIAN's chuckle sounded. I'm obsessed. I should have thought that a guy like you can't communicate at all. When you saw me in a mess during the day, you decided in your heart that I was a worthless little beggar. Now you reject me so much because you are worried that I will cause trouble for your family? But what you don't know is that the outside world has indeed been eyeing Mintao. I think it may not be long before they are sure that Mintao is the one they want. One of the people caught will act immediately. The voice gradually became low. I'm not angry for your contempt and tone. But what makes me sad is that Mintao has worked so hard to escape back to Perth, but will be arrested again because of her father's self-righteousness. And this time she has to face what happened was not only the separation of parents and children, but also the destruction of the family. I feel sad for her. Please apologize to her for me. Human power is limited. I can no longer help her. Please take good care of her as your father. After the last sentence, SUXIAN took a deep look at him, turned around and left without stopping. The frowning sugar father watched the small figure flickering in the yard for a moment, and then disappeared. He didn't feel that his decision to drive away the little beggar was wrong. Just looking at the little beggar's confident expression, a doubt arises in his heart. Is there really someone following him? End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. In a dark alley, a small figure was trotting in it, and the sound of footsteps with a higher frequency was endless. He had been walking along this alley for a quarter of an hour. This is an alley leading to the East City Gate, and it is one of the trails planned by SUXIAN on the map for concealment. Walking on such a hidden path towards the East Gate, no one knew where he was. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, SUXIAN should relax and take out a pastry for a walk in the courtyard and move forward. But that's not the case. During this short half-a-quarter-hour journey, while he was on his way, he unconsciously recalled the scene when he saw her for the first time. The little girl with freckles in the moon-white skirt had a timid face and looked at him beside Gauguin. Glance. He saw that her soul skills were somewhat useful, so out of pity, he took her with him. Later, on the way to escape with her, the little girl was on the verge of collapse many times, but in the end she persisted silently. The persistence in her heart was only 4 words: freedom and home. That time when I saw her taking off her shoes and rubbing her feet with blisters calmly, I felt in my heart that she really should go back to the warm home in her heart. Can. Da. In the alley, the footsteps slowed down, and finally SUXIAN stopped slowly. He squeezed the shoulder strap of the backpack tightly with his palm, and gritted his teeth to convince himself in his heart. Forget it, go back or not, do your best. How could the person he brought back be taken away casually? If Mi Tao is caught, most of her affairs will be exposed completely. SUXIAN laughed at himself in his heart. A full-level soul warrior in my district might just be a cannon fodder, so he is so active. I hope that Mi Tao's father really has a plan. If that's the case, I can hide by the side and watch, and my heart can be at peace. Having made up his mind, SUXIAN turned around helplessly, and walked towards Langziu Street again. At the same time, on the streets of Langziu Street, a line of blue-armored soldiers ran in line. There were more than 30 soldiers. The leading soldier held a long gun and rode a black wildebeest. The wildebeest was muscular and strong. A knowledgeable person would definitely exclaim if he stood here. The black horns on this black wildebeest's head are about a foot long, which symbolizes that this rebellious spirit beast has entered 100 years. 100-year-old wildebeest is nothing, but it is used as a mount at this time, which shows that the soul master sitting on it must be a soul master with a 3rd ring or above, or a soul master with a 3rd ring attack system. Because only such a soul master can subdue a 100-year-old wildebeest. This line of soldiers ran into Langziu Street under the leadership of Captain Zhou with uniform steps. After walking to the stall, Zhou, captain of the blue armor, and the middle-aged man looked at each other, and said solemnly, "The higher authorities have confirmed the identity of the target and ordered me to come and arrest him. You can go." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "The target is in that compound. There is only one 3rd ring assistant. The hostess is a 2nd ring Great Soul Master, but she has left Pace City a few days ago." After speaking, he pointed to the target for him. Zhou nodded, patted the wildebeest with his hand, and led his men to walk over. Looking at the wildebeest under the departing Zhou, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of envy. This Zhou is a soul master of the 3-ring attack system, and he can be regarded as a master among the soul masters of the 3-ring attack system. His military exploits and his ability to subdue such a mount had to make him envious. In front of the Peach family compound, Zhou waved his arms, and the soldiers behind him stopped one after another, looking at Zhou with piercing eyes. He is the only leader in the hearts of these 30 people, and he has already conquered them in terms of strength and talent. He looked around, nodded with satisfaction, and said lightly, 2 people, 10 people in a row, surround this yard. How precious is the teacher! Such a configuration is also rare among the tens of thousands of troops defending the city. And the opponent only has a 3rd ring assistant who can barely get by. To be honest, when I received this order, I wanted to send a few people to solve it. If it wasn't for that lunatic. Shwa 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 shwa, the soldiers moved in response to the sound without any communication, showing extremely high quality. After his subordinates surrounded the courtyard, Zhou nodded to the remaining 2 subordinates. He just led the wildebeest and followed them to the gate of the courtyard, clenching his hands into fists. Boom! He slammed his fist on the door, and the white rhinoceros shadow flashed behind him, and the thick door burst open in an instant, breaking into pieces of wood and scattered all over the floor. At this time, SUXIAN, who was still on the road, heard the cracking sound of the door panel, and his heart sank slightly. He paused in his running movements, gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. I thought to myself, if there are only enemies with the 2nd ring, I will find a way to beat them and create opportunities for them to escape. The 3rd ring will play by ear, and if it doesn't work, I can only say sorry. If I hear there are enemies with the 4th ring or above, turned around and ran away without saying a word. It cannot be said that SUXIAN is not righteous enough and has no feelings. Rather, he can count the time he traveled to Douluo with 2 hands, and now he is just a soul warrior without a soul ring. Now that he is willing to turn around and come back is the greatest act of righteousness. Although he killed a soul master before, but under such extreme circumstances, the enemy ran for more than 100 miles in a short period of time, the composition of the soul skills was flawed, and he underestimated the enemy and wanted to capture him alive. In short, if SUXIAN meets a second ring great soul master at this moment, he may not be able to win the battle head-on. What's more, although he felt a little distress for Mi Tao, it was far from the level of dying for her. SUXIAN quickened his pace and ran towards the yard of Min Tao's house. While running, he did not forget to protect the backpack firmly to prevent it from being too bumpy. The scene ahead gradually became clear, and a big tree slowly appeared in SUXIAN's sight range, and he knew that he was about to run out of the alley. It's not far from the yard of Min Tao's house, but only 30 meters away. Looking at the big tree at the entrance of the alley, SUXIAN inhaled and held his breath, summoned his soul power to attach to his feet, and stared hard. Brush! The whole person jumped up like this, without showing a single figure, and then, under the cover of the branches, threw the balls from his hands. A faint silver light flashed, and it stopped directly at the top of the tree, quietly peeling away the leaves, and glanced at the blue-armored soldiers who surrounded the courtyard in groups of 2 a few steps away, carefully looking down at the courtyard. In the yard at this time, standing next to the wildebeest, was the tall Zhou, holding a gun in his right hand, looking at the people in front of him indifferently, and the subordinates who entered the door together stood on both sides of them, scanning them indifferently. Among them, Tang's father covered his daughter with his fat body, while Mi Tao only showed a frightened little face behind his father, trembling. The rest of them were servants at home, and they were far away from the 2 masters at this moment, looking irrelevant. Sugar father glanced around and cursed inwardly, "There is no one who can beat him, there is some regret in my heart. I didn't take the little beggar's words seriously before, even now that he was suddenly arrested at the door, he didn't have a trace of defense. But it's a bit late to say this now, how to deal with these soldiers is the most important thing right now." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned his head and glanced at the wildebeest. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, then he forced himself to say respectfully to Zhou with a flattering smile on his face, "My lord, what is the matter? I am a first-class citizen of Pest City, and I..." Zhou raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at Mi Tao who was hiding behind Sugar Father, slowly pulled out a piece of paper from his arms, flicked his fingers and flew forward, at the same time interrupted his words with a blank expression, "You can have a look." First-degree arrest warrant. Father Sugar took a look, and his face changed instantly. Regardless of the huge gap between the 2, he shouted, "Impossible! My daughter can't be a spy. She's only 10 years old. It's up to you, take them down." Zhou snorted coldly. "Yes." The 2 blue-armored soldiers on the side heard the order and instantly possessed their spirits. The yellow spirit rings showed their strength. The second ringed soul masters, one of them took the shape of a fox, and the other took the shape of a leopard, and they rushed straight at Father Sugar, stretching out their big hands to grab him. Min Tao was so frightened that she hid behind her father and screamed again and again. Sugar Father's face turned cold. Fruit plate martial soul, possession. Suddenly, 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, rose rhythmically from his body. Mi Tao, who was hiding behind him, raised her head slightly, as if she was not so scared anymore. In the next moment, his father will show his strength to everyone. Snapped. In an instant, 2 arms slapped Father Sugar on the face, and fanned him away in a crushing gesture, drawing long marks on the ground and making a hiss. Only Mi Tao was left standing blankly, alone in the wind. The image of her father being omnipotent slowly collapsed. On the treetops in the distance, the corners of SUXIAN's brows twitched when he saw this scene, and he complained frantically in his heart, "That's it, he was so strong in front of me before, but now he behaves like this?" Recently, A reader sent me a private message saying that the pace is a bit slow. I can't deny this, but don't worry, the heroine is coming soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Boom. Chapter 30 Boom. Although the situation was critical at this time, SUXIAN was not sure about the strength of the leader of the blue armored soldier, so he didn't dare to take the lead. But if he doesn't take action now, then if they are caught, he will have no chance at all. SUXIAN gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment. Fuck, give it a try, no more running away. Hidden in the tree, he reached out and touched his backpack, getting a little comfort from it. Glancing at the leading blue armored soldier in the yard who was still talking to Mi Tao's father, SUXIAN immediately changed into the beggar's outfit in the bag, took out a few pieces of black charcoal to paint his face, and immediately slid off the tree trunk. Go down. As soon as he landed, he ran towards the main gate of the compound. At this moment, in the compound. Wearing blue armor, Zhou walked towards Father Sugar with a gun in his right hand, thinking about the conversation between his boss and himself. Zhou, there is an arrest warrant for this operation, and the three-ringed soul master will be killed if he resists the order, but it's best to ask him if he knows the whereabouts of the other doll before killing. General, these are just 2 little dolls, why do I need to do it myself? Is there anything special about them? You'd better not inquire about this. It's no good to know too much. Zhou withdrew his thoughts and stepped forward again to end Sugar Father. Today. Sitting on his back, the Sugar Father watched the demon approaching with a gun in front of him, and was terrified. He moved his hands and feet backwards in a panic, so that his clothes made a rustling sound on the ground. Mi Tao watched anxiously from the side but could do nothing. The tears in her eyes could not stop flowing. The servants at the side saw that the fierce Zhou was about to kill someone, and trembling for a while, they lowered their heads, and everyone was silent. As soon as the two advanced and retreated, Sugar Father was soon forced to the wall. Zhou gently sent him forward, looking down at Sugar Father who was lying on his back. Father Sugar looked at the tip of the gun pointing at his nose with a faint cold light. His crotch was wet all of a sudden, and tremblingly said, I still have a friend from the Soul sect in the city. Those who are enemies with the city defenders, even the 4th ring cannot save you. Zhou's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said coldly, I will give you 2 choices now. One is to say that you will be with your daughter came back. Before Zhou could finish speaking, Father Sugar nodded hurriedly, as if grasping at straws. I say. That. At this moment, a blue-armored soldier trotted into the yard outside the door, stood still in front of Zhou, and said, Report to the captain. We caught a little doll of a few years old on the street outside. Zhou was surprised. How could there be a baby on the street so late? A hint of doubt arose in his heart, and he said in a deep voice, How did you find him? He was looking around the yard at the street corner outside, and the brothers noticed him, so they arrested him. The blue-armored soldier said respectfully. Zhou's doubts were dispelled, and his eyes lit up immediately. Could it be another little doll? As the general said, it's better to bring him to let this little girl named Mi Tao recognize him. Once this thought arose, it could never be erased, and he immediately ordered, Bring this little doll. Yes. The soldiers led the order to retreat, and led SUXIAN into the yard at a trot all the way. Mi Tao on one side had tears on her face. After listening to their conversation, she couldn't help thinking, is SUXIAN here? Thinking of the miracles created by SUXIAN along the way, she felt a faint expectation in her heart. But when she realized it, she couldn't help but sigh. How weak is the enemy that SUXIAN killed on the way. The powerful enemies in front of him were full of energy and majesty, and easily defeated his father. They were indeed not comparable to the 4 enemies on the road. The Sugar Father behind Zhou saw Zhou turn around with the tip of the gun in hand, and immediately felt that his life had been saved. When he heard that the little beggar was arrested, he was stunned. How could the little beggar return after walking for a long time? Will be around, she still wants to help Min Tao. Thinking of this, Father Sugar couldn't help showing a trace of complexity in his eyes. After a while, a soldier in blue armor came in with a little doll. The first thing that caught Zhou Xiu's eyes was a little beggar with a small and thin figure. Under the faint light from the window of the small building, his small face was completely dark, and his appearance could not be distinguished. But what's a little strange is that even this little doll walked over trembling all over, holding a small bag tightly in his arms, as if the things inside were extremely important. But that's not Zhou Xiu's concern. If this is really just a little beggar, then the things inside are not very good, and you don't like it, so you don't have to think about it. If the little beggar is just a disguise, then the things inside may be very valuable, but they cannot belong to him, because this is the person the general is looking for, and he is probably looking for trouble when he looks at the things. Zhou Xiu was clear about this. Although the little beggar's steps were small, he still walked in front of him. With the faint light, Zhou Xiu could even see the fear in the little beggar's eyes, which he had seen on the battlefield. Only when a person realizes that he might die will he have this look. It's just that he has never seen it on a child before, but when he sees it now, he is no different from an adult. This is probably the little doll the general was talking about. Generally, although children are nervous, how can they feel that they are going to die? Seeing the little beggar standing in front of him with limp legs, Zhou Xiu couldn't help but sneered, "Don't be afraid." "Fuck, can you not be afraid? In the palm of my hand, there is a lighted tinder hidden in my hand. If I'm not careful, I will return to zero." Thinking of this, SUXIAN's legs couldn't help but soften a little. Confirming this look again, Zhou Xiu became more and more sure of his guess. He turned his head and ordered to the soldiers beside Mintao, "Take her." The moment Zhou Xiu turned his head, SUXIAN's eyes flashed, his palms trembled, he lifted his hands vigorously, and threw the backpack towards Father Sugar, and at the same time shouted, "Uncle! This is the treasure I stole. They want it is what you are looking for. Take it and run." The sugar father behind Zhou Xiu was stunned for a moment, completely unprepared in astonishment. "Are you calling me?" Zhou Xiu, who was talking while turning his head, felt a little irritated. "You said you were arrested, can you be quiet? What else do you want to do?" I saw that he didn't move his body, didn't turn his head back, he just stretched out his left hand flatly, and shouted in a deep voice, "The second soul skill, Feng Wan." At the same time, 3 soul rings rose, and 1 yellow soul ring brightly lit up. The cyan airflow shot out from his strong and powerful left hand, turned into a gust of wind, rolled up the backpack, and gently landed in Zhou Xiu's big steady hand. With a calm face, Zhou Xiu slowly moved his left hand to his body, his eyes drooped slightly, and he glanced at the backpack calmly. At this time, everyone's eyes moved with his hand, and everyone was a little curious about what this treasure was. "Hey, how could there be a shishi burning string on it? Do you want to pinch it?" Say slowly, then fast. At the moment when Zhou Xiu was stunned, SUXIAN moved. He lifted his right hand slightly, and the silver light instantly condensed into a cold star, and the silver light flashed, and the whole person flashed behind Zhou Xiu in an instant. At this time, only Zhou Xiu in blue armor was the safest within 3 meters. Boom! The backpack exploded instantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Worth It. Chapter 31 Worth It. The strong light produced by the black powder explosion instantly occupied everyone's field of vision. Immediately afterwards, a terrible air shock struck, pushing Mintao not far away, falling to the ground and falling into a coma. Father Sugar, the servant, and the other 2 blue-armored soldiers farther away were crooked or down, crawling with terrified faces, but because their minds were full of buzzing and they couldn't find their way, they just crawled around. Even the wildebeest on the other side jumped up in fright. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Where Zhou Xiu was before, there was only a pool of radiating blood, and half of the shattered armor had just stopped shaking on the cracked stone slab. The pungent and tear-choking strange smoke crazily drilled into their nostrils, and everyone panicked, fleeing away from Zhou Xiu's previous position in a panic. They have already realized at this moment that the backpack exploded inexplicably. At the same time, under the wall on the other side, Beside a severed hand wrapped in a broken blue armguard, sat a little beggar. SUXIAN covered her chest in pain, opened her mouth to exhale, her ears kept ringing, and her eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of horror. Ma Dan, even though he was separated by an armed soul master, he almost confessed. Touching the already numb Ruan Tada's chest, I don't know how many ribs were broken. SUXIAN gritted his teeth. Before the dozens of blue-armored soldiers could react, he had to take Mi Tao and his daughter away first. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and stood up, staggered and ran towards Sugar Father, shouting, "You go and get the peach, follow me." At this time, Father Sugar slowly recovered from the sound of the huge explosion. Hearing the faint voice, he immediately realized, "We are saved." He quickly got up from the ground, wiped the dust off his face, recognized the direction where his daughter was, rushed over to pick her up, checked and found that she was just unconscious, and he was relieved. He turned around and started running behind SUXIAN. SUXIAN covered her chest with one hand and held a sword in the other. He strode forward with short legs, ran under the wall, took out a ball from his ripped pants, threw it, and turned over to the wall with a flash of silver light. After lightly swiping twice to trigger Yuehua, he tossed the cold star hard and inserted it into the wall. Seeing this, the sugar daddy who was carrying the peaches at the back stepped on Han Xing with all his strength and jumped over the 2-meter-high fence. The blue-armored soldiers by the wall had already reacted and ran towards the main entrance. At this time, there was no one by the wall. As soon as the two of them landed on the ground, there was a shout from the courtyard inside the wall, "Where's the captain?" Outside the wall, SUXIAN turned his head and yelled at Father Sugar, "You know this place well, find your way. And give me something to save my life." He felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. Okay. Maybe because he was still in shock, Father Tang didn't realize that the little beggar in front of him who made the terrible noise was just a little soul warrior after all, so he didn't take the initiative to help him. Now he finally came to his senses, shouting while running, "Fruit plate martial soul possession. The third soul skill, I have a preserved egg fruit." Along with the purple soul ring of the 3 soul rings on his body, one white, one yellow and one purple. When the light came on, several small brown fruits appeared in Father Sugar's hands, one was put into the peach's mouth, and the rest were passed to SUXIAN. SUXIAN took the fruit with a strange expression, threw a mouthful, his eyes lit up, and the pain in his chest immediately stopped. The voice of Sugar Father's explanation sounded, "This soul skill has the effect of recovering and suppressing pain." SUXIAN nodded silently when she heard the words, and looked back at the neighbors who were awakened by the explosion. The lights in the room were all turned on, and she followed Mi Tao's father all the way to Langzia Street. Along the way, Father Sugar didn't ask about the exploding backpack. Presumably it was a special one-shot item made by a powerful soul master, and it was gone after it was used. Half an hour later, the two of them, who were walking silently, stopped at a dark alley. Sugar Father took a deep breath, turned his head to look at SUXIAN, with 1 point of complexity, 3 points of curiosity and 6 points of gratitude in his eyes, a little ashamed. "Son, I'm sorry. I said those things in opposition before." "Oh, it's human nature, I don't mind," SUXIAN said calmly, leaning against the wall while covering his dizzy head. "This is the truth. Because I didn't have the idea of relying on him for protection at that time. There is no expectation, and naturally I don't mind." Father Sugar had thought in his heart that he would yell at him and dismiss him, but he didn't expect his reaction to be so calm. For a moment, he didn't know how to express the shame in his heart. SUXIAN glanced at the ashamed Sugar Father, curled her lips, "Where are you going to take the peach?" This time they were able to get a first-level arrest warrant to catch Min Tao. It can be seen that they have all hands and eyes in the city of Perth. Before they start the citywide search, I'm going to ask my soul brothers to send us out of the city. Sugar Father, suppressing the shame, looked into SUXIAN's eyes and said seriously, "You can go out with us." SUXIAN raised her head and glanced at him when she heard the words, fell silent for a moment, and gave an answer unexpected by Sugar Father. Do not. You're a smart person, you should know that it's dangerous in the city. Father Sugar said anxiously, maybe tomorrow, no, not even tomorrow morning, they will search the city. Can you hide there? SUXIAN shook his head, and said firmly, the goal of following you is too big, and your future is unclear. Also, you are so sure that you will be able to escape the hunt if you leave the city? I have a reason to stay in the city. Father Sugar saw that he was so persistent, knowing that he couldn't shake his mind, he fumbled with his hands, took out a black card and handed it over. This is an anonymous card with 1,000 gold soul coins in it. You can withdraw it at the Lianbao pawn shop. I was in a hurry when I came out before, and I only have so much. SUXIAN was taken aback when he heard the words, and reached out to take the black card. Thank you, let me give you a piece of advice. The people who hunted us have a soul skill called breath tracking, which has the effect of tracking the target based on the breath within 3 days. You can avoid it by rubbing the saliva of the Hule beast on your body. If you want to say thank you, I have to thank you. After giving me advice and coming back to us, I feel a little uneasy when I think about what I did before. Father Sugar sighed, thank you again, your life-saving grace, and this information. He thought for a while, and then said sincerely, the wounds on your body should be cured with a few fruits. I'm giving you a few. It should be healed in 3 or 4 days. After that, he summoned the martial soul and gave it to him again. I bought a few rot-resistant preserved egg fruits. It is worth mentioning that he specially spent a lot of soul power to create a fruit for SUXIAN, which he said could be preserved for a long time. As for SUXIAN asked curiously, how long is it? Sugar Father put on a serious face, and replied sincerely, I don't know, I have never tried injecting so much soul power. I'm leaving, remember to say to Mintao for me, a girl like her deserves a better tomorrow. After SUXIAN finished, he chewed preserved egg fruit and rubbed his painful chest without looking back. Walk away slowly. Father Sugar stood in the shadows with his peaches on his shoulders, and looked at SUXIAN, who was drifting away to the point where his figure was blurred. At this moment, he felt certain in his heart if SUXIAN didn't die this time, her name would surely resound throughout the mainland in the future. Although the number of words today is small, many details do need to be carefully thought out, so that the speed is a bit slow. But none of these can be my reason for not asking for votes. Asking for votes again, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 EARLY. The next morning, Langzhou was on the street. Although it was still relatively early, and the hazy sky was not completely clear, people who had to support their families were already sitting at the breakfast stalls on the street. Among them were hawkers who left their stalls early, businessmen who were going out to purchase animal skins, and soul masters who came here to recuperate before entering the Stardew Great Forest. Of course, there are more people who have work to do around them. There is even a black-haired boy squatting on the side holding half of the dough, listening to them talking in 2s and 3s about the loud noise that happened last night. This boy is SUXIAN. Did you hear that terrible cracking sound last night? I was, said a hawker who came out early. Hey, I ran out of the hotel when I heard about it. Later, I found out that a master soul master was catching spies in the yard over there, and used the third soul ability, which is the purple 1000-year soul ability. Sitting next to the old man with the mustache was a little purple-haired girl, who was sipping breakfast with her head buried. The old man paused suddenly, and slowly looked around. Guess what? At this time, the little girl raised her head slightly. She knew that Grandpa was going to lie again. Among the people sitting next to the old man, a big man in a short coat became impatient, and he stretched out his hand to beckon. Boss, give this old guy goat's milk for one night to moisten his throat. The old man smiled and nodded, not hiding, and continued, that Lord Soul Master met a strong enemy at that time, and used the third soul skill Raging Fireball. The momentum at that time was really terrifying, and I saw a flash of light. I suspecting that at least the power that a soul master can have, I can bet a copper soul coin." Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but look up at the lifelike, spitting old man. It's a pity that this old guy doesn't tell books, but he can speak so wonderfully what he heard. However, judging from their fragmentary discussions, I am afraid that no one on this street can confirm my existence. Only the servant who stayed in the yard and the 2 blue-armored soldiers knew of his existence. However, I was seriously injured at the time, and it was the right choice not to stay. However, it should be safe now. Thinking of this, the boy glanced down slightly, and saw that there was not much transparent liquid in the bottle in his right pocket. Thinking that there are only so few things left after spending more than 100 gold soul coins, I can't help feeling a little heartbroken. After parting with Me Tao and Sugar Father last night, he returned the same way, and carefully avoided the search to find the things he had hidden. After all, I had already planned to detonate the black powder in the backpack at that time, and put other things in a hidden place and hid them. At that time, after counting the bottles containing Hule Beast's saliva, I hurried back to cover up the traces of the road as much as possible. I was busy until early in the morning, and finally changed my clothes and came over to see the development of the situation. A group of soldiers who came later has now blocked the yard of Me Tao's house. According to this group of soldiers, SUXIAN concluded that someone would come here to investigate, maybe someone with special soul tracking skills, maybe someone with relevant experience. He thought it necessary to know what kind of tracking he would face later, so he stayed here all the time, wanting to see what kind of tracking methods there were. After a while, he waited. The sky was getting brighter, and 2 men came from a distance. The middle-aged man in the lead was tall and strong, with rough and powerful features, and a rock-like appearance, so that people could roughly know that he was a soldier at first sight. Half a step behind was a young man with bloodshot eyes and chapped lips, probably in his 20s. At this time, he was anxiously explaining something to the person in front. To be on the safe side, SUXIAN only looked at them from the corner of his eye, and at the same time pricked up his ears slightly, carefully distinguishing the sounds from a distance. "General, I really don't know why that female doll has such a powerful tool." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and he snorted coldly, "I'm not in charge of this, but the blame will be on you. I'll take you to that yard right now. Don't you have a powerful tracking skill? Let the past go. If you can't catch that girl, this general will use you to pay homage to my poor nephew." Liu Jun lowered his head slightly, and the madness flashed away in his eyes. "How much pressure have you been under these days?" The boss in Russell City sent a letter to put pressure on him, saying that if he couldn't catch anyone, he would give him 100 soul broken whip. "How can I bear it when I'm just a soul sect of the agility attack system, otherwise, he would die directly under the whip. Now I'm going to be angry with this damn guy again, and I'm going to blame him for the death of the person I sent out." How sharp is the perception of a battle-tested general? He stopped immediately, turned his head and sneered, "Do you dare to attack me? Believe it or not, even if you are a 4-ringed soul sect, if this general strangles you here, the dragon will not stand up for you. Do you believe it? Do not believe." Liu Jun bowed his head and was speechless, because what he said was the truth. For a moment, the anger in his heart became even worse. He didn't dare to get angry at the general, but instead, his desire to catch the little girl almost became an obsession. Holding his breath, he must catch that little girl today. There are few rivers in Pest City, but he has a lot of people at his disposal. If she escapes along the river, he will definitely be able to catch her this time. Seeing that Liu Jun was concerned, the general sneered, turned his head and walked forward. Liu Jun followed behind without saying a word, and the two gradually walked away. SUXIAN raised his head and his eyes flickered. He concluded that this young man with red pupils was the soul sect of the 4 Rings who had chased him from Russell City. Moreover, the Dark Dragon, is it? I remember the name. After a while, the people at the breakfast booth gradually left, leaving only the old man with the mustache, his granddaughter, and SUXIAN. SUXIAN chewed the last bite of dough, took a sip of goat milk, wiped his mouth and left 5 copper soul coins to get up, when he suddenly heard the old man's voice. "Boy, come here." SUXIAN shook his head in astonishment and looked around. There was no one else. He was a little confused for a while, and cast a puzzled expression at the old man. "Are you calling me?" "It's you, come here." The old man rolled his eyes, and his tone was rather blunt. SUXIAN pursed his lips and didn't intend to pay attention to him. He was about to walk away when suddenly the old man's words made him stop. "The injury on your body is not serious. It may be possible to suppress it with the third soul skill of a food-type soul master, but if it is not cured as soon as possible, it may leave hidden wounds and affect your talent." This old man saw so many things. "I can actually tell exactly what I relied on to suppress the injury. But he obviously doesn't know that my martial soul talent can make my ability to recover under the moonlight stronger. But the new moon has just passed, and it will take a lot of time to wait for the moon to change, and the weather may not be as good as before. I can't stay longer in Pest." The old man looked like a boss at first glance, and he shouldn't be provoked if he didn't know his temper. "Why don't you listen to what he wants to say? What if you want to invest in me?" SUXIAN comforted herself in her heart. SUXIAN, who had made up his mind, staggered and walked towards the old man, with a flattering smile on his face, and said, "Grandpa, please save this Junior. I am grateful for your great kindness, Junior. I assure you, if you save me, your affairs will be mine in the future." At this time, SUXIAN had already approached the old man, and the purple-haired little girl beside him raised her head and looked at SUXIAN timidly, seeing his gaze sweeping over, like a frightened deer quickly lowering her head. "Well, with a sharp face and clear purple pupils, she is a little beauty." SUXIAN thought about it, then turned to look at the old man, and said seriously, "Please." The old man with the mustache snorted and said, "This old man is Yelingziu." SUXIAN looked puzzled. "Ahem, he's a genius doctor." The old man rubbed his nose in embarrassment, cursing inwardly, "This kid really doesn't know much." "Oh. So it's miracle doctor yet? I've admired you for a long time." SUXIAN thought for a while, then suddenly realized, and shouted in cooperation. I breathed a sigh of relief. The words of a genius doctor should not be harmful to me. The beard on the corner of Yelingziu's mouth is raised. This expression is true and false, however, the old man doesn't care about this. He stroked his white mustache, took a closer look at SUXIAN, and said, "Your injury is mainly due to internal bleeding caused by a powerful shock. Hanging your life. Otherwise, you may not be able to get up now." SUXIAN nodded, "Indeed. Well, you follow me. After I buy something in the city, I will cure you. Then I will take you out of the city." The old man said calmly. "You want to take me out of the city?" SUXIAN was shocked. "You can't be the grandfather of this body. You came here today, right?" the old man said with a half-smile. "What? Could it be that the two passing by just now were not looking for you?" At the same time, he secretly laughed. Who would wipe the saliva of Hule beast on his body? Although the thing is colorless and odorless, but I am a genius doctor, can I hide it from me? SUXIAN was too shocked to speak. The old man smiled, and seeing the little guy's face, he knew that his guess was correct. But he didn't say anything more, so he stopped. Putting down the chopsticks, tugging at his mouth, he led his granddaughter to get up and left. SUXIAN hurriedly went to the boss to settle the bill, and followed. The purple-haired girl seemed a little shy. When she saw SUXIAN coming up, she put on her hood, lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing this appearance, SUXIAN knew that she was a deserted and somewhat timid girl, and she didn't talk to her for a while. He just silently followed behind the old man, thinking about the future in his heart. He sighed softly. He should escape from the hunt of the Dark Dragon organization as soon as possible. Many days have passed since I woke up, and I have been running away in a hurry, and I have no time to practice meditation. Although I feel that there is no way to increase my soul power at this stage, it is probably because I am born with full soul power. But this kind of life has been too long. To be honest, it is a trivial matter if I can't stand it. If I waste my talent, it will be a heinous crime. And I don't know anything about Douluo world, and so is Wuhan. In other words, I am an illiterate who can only read and write. And the physics knowledge in my mind is difficult to realize quickly, and doing too much will affect my cultivation. Really distressed. There is another chapter tonight. See Tangju working so hard, hit me in the face with a ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Nine-Hearted Begonia. Chapter 33 Nine-Heart Begonia. It would be great if a rich woman could hit me in the face with a gold soul coin. What do you mean? Don't bully the young and poor, just eat and stay. Of course, now I still have to follow behind the old man with white beard. After a treatment and a facial, who can guarantee that he will not ask for help from others in the future? So SUXIAN was very diligent along the way. Buy food, I help you, carry something, you are so old, let me, a young man, come. Finally, I saw the old man's satisfied smile. SUXIAN heaved a sigh of relief. If he was not satisfied with himself, he would have nothing to do. Seeing the sun gradually rise, the three of them have slowly approached the east gate. At this time, SUXIAN had several strings of sausages hanging on his left hand, and 1,000-year-old jade pig buttocks on his right shoulder, and a few knots of green jade bamboo hanging around his neck. Perhaps it was the image of SUXIAN at this moment that triggered the little purple-haired girl's laughter. She would occasionally turn her head and take a peek. After being noticed by SUXIAN, she quickly shrank her head and laughed. The girl's smile is very characteristic, because her laugh is very soft, like a kitten whimpering. The smile just draws a soft arc on the face, the pair of purple almond eyes blink under the fluttering bangs. There is a softness that makes people want to be cared for. The girl turned her head a few times, and SUXIAN looked at her several times. At last, SUXIAN gave up and let her laugh. Although it was a bit tiring to go shopping with him, I also bought a backpack and rebought some raw materials for black powder. It's a pity that the time was in a hurry, and I didn't prepare too many things. Even the food was just some dry food and a few bottles of seasoning. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer pedestrians and shops on both sides of the street, SUXIAN knew that this damn long street was coming to an end. Looking at the faintly visible city wall in the distance, SUXIAN couldn't help shouting to the old man walking in front. Senior Genius Doctor, I'm about to be overwhelmed by what you bought. Is this kid going to die? Ye Lingziu raised his raised eyebrows, turned around and took a look, and said with a smile. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After finishing speaking, he raised his left hand and showed a wooden bracelet. I saw a faint white light emanating from the wooden bracelet, which instantly enveloped the things hanging on SUXIAN's body. Immediately afterwards, there was a soft shua, and all the things were put into the wooden bracelet. SUXIAN stared blankly at the bracelet shining in the sun with white eyes, feeling a little dazzling. First of all, it was the first time I saw a storage soul guide, and I was really surprised by this thing. The second is, you have a soul tool and you actually let me fight against things for a whole morning with a sick person. He suddenly said with grief, old man, there is no need to train me like this. Hey, the old man needs to rest. Having such a heavy thing on my wrist will crush me. Ye Lingziu said earnestly. SUXIAN pointed to the mimeograph on his shoulder, and said sincerely, that pig's butt weighs more than 50 kilograms. Although I have soul power, my shoulder is numb now. Let me resist for a while, and it's time for you to resist me. Gone. It's not a problem, it's not a problem. I'll cure you now. The old man laughed dumbfounded, stretched out his right hand and pressed SUXIAN's shoulder. A soft purple light bloomed from the palm of his hand, and the purple light turned into little debris and floated into SUXIAN's body. There was a warm feeling in his body, which made SUXIAN narrow his eyes involuntarily. For a moment, the whole person seemed to be soaked in a hot spring. The soft purple light caressed all the muscles and blood vessels, and covered the injured place, and the injury soon recovered. SUXIAN opened his eyes suddenly, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Senior, I haven't asked your granddaughter's name yet." "Ah." Yelingzia was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask this? The astonishment on his face remained for a moment. He looked at the little baby beside him, and then at SUXIAN. The old man finally understood what he meant, and laughed. "My boy, my baby is Yelingling." Yelingling, who was still young, couldn't understand their conversation, so she just covered her eyes with the front of her hood and secretly watched the two communicate. "Yet. Lingling, is it Juxin Begonia?" A flash of surprise flashed in SUXIAN's eyes, and the doubts in his heart were also explained. It turned out to be the top-level auxiliary martial spirit, the nine-heart begonia from the original work. My luck is so against the heavens. In the vague memory, I still remember it, thanks to this martial soul and its specialness. Because Juxin Haitang has only one skill, no matter how many soul rings it has, healing. Although the ability is single, the effect is extreme. No wonder this old man has such a powerful healing ability, so powerful that he experienced it on the day he awakened. But if it is the contemporary descendant of Juxin Begonia, it would not be surprising. The old man asked with a curious smile, "I'm surprised. You are just at the age of awakening martial soul. Although the talent is very strong, it is rare for this old man in my life. Is it possible that you are also very talented in psychological growth?" He didn't think much about it. Although the child in front of him was young, his experience was obviously unusual, and it was understandable that he was more mature. SUXIAN's heart skipped a beat, and realizing that it was a joke, she suppressed her panic and curled her lips. Why is the old man so talkative? Let's go. Yelingzia shook his head with a smile, turned around and led Yelingling to walk slowly towards the east gate. I'll go, it's dangerous. This old guy won't have any suspicions, will he? Probably not, a normal person would never think of traveling through Douluo. SUXIAN followed behind. When a sudden gust of wind blew, he felt an inexplicable coldness on his back, stretched out his hand to wipe his back lightly, and found that it was covered in cold sweat. Soon, the three approached the east gate. SUXIAN looked up at the city gate with longing on his face. After walking through this door, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Come on. The three of them walked to the gate of the city. Yelingzia took out a gold medal and handed it over. The soldiers guarding the city took a look and were a little dazed. I don't know much, so Xiao Pao called the officer. SUXIAN couldn't help but looked up at the old man with a mustache standing beside him, and said with his eyes, "Are you reliable or not? Young people, don't panic, just follow Grandpa." Yelingzia responded meaningfully. SUXIAN nodded nonchalantly, "Listen to you, don't let me down." At this time, the officer took a look, frowned and looked at the soldiers, and suddenly shouted angrily, "You don't even know the gold medal enshrined by the royal family, and you will be fined 1 month's salary." Yes. The soldier was startled, knowing that he had made a mistake. He nodded and retreated. Yelingzia took back the gold medal in satisfaction, glanced at SUXIAN and said silently, "How is it?" The three of them were about to leave the gate of the city, but unexpectedly a young man with chapped lips and red eyes ran over and shouted, "Stop!" SUXIAN shook his hands when he heard the words, and was about to condense a cold star, ready to resist. He has identified whose voice this voice is from. It is the person with the highest cultivation level who organized this operation by Hades Dragon. It is said that crying children have milk, so if I cry more frequently, will there be more votes? When the code words are tired, stop and look at the collection that has increased in the background, and it feels much better. Hey, ask for tickets every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Going Out of the City and Investing. Chapter 34 Going Out of the City and Investing. The old man with the mustache noticed SUXIAN's movement, and calmly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. SUXIAN took a deep breath and tried to calm down. There are big bosses around, even if it is an auxiliary department, they are big bosses, so don't panic. If this big guy of the auxiliary department is knocked down by him, then he can just find a way to escapito the surprise of the two of them again. Lu Jun rushed past the three of them without hesitation, rushed over to grab a bald child whose back was facing him, and screamed fiercely while turning the child's body. Said, "Why do you want to cut into a bald head? Do you want to, Obviously, although he has never seen SUXIAN face to face, he knows that the child from that place will not look so rough, and it looks like a boy. Lu Jun's movements froze, and his bloodshot eyes seemed to turn redder. After a moment of silence, he let go of the hands holding the boy's shoulders, and his movements seemed to be weak as if he had lost his strength. He slowly turned his head, and slowly walked towards the city with an ugly face. The father of the boy behind him saw that he might be a soul master, and his spirit was not quite right, so he chose to swallow his anger and take the boy away quickly. In front, SUXIAN lowered his head and looked as usual beside the old man Ye Lingxiu, and the three of them passed Lu Jun together. At this moment, when Lu Jun thought of the punishment he would have, he was completely devastated. He is not an ignorant person like Carlo, he has even seen the torture scene of the soul-breaking whip several times. The first whip is enough to break the third ring non-defense type soul master's defense directly, and the second whip may break the skin, so when the stinging potion seeps into the wound, this is the beginning of the pain. Lu Jun used to watch the scene of being punished with relish, but now thinking that he might be whipped to death directly by 100 soul-breaking whips, his legs couldn't help but go weak. There was no hope, Mi Tao couldn't be found, and the traces of the other little girl's breath were covered up with something, and it looked very messy, and it was impossible to analyze where she went. Apart from the silver-haired and silver-eyed pupils, I don't have silver pupils? Suddenly, the word Yintung kept echoing in Lu Jun's mind, Yintung. At this moment, Lu Jun's heart trembled, he turned his head abruptly, his red pupils froze, and shot a terrifying look. That child seems to have seen it somewhere, not far away. If SUXIAN felt something, he didn't stop, but his muscles tensed up, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The old man with the mustache beside him frowned. Something is wrong? Lu Jun squinted his eyes, stared at SUXIAN's back, and shouted sharply, "Number 37, stop!" SUXIAN didn't stop until there was a whistling wind behind him. He suddenly stopped, took the corner of the old man's clothes with his left hand and gently pulled it, cast an innocent look over, and whispered, "Grandpa, there is someone behind me to kill me." Ye Lingxiu's soul power stagnated. Lu Jun in the distance. The atmosphere froze for a while. Ye Lingxiu turned around and looked at Lu Jun and said in a deep voice, "Young man, don't misunderstand people. This old man is the royal family who enshrines Ye Lingxiu. This is my grandson Ye Chen." SUXIAN quickly nodded her head, quickly hid behind the old man, and stood with the hooded girl Ye Lingling, just like ordinary children. "Imperial worship? Ye Chen? How do you prove it?" Lu Jun questioned. How could such a big man come across so easily, although he was actually not sure if this dark-faced kid was the one he was looking for. Silver pupils were too rare. He doesn't want to give up. He couldn't afford to gamble even if it was a possibility. The old man with the mustache didn't speak, but threw the gold medal over, and stretched out his right hand lightly. Suddenly a faint purple begonia phantom slowly bloomed in his hand, and the purple light with a strange breath of life made people feel like spring breeze. Ye Lingxiu didn't want to make a big noise, so he didn't release the soul ring. At this moment, SUXIAN noticed that this 9-heart begonia already had 8 solid petals, and only one petal seemed a little illusory. 8 petals, what does that mean? Could it be Contra? I've seen Mr. Yet. Lu Jun took the gold medal, his face was cloudy and uncertain. Ye Chen's martial soul is also Juxin begonia. Ye Lingxiu snorted coldly, you can also question my Ye family. Don't dare to go down. SUXIAN, who was hiding behind the old man, showed his small head and muttered, my martial spirit is white light. While speaking, he spread his palms, and sure enough, streaks of white light bloomed from his hands accompanied by fluctuations in spirit power. When Lu Jun saw it, the white light really had the aura of a martial soul. But he still wanted to check. Immediately, he took another look at the old man with a mustache, gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "I'm a member of Ming Long, and I don't intend to offend Mr. Yat, but..." "Humph, you can check the old man's grandson." The old man frowned and interrupted him. His tone was very impolite, and he was no longer as kind as he was when he talked with SUXIAN before, and only at this moment, he seemed like a strong one. Lu Jun was very entangled in his heart, although this child did not match his inference that the girl was a soul warrior and had a teleportation soul ability. "I don't have much time left, and I'm not willing to give up like this." "That's right, don't I have a second skill? It doesn't even work. It seems that the mood is indeed unstable." Suddenly, he quietly used the second skill, and glanced at SUXIAN calmly. Then he frowned slightly. "It is a faint white, not the silvery white in memory. It seems that I was wrong." Lu Jun's face softened slightly, his tone was disappointed, and he reluctantly nodded at the old man. "Mr. Yat, I made a mistake." "I'm sorry." Old man Yes nodded coldly, and took the two children away with a wave of his hand. The three of them drifted away. Lu Jun lowered his head, as if 1,000 caddies of boulders weighed on him, and he couldn't breathe. "I am afraid that the task will not be completed. If I go back to receive the whip, I may not be able to survive. But if he escaped and left the organization, he might be refined into a soul-enhancing medicine after being caught, which is worse than being pumped to death directly, and he wasn't sure about breaking away from success, because the organization especially wouldn't tolerate the betrayal of soul sect-level subordinates." The great anxiety was about to overwhelm him, making him feel sick for a while. Beside the East City Gate, a red-eyed young man had a crazy face for a while, a distorted face for a while, and a hideous face. The whole person was in unconscious chaos, and he staggered slowly along the road towards the city. On the other side, SUXIAN glanced back quietly. "Fuck, I was almost discovered just now, and if I sweat a little more, I'm going to be dehydrated." "Thank you, Senior Yat. I can't repay you for your kindness. If you have any troubles in the future, you can come to me," SUXIAN said seriously. The old man smiled. "How can I find you?" "My name will be heard throughout the mainland in the near future, so it will be easy for you to find me." SUXIAN shook her head, her tone full of determination. Yelingziu looked stunned, and after a while he laughed and said, "You know, there will never be a shortage of geniuses in this world, are you so sure?" "Even if there are many geniuses, I will be the most special one." SUXIAN added in his heart, "Because I have hundreds of years of accumulation of physics knowledge in my mind, even if I don't practice martial arts, it is impossible to be an unknown generation in the future." The old man's eyes were full of admiration, and he said slowly, "I'll wait." Under the hood of the girl standing at the side, a pair of curious purple eyes quietly looked at SUXIAN at the side. A trace of admiration flashed in her clear eyes. "This boy is amazing." The innocent girl lacks vocabulary in her heart. She doesn't know what it means to be confident, but at the moment she just feels that the boy in front of her is very unusual. The three of them traveled another 10 miles and came to a fork in the road. SUXIAN glanced at Yelingziu and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of me this way. SUXIAN will not forget it." He silently added in his heart, "From now on, your family's affairs will be my family's affairs." After talking to the old man, he groped in the backpack for a while, took out a little doll from the bag, and said to the purple-haired girl, "Here, little sister." Yelingling took the doll carefully, and murmured, "You should call me sister." "Why does everyone have to be a sister? Forget it, I didn't hear it." SUXIAN waved goodbye to the old man with the mustache, then walked to the right side of the road and started on the road alone. In an instant, on the other side of the fork, the purple-haired girl held Grandpa's hand and asked in a low voice, "Why is Grandpa treating him so well?" "This is a kind of investment, it means that Grandpa is optimistic about him. Yelingziu replied kindly, because we are support system soul masters. Even the top support system in the world depends on teammates. Teammate. The girl was a little curious. Yes, it can also be called a partner. This boy's bone age has just turned 6 years old, but his soul power has already reached level 10. The future is limitless. Then why didn't Grandpa let him go with us? That underworld dragon is not easy to mess with. He is also sensible and didn't ask me. Besides, he is going to hunt soul beasts and become a soul master. The old man explained. He's so powerful. Wouldn't he be afraid? The girl thought for a while. She couldn't do this kind of thing by herself, and she had to rely on her grandfather to lead her to become a soul master. The old man smiled and said, he is very confident. If this kind of person dies early, he will grow into a strong man. That's why Grandpa plans to invest in him. Investing, still optimistic about him, the girl thought for a while, but still didn't understand, why. The old man smiled but did not answer. Hey, why are there fewer new favorites? It's a bit uncomfortable. I need everyone's votes to stand up. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 The First Soul Ring. Chapter 35 The First Soul Ring. Half a day later, on the east side of the Laka Mountains. SUXIAN wiped off the sweat from his forehead, opened the bamboo tube and poured water on his face. He glanced at the setting sun like blood. At this moment, the forest was bathed in the rosy glow of the afterglow, and the chirping of insects became weak. He was a little excited, because the mountain in front of him was full of small white flowers. This was a sign that he had found his destination. Not too far ahead was the place where its targets often gather, and his target was the century-old soul beast, the moon demon wolf. He inquired about the situation of gathering spirit beasts when he was in Pest City. Its only soul skill, SUXIAN, had been coveting for a long time, and it matched his martial spirit very well. Even if you don't mention the moon character in the name of this kind of soul beast, its soul skills Ianu Zhan alone is enough to attract him. At that time, I heard from the soul hunter that most of the moon demon wolves here are 10-year-old soul beasts, but their head wolf can reach 100 years. After this kind of soul beast reaches 100-year cultivation base, it will acquire the soul skill Crescent Moon Slash, and after being activated, it can release a crescent-shaped slash from its forehead. Shouldn't this be one of Luna's skills? This skill is the best choice after considering future development and current resources. After obtaining this spirit ring, he can make up for the current lack of long-distance attack methods. The martial soul talent of Moon Flash can make up for the lack of dexterity at this stage. What is different from the game is that this talent has little restrictions and can increase the maneuverability of tactics. With these, he should be able to survive the relative weakness before the third ring. In the future, if he reaches the third ring and truly completes the martial soul skill mechanism, then at least during the low ring period, his output ability may rise to a terrifying level. Just imagine, as long as your reaction and soul power can keep up, how many skills can you master in one breath, then the output can't explode. Hey, I can't think about it anymore. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. SUXIAN touched the corner of his mouth, looked up at the gradually darkening sky, jumped up, grabbed the branch and sat on it. Then he took out the prepared dry food and gnawed on it. He only waited for the moon to rise and recovered his state before he could go to find the target. The crescent moon slowly appeared in the night sky. Although it was only half a moon, it still provided SUXIAN with considerable recovery of soul power and enhancement of 5 senses. SUXIAN closed his eyes and waited quietly, waiting for the moment when he was in perfect condition. At this moment, in the city of Pest, the hustle and bustle of hawking and the sound of bargaining are the most wonderful scenery for businessmen on the busiest commercial street in the city. However, Potter is not in such a good mood now. Let's start from the previous one. An hour ago, he put the remaining Hule beast saliva on the shelves, because this thing is a hot seller, and this thing on this street was sold out a few days ago. Potter had to admit that he really wanted to earn a few more gold soul coins, so he raised the price. But this is not the reason for the red-eyed lunatic in front of him to grab his hand and roar wildly. Potter stretched out his hand to push the lunatic away, frowned and reprimanded. "Damn lunatic, get out. Grandpa, I have never seen any children, and I have never sold anything to children." This is of course a lie, but because he really can't remember, because the business is so good and there are so many customers, how could it be possible? Remember? Seeing the lunatic fall to the ground, still muttering to himself, Potter shook his hands in disgust, turned around and went in to continue selling things. I saw the lunatic sitting on the ground in a daze, saying for a while I should have guessed where the grandson came from, and for a while light white dot at this moment, his chaotic mind can't think too much, and there is only one thought: chase out of town. The eastern side of the Laka Mountains. After SUXIAN prepared the black powder and added a safety net, he put his backpack on his back and headed for the distance. In the distance is the colony of wolves. What kind of tactics should we adopt? Just throw the backpack. In this way, the ashes that will be directly fried will not be left behind. Will there still be soul rings in such a situation? Even if there is, does this soul beast count as making up for itself? Can I absorb it myself? So uncertain. It's still black powder as a supplement. Let's do it first, be on the safe side. SUXIAN looked around. Although the environment was a bit dark, it could be seen that this was probably the place, and he had to be careful next. On one side of the mountain, SUXIAN quietly emerged from the mound, glanced carefully at the flat mountainside in the distance from the corner of his eye, and saw a white ball among piles of black balls. SUXIAN touched his nose and said with emotion in his heart, at this point, even the wolves are asleep, and I am the only one who desperately wants to get a soul ring. That special white ball must be the 100 Years Moon Demon Wolf, and it should be the only wolf of this group of wolves. However, how to operate it? SUXIAN thought for a while, took off his backpack and took out a sausage given by the old man, cut it into small pieces with a cold star, and tiptoed towards the wolves. Quietly put a pile in the direction closest to the white ball. After a while, one black ball moved, two black balls moved, all moved. Hey, something has happened. SUXIAN suppressed the excitement in his heart, watched the target white wolf quickly squeeze away the black wolves that were in the way, and ate up the sausage in one bite. It shrugged its nose, walked cheerfully, and continued to follow its preset plan. The route ate all the way. At 50 meters, SUXIAN shook his hand with a bottle of black powder, feeling a little far away, and the accuracy was not guaranteed. After 40 meters, SUXIAN took out the ignition tool he bought, gently wiped out a little spark, swung his arm slightly and shook it. The spark lit up. SUXIAN held his breath, and stared at the white wolf as he walked towards the last pile of bait. In my heart silently. 3, 2, let's go. Whoosh, the bottle with faint light streaked across a parabola. Hearing the voice, the white wolf raised his head suspiciously, his eyes reflected a strange flying thing. Boom. This time the equivalent is not as good as last time, so the momentum is not as scary as last time. But correspondingly, this white wolf is no match for Zhou. Just after the explosion, the smoke has not yet cleared. It's now, with his eyes fixed, SUXIAN stepped forward, threw the balls, waved the cold star, and his whole body turned into a galloping white shadow, picked up the dying 100 Years Moon Demon Wolf, turned around and dodged. The pungent, thick gunpowder smoke blocked the pack of wolves coming from behind, making them keep spinning around in place, unable to find the direction of the boss. After the smoke cleared, the wolves stared blankly at the white hair all over the place, full of doubts. Where's the boss? Good night, end of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Strange Floating Island. Chapter 36, The Strange Floating Island. The dazzlingly bright crescent moon hangs in the night sky, and the surrounding stars are dotted with soft moonlight covering the Douluo forest. At this moment, somewhere outside the Douluo forest, a small figure is carrying a dead white wolf. Climbed the tallest tree. SUXIAN carefully observed the surrounding area, heaved a sigh of relief after finding nothing unusual, and picked up the wolf's head to confirm again. Well, the crescent on the forehead is indeed a feature of the century-old moon demon wolf. This crescent is a bit fat and close to a semicircle, which means that the white wolf's cultivation base should be close to 500 years. The luck is good, it should be stuck in the position of the best year. SUXIAN squinted her eyes, and took out the remaining half of the sausage with some satisfaction and chewed hard. This soul beast is probably more than 400 years old. With the help of black powder, it was easily taken down by himself, without even the slightest injury. In the future, if I develop solid bullets, armor-piercing bullets, and even C4 such terrible high-explosive bombs, can I destroy the 10-year-old soul beast with one shot? If I am very lucky and can get the nuclear bomb out in my lifetime, then... In his idle and random thoughts, a yellow soul ring gradually formed on the body of the white wolf. Poof, he grinned. If this is on the water blue star, I have a yellow halo on my head, so I can go directly to preach, okay, the kind of direct dialogue between the gods and gods. Regarding the absorption of this spirit ring, he never thought about the possibility of his own failure. After all, he is born with full spirit power, and there is a moonlight boost tonight. It is unreasonable for the body to be unable to sustain the absorption of a mere 400-year-old soul ring, and the problem of the soul stage is not something that a soul warrior should face when absorbing the first soul ring. After sitting cross-legged, he condensed his soul power and released it. For a moment, the faint silver light turned into a yellow soul ring covering SUXIAN, dragging it and slowly floating to SUXIAN's head. After reaching his head, the yellow soul ring was no longer passively drawn by SUXIAN, but actively released the soul power to interweave and fuse with the soul power from SUXIAN's body. SUXIAN had a hunch that when the fusion was over, it was time for him to be promoted to a soul master. Well, all that's left is to wait. He closed his eyes gently, and concentrated on feeling the compatibility and assimilation of the two, not realizing that his consciousness was slowly blurring for a while. On a side road dozens of miles away. In the quiet night, the breeze blew through the leaves, and the peaceful chirping of insects continued. Suddenly, at a certain moment, there was a strange silence, and the entire fork fell into silence for an instant. It turned out that under the night sky, a man with blood-colored wings on his back stopped above the side road with a manic and powerful aura, and his hair was blown away by the speeding all the way, revealing his blood-like eyes. Among the 4 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, the yellow soul ring is shining, and at this moment Lu Jun is maintaining the release of the second soul ability. There are 3 aura light bands divided into 2 below, 1 faint white light band to the right, and 2 purple light bands of different shades to the left. The difference in direction meant that the 3 separated after leaving Pest. I see, that's how it is. The thing that covers up the breath will produce a new breath after a certain period of time. Lu Jun's eyes were burning with anger, and he clenched his fists and shouted, "Little brat, you will never escape this time." Having failed many times, he has made up his mind that if he can't catch a live one this time, he can accept bringing back the corpse. Immediately, he took a big step, instigated the soul power to pour into his wings crazily, turned into a shadow and flew along the right fork at lightning speed. Soon it shrunk to a small dot and disappeared into the night. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Compared with normal times, this full moon appeared bigger and brighter. Its surroundings were filled with silver light, and no starlight could be seen. The bright moon seems to be powerful enough to suppress all the light, only allowing this space to exist only by itself. Its power is not domineering, on the contrary, it is more gentle, and the silver light sprinkled from the boundless height gradually dilutes into a clear light, illuminating an ordinary and weird land. It is said to be ordinary because it is indeed just a piece of slightly undulating land. The shape is probably a circle with a radius of several hundred meters, and there are even sparse grasses taking root here and there. It is weird because of its location, it floats under the full moon. And there is an abyss below it that cannot be seen directly. The boy lying on the ground moved his eyelashes slightly, but then there was no movement again. After a while, he finally struggled to open his eyes. The bright moonlight made him feel very uncomfortable, so he closed his eyes subconsciously, and then tried to open them slowly. Afterwards, he finally opened his eyes. His half-asleep and half-awake eyes were hazy. He squinted to see the bright moon hanging high above him while lying on his back, raised his hand weakly, and rubbed his eyes, finally fully awake this time. He frowned, stretched out his right hand and gestured towards the moon. I remember that today's moon is obviously only that big. He spread his fingers and pinched out a small arc. Moreover, I obviously absorbed the spirit ring from the tree. But here. He stood up and watched, then froze for a moment, then turned around, and finally had a look of disbelief. The surroundings were completely plunged into darkness somewhere, as if there was nothing. He rushed over unbelievingly. The closer he got to the black sideline, the slower his speed, and finally stopped 5 meters away from the sideline, gently helped his body to stick to the ground, and approached the border bit by bit with his hands and feet. Finally he got close to the boundary, and his movements became extremely slow. He held his breath, clenched his hands and his muscles tensed up, and stuck his head out after a pause. Black, unpredictable black. He trembled in his heart, then recovered, moved his hands and feet carefully, and left the boundary. Just after leaving the border, he swallowed, rubbed his face vigorously, and forced himself to calm down. This is a floating island whose height is unknown, or whether there is anything below it. How many people in this world can maintain such a huge floating island at such a height, or, is there any peerless powerhouse who will target me at this time? No. I am just an ordinary child, except for the fact that time travel is extremely miraculous. Everything else is normal. But Tang San has never been exposed before so many peerless powerhouses, and he obviously shouldn't be exposed either. So there is only one explanation, that is, this place is not reality, but an illusion or a dream. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Time. Chapter 37 Time. SUXIAN pinched her chin and thought about it. How could she confirm it? By the way, you can try to see if the martial soul can be summoned. Close your eyes and calm down. Hey, did not feel it. Nothing. In this case, it can be confirmed that it is a dream, because if it is an illusion, it should directly affect the soul, and it shouldn't make him unable to sense the martial soul. And if it was a dream, did he completely lose control of his body now? This is not okay. I have to wake up quickly. After all, I am on the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest, and the outskirts are also the Douluo Great Forest. What if something unexpected happens after staying for a long time? Just do it. SUXIAN made up his mind, it would be better to die directly. Thinking, he walked to the black border, because he knew it was just a dream. Not only was he not as nervous as before, but he was also in a mood to diverge his thinking. He was even thinking, will jumping from here directly start the next life? While thinking, SUXIAN stretched out her feet. Wrong. SUXIAN seemed to have sensed something, retracted her foot and quickly took 2 steps back. Her face was a little cloudy. Try again. He was a little unsure of how he felt, and then he took small steps to approach the black border, then stretched out his feet, but immediately retracted at a faster speed and took a few steps back. His face gradually became a little ugly. Things are not as simple as I thought. When I stepped out for the first time, I had a strange premonition that I would never wake up once I fell. At first, I thought it was an illusion, but I didn't expect that when I tried it for the second time, the feeling became clearer and even reached the level of horror. Something seems to be telling him somewhere, if you jump, you will die. SUXIAN didn't dare to gamble, so she chose Kangxin. If she couldn't wake up after jumping off, what would happen? SUXIAN couldn't figure out what to do now. He walked back and forth several times and then stopped, shouting loudly, "Boss, I'm convinced." The voice drifted far away, but no one responded. "Boss, I would like to worship you as my teacher." SUXIAN did not give up, and continued to try, making a trumpet with his hands and shouting to the surroundings. The voice gradually faded away, but no one responded. Boss, I would like to be your son-in-law. Boss, am I pretty? The voice passed, but still no one responded. SUXIAN stood there and saw that no one responded, but he was relieved, and he was sure that no one really wanted to mess with me. It was not artificial. Because no one would be indifferent to such words, and if there were, then he might not be human. But in such a daunting environment, we can only wait for nature to wake up. He sighed. There is a good saying, life is like a strong woman, since you can't resist, it's better to change your posture. He is a person with strong executive ability. He immediately squatted down and lay down completely flat, with his head resting on his hands, squinting his eyes at the beautiful moon, thinking in his mind. Now it is better to do something meaningful, such as sorting out the physics knowledge in your mind. It has been a few days since I traveled by myself, and I have long wanted to plan how to build a nuclear bomb in this world without an industrial foundation. So first of all, we have to sort out the knowledge of physics. Let's start with junior high school. He was afraid that he would not be able to pass the time by staying on this floating island for too long, so he started with the simplest junior high school physics. Well, my mind is very clear, it is even easier to use than when I was awake, and I can recall many things that have been so long ago. So much for junior high school physics. For high school physics, I don't know how much time passed. SUXIAN didn't feel hungry, and became more and more sure that this was a weird dream, but he didn't want to go out right now, so he just took this opportunity to sort out the things in his mind. High school physics knowledge system is not troublesome. Then let's talk about college physics. Chapter 1 is particle kinematics. First write the main points on the ground. With such concentrated thinking, he could not feel the passage of time, and when he was tired, he would lie on the ground and sleep for a while, waking up at will. Gradually, there are two places in one place, two pieces in one piece, until all the land is printed with dense words. SUXIAN was lying on the ground, he knew what words were around without moving. He had never had such a thorough understanding of physics knowledge at any moment. I remembered what I would have done before, and I also sorted out the context of nuclear physics, which I was not familiar with at first, and even deduced a lot of things that I had never touched before. If I had this state in my previous life, I am afraid that I am also a godlike figure, an existence that countless geniuses have to look up to even when they are old. But at this moment, he didn't feel the slightest joy. Instead, his whole body was icy cold, like falling into an ice cellar. His heart was trembling. He had never been so afraid at any moment, because I don't know how long it has passed. It may be months, it may be years, and even if someone says that more than 10 years have passed, he thinks it is possible. This cannot be blamed on him. His body was fixed by the dream and has not changed. In the absence of a reference, people's perception of time gradually becomes blurred. The passage of time like water did not make him immune to this, but left scars in his soul, which made him feel so painful that although he was not injured. No, you can't fall into such a state of mind, you can't. As soon as this thought appeared, SUXIAN suddenly realized that he couldn't go on like this, because he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on and would jump off the boundary to end everything. I have to keep myself busy. Yes, get busy. Mathematics. I can still recall mathematics. Mathematics is also a time-consuming thing. The mountain monk was puzzled about the number of days, and SUXIAN also forgot the time on the floating island. In this world, it seems that only the bright moon emitting endless light above the head is eternal and eternal. Gradually, SUXIAN covered the words on the ground over and over again. He used the gravel on the ground to knock out a stone sword and waved it tirelessly. In the end, the gravel covered the soles of his feet, and he tired. It was not physical or mental fatigue, but his soul was tired. Slowly, his face lost his expression, his eyes lost their brilliance, and when he got closer, he was full of the aura of a dying old man. That's called twilight. Time strengthened his mastery of various abilities, but also destroyed his soul, pushing him to the limit. Finally, SUXIAN walked slowly towards the border with trembling legs. 1 step, 2 steps. And when he reached the border, the moon above his head was still there, but his vision dimmed. Suddenly, the stone sword, the floating island, the bright moon, all shattered like glass before SUXIAN's eyes and went away until they fell into the abyss. At the same time, countless moments on the floating island flowed through SUXIAN's eyes every moment, reflected in his eyes, and gradually calmed down his doldrums. And at this moment, he realized that the time in his dream had passed. 100 years. After writing this chapter, I thought it was 12 o'clock. After trying my best to write, I don't know if you like this kind of content, but the protagonist needs to grow up, and the golden finger must always be reasonable. My head was a little heavy after I just finished writing, maybe it was infected by the feeling in my head. I just wanted to open the backstage to see how much it has increased and save it, but I never expected it to fall. Woohoo, please comfort me. Right, end of this chapter. Chapter 38 Confronting the Soul Sect. Chapter 38 Confronting the Soul Sect. SUXIAN sat quietly on the branch, the dazed look in his eyes flashed away, and there was even a faint residual warmth from the wolf corpse beside him. He raised his hand and looked around, then looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, feeling extremely melancholy for a moment. The actual time has not passed for a long time, but I have experienced hundreds of years in the dream. Thinking that I couldn't hold on at the last moment and had already walked to the edge of the boundary, I felt a little scared. If it was a little later, I might have jumped into the abyss. This moment may be like a premonition in a dream, and I will never wake up again. Although the dream is tormenting, the harvest is also huge. Taking knowledge as an example, I have already mastered most of the knowledge I encountered in my previous life. In terms of knowledge reserves, I already have the theoretical basis for making nuclear bombs. As for the practice, you still need to slowly explore it yourself, but let yourself spend a lot of time on research. After all, it is not reliable in this world based on strong strength. In addition, my spiritual power seems to have been enhanced, which is specifically reflected in the enhancement of the 5 senses. Now as long as you listen carefully, you can even distinguish the difference between the chirping sounds of different insects. Vision has also been enhanced, not only night vision, but also small things 10 meters away. It is worth mentioning that the response seems to be much more sensitive. In the early stage, you may not be able to see the importance of reaction. After your skills are perfected, the speed of reaction is related to the fluency of skill combos. The harvest is huge, but if you want to ask SUXIAN if he wants to come again, his answer is I reject, because it's really dangerous. Even when he was forced to fight against the cliff by the Soul Master before, it was not as thrilling as facing the abyss on the border of the dream. 100 years crushed him in a dream. Of course, he can't be blamed for this. Ordinary people may become old within 100 years in their lifetime. And SUXIAN survived 100 years alone on the floating island, and he, including his previous life, was only in his 20s. The person sitting on the branch shook his head and possessed the martial soul, and a yellow soul ring slowly floated behind him. He looked up, and the soft halo slowly danced above his head. He pondered for a moment, then raised the silver light with his right hand and flashed the hanging sword. When the soul ring lighted up, the hanging sword was suddenly covered with a layer of clear light. He jumped off the branch and slashed forward with both hands holding the sword. He did not know how many times he had practiced this hacking movement in the dream. Although he did not have mature swordsmanship, he still had a fierce aura. I saw the brilliance escape from the sword body along the tip of the sword in a circular arc, and turned into a crescent-shaped sword light more than 1 meter wide and flew forward quickly. Kaka! The sword light flew over 10 meters, and when it was about to disappear, it landed on a tree trunk with a diameter of about 1 foot. After 2 clicks, the trunk slowly fell backwards and made a sound of. Didn't cut it off directly. SUXIAN frowned, dissatisfied that such a powerful skill consumed % of his soul power. But after thinking about it, he could control the power by adjusting the output of soul power, and then he let go. What I value is not its power, but another effect of it. Those who are attacked will be marked. This will be the foundation of his future core soul skills. Therefore, it is normal to go to jail in the early stage. But it's not considered a prison sentence, the skills are not enough, and the explosion will make up for it. When I have core soul skills, these investments will be worthwhile. This soul skill is called Xianyu/. He smiled, found a backpack and carried it on his back, quickly ran through the map in his mind, looked up to see the direction from the terrain, and walked towards the nearest path out of the Stardo forest. As for what to do when he went out, he had no plans. I am still young, so I can travel around the mainland first, see the customs of Douluo world first, and secretly collect clues about Dark Dragon during this period. In the future, this journey may not be lonely, and you may meet a beautiful girl with clear eyes, a beautiful smile, and a slender waist. Unconsciously, SUXIAN grinned and took a step forward, also a lot more powerful. Suddenly, his stepping foot paused, a trace of doubt flashed across his face, and he moved his ears trying to hear the voice clearly. Brush. Thanks to the improvement of his mental power, many thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and he finally confirmed it. This is the sound produced by friction with air when an object is traveling at a speed not exceeding the speed of sound. The voice is getting louder and louder, and he is flying this way. He is here to find me. SUXIAN's heart trembled, she turned her head sharply, her eyes were fixed on the direction of the voice, and her left hand was lightly placed on the left shoulder strap of the backpack. He wanted to see clearly what was flying and how powerful it was. Suddenly, the black spot became bigger and bigger for a moment, and it was vaguely a human figure. SUXIAN's face was solemn, and she touched the pocket at her waist with her lower hand. Damn it, he remembered that after the Hule beast ran out of saliva, he had already thrown the bottle away. At this moment, he could already see clearly the 4 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, moving around that person's body. Getting closer, he could even see the madness and anger gleaming in his red eyes. It's him, that 4-ring soul sect who was searching for me in Pest City. SUXIAN's body froze, and then the muscles all over his body tensed up. He took a deep breath and released his martial spirit. The cold star was condensed in his hand, his eyes were fixed on that person, and he smiled wryly in his heart. It's not easy for anyone to make such a start with the collapse of the sky, right? With the Siwan soul sect in good condition and Wuhan good at flying, he must not be able to escape, and it is meaningless to escape. As long as he is serious, he won't be able to pass even one move. So, there are only 2 opportunities for me. Little devil, I want you to die tonight. Before the man arrived, the violent drinking came first. SUXIAN narrowed her eyes and calmed down. Instead of retreating, he advanced and started trotting towards Liu Jun, and Han Xing lightly waved to trigger Yue Hua. The two got closer and closer, so close that SUXIAN could even see clearly that Liu Jun clenched his fist with his right hand and pumped up the Scarlet Soul power, slightly backed away, and then violently came. Yes, this is not an exaggeration, because Liu Jun's fist swung so fast that it caused shallow ripples in the air. SUXIAN's pupils shrank, he was going to blow me to lose the ability to resist, even his own life and death were not in his consideration. SUXIAN gritted his teeth, lifted his sword and jumped up, the yellow soul ring on his body lit up. When Liu Jun saw SUXIAN's soul ring light up, he knew that SUXIAN was about to teleport. Thinking of the death of the man in grey on the cliff, he shrank his neck calmly, always guarding against the little baby in front of him cutting his neck. In his eyes, SUXIAN seemed to read something, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Liu Jun could still laugh when he saw him, and became even more annoyed in his heart for a moment, and even had a trace of murderous intent. Do you think you can predict my thoughts? A sharp light flashed in SUXIAN's eyes, his leaping body rolled into a ball, and the whole body came behind Liu Jun in a flash of cold star. Really? Liu Jun sneered, he had been prepared for this, and immediately tilted his head without panicking. To his surprise, he didn't wait for SUXIAN's beheading blow, but his crotch was cold. SUXIAN slashed down this sharp sword with all his strength, instantly arousing Yue Hua in a skill of Crescent Moon Slash, this sword is SUXIAN's pinnacle sword. 2 days ago, a reader said that I was getting lazy, so I think I have to clarify. The thing is like this, the other day I talked to a friend about the signing of the contract. She said that the new book issue should not be too fast, and the collection needs to be allowed to increase for a longer period of time. When I thought about it, it made sense. So it was adjusted to 2 updates a day, and 1 update was words. It's not that I mean to be lazy. When I have time, I often read some books and seriously conceive the plot for the sake of being so serious. Please give me the ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 End of book. I and number 039. I'll tell you immediately. Chapter 39 End of book. I'll tell you immediately. The tip of the sword glowing with silver light touched SUXIAN's heartbeat, and his eyes moved with the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword hit him. His clothes are in the mouth. Slashed into his body, in SUXIAN's eyes, it was as if he saw Liu Jun being hit to the vitals. The severe pain overwhelmed him. His plan was perfectly implemented, and then he pulled away and left gracefully. But, the feeling coming from Han Xing's sword is not right. It seems cut empty. The sensitivity brought about by countless slashes in the dream made him react immediately. He took a closer look, and what he struck was actually an afterimage. The silver-grey pupils shrank suddenly, and all 5 senses were instantly opened. He's it, sighed, boom. Puff. Behind him, Liu Jun gave SUXIAN a powerful palm on SUXIAN's chest. The sound of the blow and the sound of vomiting blood sounded at the same time. This savage palm even made a fist-sized opening in the backpack that was only used as a cushion, and black fine powder flowed out from the crack, which was mixed with a little yellow. Liu Jun, who was floating above the front, looked down at SUXIAN with a contemptuous smile, with a disdainful tone. You are only a one-ring soul master after all, and your previous achievements are just a fluke. As long as I am a little more serious, there is no chance at all. While speaking, he retracted his wings and fell slowly, finally standing in the distance. SUXIAN was 1 foot away. I know you used the same backpack to kill Zhou Jiu on Langziu Street. Would you like to try it now? Enduring the severe pain, SUXIAN struggled to sit up, picked up the cracked school bag with trembling hands, took out a kindling stick and lit it, then turned his head sharply and stared at Liu Jun fiercely. Are you so sure you're going to eat me? You can try it. Liu Jun responded coldly. I want to break your hope and directly destroy your will, otherwise if you catch me, you still want to make trouble. I don't like a series of troubles. Now SUXIAN is like his toy, completely controlled by him. At least that's what Liu Jun thought in his heart. SUXIAN's eyes turned cold. He ignited the inferior fuse made of gunpowder and cotton thread, and threw the backpack towards Liu Jun with both hands. Stubborn. Seeing this, Liu Jun sneered, and pointed to the sword, and the white soul ring behind him lit up at the same time. The first soul skill, Blood Crow Impact. A bloody light shot out from the sword finger and instantly turned into a blood crow that precisely brushed against the backpack, and the lead wire immediately let out a cheese sound, and then a faint black smoke came out. The fuse went out, and the backpack fell into Liu Jun's hands with the last bit of black smoke. Liu Jun weighed his backpack, not in a hurry to see what the black powder was. Although he was also curious about why the black powder was so powerful when it met fire, but at this moment he was more concerned about SUXIAN. He looked at the kid in front of him playfully. I knew this trick from the mouths of the 2 blue-armored soldiers who survived that day. Why, this is the only one to rely on. No more struggle. His tone softened. Obviously, this brat has no means of threatening. Everything is under your control. Ha ha ha. But at the next moment, the brat actually laughed. Liu Jun didn't like this publicity and presumptuous laughter. He frowned coldly. Why are you laughing? Cough cough. SUXIAN laughed so hard that he coughed up blood. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood froth around his mouth, raised his head and said with a ferocious smile. Come on, I'll tell you right away. While speaking, he raised his hands, his soul power faintly concentrated. Lu Jun stared at SUXIAN's hand tightly, tensed his muscles secretly. He would rather believe in something than nothing. Although the fluctuation of the soul power in his hand is extremely weak, this little ghost is very evil, so he should be careful. As soon as there was a move that was enough to threaten him, he would be knocked out directly, and he would not be able to use half of his breath a foot away. Then, he saw white light blooming from the little ghost's hand. This light is soft and not dazzling. Lu Jun gave SUXIAN a strange look. You want to influence me with light? The next moment, the white light quickly turned red, and there was a warm feeling all of a sudden. Lu Jun pursed his lips, and when he felt a little impatient and wanted to knock out the kid in front of him, he suddenly heard a snort from his hand. He lowered his head in astonishment, and saw the yellow particles on the crack of the backpack instantly melt and emit yellow light. In an instant, his hairs started to rise, and when he was about to throw out the backpack in his hand, the backpack exploded. Boom! SUXIAN, who was in front of him, struggled to get up before the backpack exploded, trying to jump away in 2 steps, but the injury was too serious and he couldn't do violent movements, so he had to lie down in desperation. Whether you can live or not depends only on luck. As soon as the thought came to pass, SUXIAN was hit by a powerful shock wave immediately, and passed out from injury to injury. But at the moment when he passed out, he didn't see the faint purple light coming out of the dazzling flames from the explosion. The huge roar resounded all over the field, startling all kinds of birds and flying away, and the weak spirit beasts nearby also ran away. It took a while for even the echo to fade away. The thick and pungent gunpowder smoke filled the air, but the center could be seen clearly. I saw a tattered man with 2 arms shrugging, and his right leg was gone. It stands to reason that the soul sect of the 4 rings shouldn't be so miserable under such an explosion, but after all, Lu Jun is an agility attack department that is not good at defense, and the speed that the agility attack department is good at is not so good at the moment when the black powder explodes at such a close distance. It just made him release half of the 4th soul ability. In the final analysis, it was because he didn't know what those yellow particles were. At this moment, he has completely lost the ability to move. With such an injury, even if this is only the outer periphery of the Stardew Great Forest, he will undoubtedly die. But he wouldn't worry about this, because he was already unconscious, and only the slightly rising and falling chest could prove that he was still alive for the time being. On the other hand, SUXIAN's situation is equally tolerant and optimistic. Lu Jun's palm directly broke several of his ribs, and the shock wave from the close-range explosion shattered his internal organs. Although the crescent moon in the night sky was bright, it was only a crescent moon after all and could not suppress SUXIAN's injury. The current forest is terrifyingly quiet, and there are only 2 people lying on the ground. After a while, the sound of 2 footsteps moved from far to near, and finally slowed down near the place where the explosion occurred. A rough voice said, "Young master, the loud noise is coming from the front. There are 2 people lying on the ground there." The girl ignored him and went straight to the place where the explosion happened, and saw the 2 people lying on the ground. It seems that the soul sect who was about to die was killed by this little doll with a special tool. The young master analyzed in a rough voice. The girl pondered for a moment, then turned around and said, "I think this child is still alive, so take him with you." "Yes." The rough voice responded. "This volume is over. It's so late, what can I say? Good night is not intimate, baby is too oily. It's better to ask for votes. By the way, did you give your ticket to someone else behind my back? End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Snow. Chapter 40 The large carriage slowly shuttled through the field just past the emerald green and the yellowish field. The horse's hooves trampled, a whistle came out of its nose, a breath of white air was exhaled, and it let out an old and long neigh. The burly man sitting outside and driving the carriage opened his chest, with explosive muscles all over his body. He held a wine jug with a long stick in his hand. He stretched out his hand to pull the rein, and smiled into the car. "Young master, don't be too eager. I checked him when I bathed him that day. Although he was seriously injured, he will be fine after taking the top healing elixir of my spirit hall. He has been in a coma for 5 days, and maybe he can't do it if he thinks about it. How long will it take to wake up? He smacked his lips, his tone full of emotion. Young master is so lucky, just go to the Stardew forest to get the 3rd soul ring to meet such a rare genius. The voice of the girl in the car came, and there was a hint of joy hidden in the coldness. It's not a peerless genius, but a soul master with an innate soul power of maybe 10th level. Moreover, being hunted down like this. I'm afraid it doesn't have a big background, and it just happens to be used by my spirit hall. Shi Long outside the car listened to the girl's words, smiled wryly and shook his head. What can I say, whose innate soul power is more powerful than the young master? The carriage continued to move towards the destination. The interior of the car is luxuriously decorated. On the thick pure white carpet is a purple and gold exotic beast incense burner. There is faint white smoke floating from the burner. If someone who knows the goods is there, he will be shocked. What is burning in this incense burner is the sachet powder of Wanyan fragrance whale. 1 tael of this rare treasure is enough to buy a high price of tens of thousands of gold soul coins in the auction market. Human identity is necessarily important. And one of the 2 people in the carriage at the moment is the granddaughter of the present Wuhan Hall's great enshrinement, the niece of the former Pope His Highness Jian Rongxiu. On her right is SUXIAN with a thin blanket on her body. The current His Highness Jian Rongxiu was sitting on a gorgeous bench in the carriage, wearing a golden and yellow saintess costume, holding a thick book in his hand, staring at the book with his beautiful big golden eyes. Her eyes wandered occasionally, and when the golden hair floated in front of her eyes, she would react, and then patted her face lightly. Hey, this is the homework that must be done to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire, no matter how boring it is, I must complete it. Only in this way can I let my mother know that I am very good. The girl cheered herself up in her heart, and then focused on the tree again. At this moment, SUXIAN, who was lying beside her, was still in a coma, but frowned slightly inconspicuously. I didn't die. How much time has passed? My head was so dizzy, my body couldn't control me, I couldn't move. It seems that the injury this time was indeed too serious, and he didn't die. He shouldn't have. At that time, I used the moonlight to separate the red light, and used its weak thermal effect to ignite the white phosphorus, which indirectly detonated the black powder. But he didn't run very far at that time, he just lay down. It seems that my life is really tough. There seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air, very faint but very special. There shouldn't be any scent in the forest, at least it shouldn't appear around me. Could it be someone saved me? Thinking of this, SUXIAN couldn't help trying to open his eyes, but his body was so weak, and after lying down for an unknown period of time, he couldn't even open his eyelids for a while. Jian Rongxiu in the car suddenly noticed that SUXIAN's face turned red. Is it too hot in the car? She guessed. Help him pull the blanket down a bit. She moved her position, leaned down slowly, held her long blonde hair with one hand, and stretched out the other hand to help SUXIAN pull down the blanket a little. At the same time, SUXIAN, who was finally able to control his body, suddenly opened his eyes, but the next moment he was stunned. As soon as she caught her eyes, her golden hair brushed her eyes. It was a girl with a pair of serious golden pupils. She was dressed in noble and gorgeous golden white clothes, and her snow-white skin was like porcelain under the sunlight. The most attractive thing is that she has a sacred aura, which makes her a beautiful girl feel inviolable out of thin air. She noticed that the little boy who opened his eyes and was now in a daze, his hands froze in the air and his face blushed. She suppressed the embarrassment and withdrew his hand calmly. Moved back a little distance and sat upright, said solemnly, "You're awake." SUXIAN took a deep breath and struggled to sit up. He looked at the girl in front of him, suppressed the amazement in his heart, and rolled his eyes. "Isn't it me that woke up? Did you wake up?" The girl was stunned upon hearing this. "What am I doing? If you want to express yourself without looking at the situation, it is not a wise choice to annoy the young lady in front of you. It was you who saved me." SUXIAN, who sensed that his tone was inappropriate, quickly changed the subject. Yes, I found you seriously injured in the Douluo Great Forest and healed you. The girl recovered and said. She thought, this boy is so strange, shouldn't a normal person be grateful when he finds out that he has been saved, why didn't he? Before the girl could finish thinking, the boy in front of her crawled over immediately, and hugged her with open arms. This completely exceeded her expectations, so that she was actually hugged by the boy without checking for a while. While hugging the girl tightly, the boy said gratefully, "Thank you, sister, for saving me. I almost died at that time." Tisk, it was expected. Although she felt a little strange, the girl didn't think too much about it. After all, SUXIAN's appearance was too deceptive, let alone he was only 6 years old. Just ask, who would guard against a 6-year-old child? The girl immediately patted the boy on the shoulder and helped him up. Her beautiful eyes were full of seriousness. "Don't worry, you're safe now." After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why were you chased and killed by that person to the Douluo forest?" It was related to the first subordinate she wanted to train, and she couldn't help being a boy. Carefulness. SUXIAN felt a little regretful, and hesitated for a moment, not wanting to cause trouble for the girl in front of her who didn't know her name, but just as she was about to open her mouth, the girl said first. "Forget it, if there is anything difficult to say, you can tell me after you think it over." He didn't want to say it. "I am Jian Rongxiu, I want to be one of the most powerful people in the mainland in the future, and my personality charm will definitely be able to conquer him in the future." Seeing the trust in the girl's piercing golden eyes, SUXIAN felt a little guilty. But when he thought that behind Minglong might be the alliance of the Heaven Dou nobles, whose power is not trivial, he held back the guilt in his heart. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the unnamed luxurious decoration in the carriage, and asked curiously, "Don't know your sister's name?" The girl paused, and said seriously, "My name is Kyungsu." "Kyungsu, the name is quite nice." SUXIAN smiled and said, "My name is SUXIAN." "Wait, why is the name Kyungsu so familiar? Kyungsu, God's special code Kyungsu. Could it be that she picked a word out of her name? Actually her name is Jian Rongxiu." SUXIAN calmly glanced at the girl in front of him from the corner of his eye, and asked sideways, "Sister Kyungsu, where are we going?" The girl smiled and said, "The place we are going to is Wuhan City, which is my home. We can arrive tomorrow morning." End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Martial Seoul City. Chapter 41 Martial Seoul City. Wuhandian, home. SUXIAN quietly raised his head and glanced at the girl's beautiful face, becoming more and more sure of his guess. "Didn't run away, it must be Jian Rongxiu. I actually met her, he was even saved by her." SUXIAN was full of disbelief, and smiled a little painfully. Such a small probability event was actually encountered by me. Thinking of Jian Rongxiu's tragic fate in the original book, SUXIAN sighed inwardly. "She saved my life, and I'd feel really bad if I didn't help. But if it helps, because Jian Rongxiu's mother Bibidong and Tang San have an inextricable feud, which means that if I do anything, I will stand on the opposite side of the son of the plain, Tang San. If you can't play him well, you might end up with a crushed bone and ashes." Seeing SUXIAN's frowning face, Jian Rongxiu in the car put the book down, raised her thin willow eyebrows, and said, "What are you worried about?" "I was thinking about Sister Kyungsu saving my life, and I don't know how to repay." SUXIAN was very worried. SUXIAN said with a bitter face, "The situation is like this, it's meaningless to help with two small things, it's hard to deal with really meaningful things. What's the matter?" Jian Rongxiu's face softened slightly when she heard the words. She thought for a while and said, "Don't think too much. Is there anyone you can't let go of? When you arrive in Wuhan City, you can first report to them that they are safe." "Family? What family do I have? Even the parents of this body have never seen it themselves." SUXIAN shook his head dejectedly. SUXIAN is alone, and has never seen any parents or relatives since childhood. SUXIAN turned out to be a lonely person. Seeing the boy in front of him shrugging his shoulders, Jian Rongxiu was stunned. She had never met her father since she was a child, and her mother didn't know why she always didn't want to see her. "There is some empathy in my heart," she said softly. "Since God asked me to save you, then you can follow me from now on. Wuhandian will be your home from now on." SUXIAN opened his mouth slightly, looking at the serious blonde girl, not knowing what to say for a while. "Do you want him to say, 'I actually don't like you, your mother is in big trouble, leave her and run away, your family's troubles cannot be solved even if you become a god, you are very dangerous'?" This kind of words, the better Qian Rongxiu treats him, the more uncomfortable he will feel. It was already difficult to repay her life-saving grace, and SUXIAN felt that she could not owe more. "Forget it, let her pay some interest first. When I find a suitable opportunity, I will return her life-saving grace. But it is absolutely impossible for me to risk my own life." In desperation, SUXIAN had no choice but to nod. "Okay, Sister Kyungsu. I finally conquered my first subordinate, this is my first step to prove myself." A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of the blonde girl, and in an instant, a chuckle bloomed like a lotus flower. SUXIAN was frightened by this scene and quickly turned his head. "If you can't watch it, you can't watch it, you will go crazy." The girl has blonde hair and golden pupils, although she is young, but she has a faint demeanor. The boy has silver hair and silver pupils, with a delicate appearance and simple eyes. Both of them have extremely high looks. Walking on the street, they attract the eyes of passers-by and make them look sideways frequently. But neither of them cared about these things, and then Qian Rongxiu asked SUXIAN about some things about cultivation. She found that SUXIAN was as simple as a blank sheet of paper to cultivation, and he didn't even know about meditation. While being greatly surprised and having some headaches, she thought about it carefully and said to SUXIAN, "When you arrive in Wuhan City, you should first join the Wuhan Academy to study. After you become stronger, come and do things for me. Can you still go to Wuhan Temple for free?" SUXIAN was overjoyed and nodded his head violently when he heard the words. His knowledge of Wuhan theory can be said to be 6 senses nothing at all. This is drowsiness, bring a pillow. On the way to Wuhan City, the two talked for a long time. Shilong, who was driving outside the car, kept his identity as a bodyguard and never interrupted their conversation. As a result, SUXIAN never recognized this titled Douluo. On the second day, in front of Wuhan City, SUXIAN and Qian Rongxiu got off the car together. Qian Rongxiu said to Shilong, "This trip has been exhausting, Elder Shi, you should go back first. I will wait for SUXIAN to report to the Wuhan Academy." Shilong nodded, and drove away without saying a word. Now that he has arrived in Wuhan City, it is impossible for anyone to dare to harm the young master, so there is no need for him to follow her. Qian Rongxiu showed a token to the soldiers guarding the city, and the soldiers took a look at it and respectfully sent the two through the city gate. Seeing this, SUXIAN thought of what she had lied to him, and couldn't help but joked. "My sister seems to be very powerful in Wuhan City. People are big and little devils." Qian Rongxiu knocked on SUXIAN's head and rolled her eyes. The communication with SUXIAN along the way made her feel comfortable without friends, because since she was a child, no one would talk to her with a noble status like this. Unknowingly, the 10-year-old girl moved a little more casually, and no longer put on the airs of a saint. She took SUXIAN towards the Wuhan Academy and walked slowly. Wuhan City is the headquarters of Wuhandian, and its rule is completely autonomous by Wuhandian. Everything is managed by the high level of Wuhandian. Because it has nothing to do with the background of the surrounding two countries and its unique geographical advantages, it was once known as the largest city in the world, especially famous for its prosperity and the trading of soul master materials. There are quite a lot of huge buildings in such a prosperous city. The tens of meters high building has an obvious religious style, and the wide road that is enough for 8 carriages to drive side by side is a common street in Wuhan City. There are many shops on the street, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians. As far as I passed by, there was not a single shop that was empty. For a moment, SUXIAN looked at this bustling scene, as if he had returned to the prosperous age he was in his previous life. Incredible, SUXIAN suppressed the shock in his heart slowly, and admired the city from the bottom of his heart. Most of the perspectives in Douluo's original works are based on Tang San, but Tang San's is not comprehensive, so that after he crushes the world, it only shows his strength. Like Wuhan City, which embodies the greatness of civilization A city, it is only mentioned lightly in the original book. Indeed, seeing is believing. Judging from the scale of Wuhan City, Douluo world is definitely not just as ignorant as Europe in the Middle Ages in the previous life. This is a real and complete world. Seeing SUXIAN staring blankly at the prosperity of Wuhan City, Qian Rongxiu chuckled with a bit of pride in her voice. This is Wuhan City. Wuhan Palace has the ability to make it so prosperous, and also has the ability to make everyone in the city live well. It's really good. It would be even better if more people could live well. But it's a pity that Wuhandian met Tang San. SUXIAN turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and sighed inaudibly. The two came to the gate of Wuhan Academy tens of meters wide, and after Qian Rongxiu showed the token, they entered the academy. Your words really touched me. The second volume has started, are you looking forward to it? Daily ticket request, end of this chapter. Chapter 42 Jikeng and number 039, S examination. Chapter 42 Jikeng's examination. The two came to the gate of Wuhan Academy, looked at the gate that was tens of meters wide, and SUXIAN murmured, I didn't expect to come here to study one day. To be honest, I am very lucky. Wuhan Academy is directly affiliated to Wuhan Palace. From Qian Rongxiu's introduction and understanding of the original book, SUXIAN already understood the status of Wuhan Academy in his heart. The Pope directly serves as the dean of this college, and the vice president is responsible for daily affairs. The whole college is divided into 3 grades, low, middle and high. Among them, the lower level corresponds to the first ring and the second ring. Come to think of it, the 3 members of the golden generation in the original book are senior qualified people, right? Of course, they are still young, so they should not have reached that level now. SUXIAN glanced at the blonde girl beside her, and secretly guessed, how old is she now? I feel that the height is a little taller than Mintao, maybe the same age. Qian Rongxiu seemed to sense his gaze, turned her head and encouraged SUXIAN. Don't be afraid, your talent is enough to enter the Wuhan Academy. I will guide you to find a good teacher, and then you have to make good use of it. SUXIAN, who was bearded by blonde hair, rolled her eyes. Why do you always talk to me in a coaxing tone? Although I look like I'm only 6 years old. But let alone, SUXIAN is really looking forward to it. Because cultivation knowledge is too important. To put it bluntly, apart from Tang San's talent, Tang San's success also has his own mysterious heaven skill. This Xiantian Kung Fu can support him to cultivate to peerless Douluo. Does SUXIAN practice exercises? No, he doesn't even know the standard procedure for basic meditation. He urgently needs to learn the method of cultivating soul power, which is even more important than finding a girl. Because he is only 6 years old. After the two showed their tokens to the gatekeeper, they entered the Wuhan Academy. Walking through one road after another, I finally approached a small forest. I walked in and saw a small building in the middle of the forest. There was an old man in a red robe in the yard, and SUXIAN looked at him curiously. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be able to kill flies. Holding a thick book in his hand, he looked like an old pedant. Your Highness actually has time to visit the old man. The old man put down his book and stood up with a smile when he saw Qian Rongxiu. Obviously, Qian Rongxiu's arrival made him both surprised and happy. He didn't know SUXIAN. Although he looked good, how could he care about these things? Therefore, it was not carefully observed. Seeing the old man's reaction, Qian Rongxiu was slightly relieved, and she had a little more confidence in her next plan. She stepped forward and bowed slightly. Qian. Shwe met the teacher. She seemed to have thought of something, and she whispered the second word. Although the old man was strange, he didn't care about these details, and said with a smile, I don't know what your Highness is here for. The teacher is blaming me for something to come to visit him. The girl is so icy and smart, she immediately understood what the old man meant. A blush floated across her little face. She thought about it, and respectfully said, "I brought a genius, the boy behind me. I hope the teacher can teach him. Want me to accept apprentices?" The old man looked behind her intently, and it turned out to be just a small 11th level soul master. "Although it seems that young and talented may be good, but can anyone be my disciple?" His face froze, his smile slowly disappeared, and turned into embarrassment. "Your Highness, I am old and my energy is not as good as before. I felt powerless when I taught your Highness a few years ago." "He's very talented." The old man was stunned for a moment, and thought for a moment, "Old people have principles, good talents can't." The girl thought for a while, and said sincerely, "He is born full of soul power." Regardless of whether it is true or not, talk first before making plans, the girl thought to herself. Congenitally full of soul power, it seems that the talent is really good, but... The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, and the old man opened his mouth, wanting to struggle. "But I heard the girl say if the teacher can give him a chance, I can find a way to double the funding for Senior Jillian this year." Hearing the words, the old man who wanted to reject directly hesitated in his heart. Jillian is the granddaughter of the old man. Her parents died very early and she was brought up by the old man. The granddaughter's martial soul talent is not very good, but she is very interested in the study of soul beasts, and now she is studying sea souls by the sea. The cost of going to sea is not small. If you have more funds, you can buy a more advanced sailing boat, which will be safer if you think about it. I don't have to think about myself, but I have to think about Jillian. The old man sighed inwardly, then said seriously, "In that case, the old man will give him a chance. How about this? I will test him and make plans." Examination school. Hearing this word, the girl became nervous. She knew SUXIAN's level of knowledge very well. If she really wanted to ask a question, she might not be able to answer a single question. But the teacher has already made concessions, and it would be a bit aggressive to bargain by himself. For a moment, the girl felt a little anxious. According to her idea, the school examination should wait for SUXIAN to study for a while, but... SUXIAN understood in her heart, Jianrongxiu should try her best to fight for the opportunity, so now it's time for me to come by myself. At this time, SUXIAN, who was standing, patted the girl's arm, gave her a reassuring look, and said seriously, "Let the old gentleman come." The girl had no choice but to nod for SUXIAN to come forward. The old man looked at SUXIAN and snorted softly, a little displeased with this guy who caused him trouble, and said lightly, "Old man Jikang, Vice President of Wuhan Academy, 8 ring contra." In an instant, 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, rose behind the old man Jikang, and the terrifying coercion was overwhelming like a tide. SUXIAN came. The terrible pressure made SUXIAN's breathing stagnate, his bones creaked, and the ground where his feet stepped on was cracked in an instant, and the thin cracks meandered and diffused. This scene made Jianrongxiu cover her mouth in shock. She didn't expect that a contra teacher would use coercion to test a one-ring soul master in the campus. "Can SUXIAN hold on?" the boy answered her question with actions. He took a deep breath and bit the tip of his tongue lightly, concentrating and meditating, martial spirit possessed. As the eyes and hair became more silvery, and the yellow soul ring rose, the body also tremblingly stood upright. The boy looked at the old man with piercing eyes, and said in a deep voice, "My name is SUXIAN, please ask the old gentleman." "SUXIAN," the old man nodded in disbelief. Although he had controlled the coercion, the little guy in front of him was able to stand upright, which shows that his physical fitness is not bad in the same class. But the coercion of Contra is not only aimed at the body but also the spirit. How strong is the mental power to support his mind so clear? Such a powerful mental power is not what a normal first-ring soul master should have. How do you expect to attack His Highness? If you are looking forward to it, hurry up and offer your tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Your martial soul is mainly based on spiritual attributes? But the old man has lived for so long and has never seen this kind of martial soul with innate full soul power. So what is your martial soul? The old man asked curiously. SUXIAN shook her head. My martial spirit is a moon god named Luna. Luna? Luna. The old man thought hard, but there was no impression of the so-called Luna in his mind. Being knowledgeable, he knows very well that the world is big and full of wonders, so he can make a conclusion for this martial soul for a while. However, he doesn't think it's worth going out for someone who is born full of soul power. There is no other reason, because talent is certainly an important factor in the growth of a strong person, but it is not the only one. He wanted to see how SUXIAN's knowledge was. Do you know how many types of martial spirits are divided into, and what are the characteristics of each type? There are agility and strong attacks. SUXIAN scratched his head and thought for a while before replying. Wrong. The old man frowned, and interrupted without waiting for SUXIAN to finish his answer. This is the classification of soul masters. Qianrongxiu on the side covered her head and sighed. I knew. Do you know how many types of soul beasts are divided? The old man asked again. SUXIAN tentatively asked. Sea soul beasts and land soul beasts. This answer cannot be wrong, it can only be said to be ignorant. Qianrongxiu covered her forehead again. The old man said with a dark face, in the past 90 years, I have seen no less than 20 people who are born with full soul power. 4 of them are my disciples, but only one person has grown up in the end. It can be said that success is full of soul power, and failure is also full of soul power. What I want to say now is that I actually don't value innate full soul power. And your performance just now made me not very optimistic. Then tell me, do you think your point can impress me? SUXIAN pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I can fight very well. Yes, after putting aside talent and knowledge, the only thing SUXIAN has confidence in is that he can fight. This ability to fight does not refer to soul power, but refers to the consciousness and rhythm of fighting. Although SUXIAN only made 3 shots in this life, which time did he not use his ability to the extreme in an extremely critical situation? Even when facing the soul sect directly, the means are constantly failing and danger is everywhere, but who can say that he is not perfect? So he has the confidence to say so. But these old people don't know. Very good at playing, the old man smiled when he heard the words, but he didn't take it seriously. How strong is a one-ring soul master's tactics and fighting will? He looked at Qianrongxiu, who was standing aside and couldn't help but want to say something, and decided to give her some face. Well, when you come back tomorrow morning, I will take you to the spirit fighting arena in the college and find you an opponent. If you win, you will be my disciple, and if you lose, let it go. Now, the old man still has books to compile. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand to withdraw the coercion, and went into the house without looking back. No matter the means. SUXIAN shouted. No matter the means. The old man's voice came. Qianrongxiu looked at SUXIAN with some embarrassment, and led him slowly out of the forest. At the moment, all the teachers of Wuhan Academy are in class, and no one disturbs the 2 of them. After walking out of the forest, the 2 walked slowly in the academy. Originally, I wanted to increase the funds for Sister Jillian, but this time I happened to blackmail the old man. Let's see if he dares to run on me. The girl felt a little flattered. She looked at SUXIAN and said, Mr. Jikeng is my teacher, and he is also the most knowledgeable soul master my grandfather has ever praised. His vision is really high, you have to work hard. Hearing the girl's encouragement, SUXIAN turned to look at her. Why are you being so nice to me? The girl was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while and said sincerely, since I was a child, no one can talk to me as easily as you. I feel very happy. And you are the first subordinate I have trained. But seriously. Okay, Your Highness. SUXIAN felt helpless. Hey, Mr. Jikeng called me His Highness because The girl stammered and tried to round up, yes. I am the quasi-sage of the Wuhan temple. After she finished speaking, she stared at SUXIAN earnestly. Eyes, as if the only way to prove their honesty. SUXIAN carefully compared the gap between her strength and his own. He was afraid that His Royal Highness would find himself desperate after death. So he could only cooperate. So that's how it is, Sister Kyungsoo. She sighed in her heart, if things like social death must happen, of course the sooner the better. After a long time, I don't know if Kyungsoo can bear it. Yes. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's enter the inner city of Wuhan City now. The main site of Wuhan Palace is inside. I will arrange a room for you near my palace. Wait, didn't I want to join Wuhan Academy? SUXIAN was a little nervous after hearing her words. Why did you arrange a room for me near your palace? This is too soon, I'm not ready yet. SUXIAN, who was not as innocent as his age, was inexplicably guilty. When he thought of how closely he was a little one-ring soul master with His Highness the Holy Maiden under the noses of various big bosses, he felt a little resistant to her thoughts for a while. The girl gave SUXIAN a strange look. You are my subordinate. However, if you want to live directly in the academy, of course you can. Oh. For some reason, there was a slight regret in my heart. No. How can you feel sorry? She was carrying a mountain of trouble on her hands. SUXIAN warned herself not to mess up. Also, I'm only 6 years old. SUXIAN looked down at herself and sighed inexplicably. Since SUXIAN didn't want to live in the inner city, the girl took SUXIAN to the Academic Affairs Office of Wuhan Academy, registered her name and got the key to a single dormitory. It was time for dinner, and His Highness the Holy Maiden planned to take SUXIAN to have a meal in the city to show the preferential treatment she, the Holy Maiden, gave to her subordinates. After dinner, the two stood on the street. The girl's blonde hair was blown into the sunlight by the wind and rolled continuously. For a moment, SUXIAN couldn't tell who was more dazzling. Looking at her golden eyes with seriousness, SUXIAN lowered his head helplessly. Your Highness, don't be like this, I have principles. Why don't you dare to look at me? The girl asked. SUXIAN praised, His Royal Highness's brilliance is like the sun, making it impossible for subordinates to look directly at it. The girl rolled her pretty eyes and handed over a gold card. There are 10,000 gold soul coins in here, you spend them first. SUXIAN took the gold card with a sense of guilt, not knowing what to say. Then I'll go first. Tomorrow morning, I'll watch your battle. Go to Mr. Jiking tomorrow morning, and go to the Seoul Arena first. Let's say cheers to you in advance. SUXIAN nodded, okay. The girl smiled, turned around and left, neatly. Only SUXIAN was left looking at the girl's golden back, and then at the golden card in his hand. His eyes were full of complexities for a moment. I obviously just wanted to be an ordinary student and study hard, but I didn't expect that she would find her own teacher and ask him to teach me. What can I do? After the girl left, SUXIAN stood where he was. Suddenly, he frowned. Why did he feel something was pressing on his back? Oh, it turned out to be a bill, suddenly he realized. Then he looked a little sad again. It seems that the speed at which I pay back the debt is far behind the speed at which she made me pay the debt. I found that if I didn't ask for a ticket, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep last night, really, so, where's your ticket? End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The sun slanted, and the bright light became dim, as if covering the city on the plain with a layer of tulle. In front of the south gate of Wuhan City, a person walked towards the city gate. This was a disheveled beggar with a dirty and thin face whose age could not be distinguished, and his eyes revealed fatigue. He cautiously glanced behind. He was relieved when he saw no one was chasing him. He opened the transparent bottle with a heartbroken face, poured the transparent liquid in his hand, rubbed it and wiped it on his body. His steps were very light, leaving no obvious footprints, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. The beggar looked up at the three characters Wuhan City on the huge city gate, and felt a lot more at ease. He thought, I finally got here, maybe the organization is also afraid of Wuhan Palace, so I fled all the way in this direction. There are fewer people coming to hunt me down. However, the defenders of Wuhan City probably won't let me in. The beggar looked down at his distressed appearance, touched the only dozen or so copper soul coins left in his pocket, and felt a little bit reluctant at first, then gritted his teeth. No, I must go in, it is completely safe to go in. After he changed into a simple attire and entered the city, after an unknown period of time, a rich businessman in a magnificent suit came with a caravan from outside the south gate of the city. The wealthy businessman frowned slightly looking at the messy footprints outside the city gate, and remained silent for a while. In Wuhan City, on Food Street. SUXIAN put another backpack on her back, so I don't need to say much about what's inside. He walked alone on the street, observing the beautiful woman carefully. No, it's food. Wuhan City is prosperous in business, and the food industry is not bad. The food here comes from delicacies from all over the continent. There are deep-fried ice silkworms from the extreme north, which are crunchy and delicious. SUXIAN even noticed the seafood merchants in the South China Sea, and the abalones they sold were uncontrollable. But when I thought that I was only 6 years old and it was not the time, I had no choice but to give up. Going shopping is a happy thing, but SUXIAN unexpectedly ran into an old friend. Obviously, this old man didn't seem to expect to meet him, as can be seen from the old man's dull eyes. SUXIAN looked at the shaky and weak young man standing in front of him blankly, the surprise in his silver eyes slowly dissipated, and he hummed softly, "Young man, we are very destined." He didn't suspect that this was a premeditated meeting, because there were too few people who could plot against Jian Rongxiu. At least this young man who betrayed the Dark Dragon organization couldn't have such energy. The young man smiled wryly and looked at the silver-haired little doll in front of him. Although he was not familiar with this face, the sharp eyes left a deep impression on him. The memory seems to return to the night when he was dominated by the owner of these eyes. It is difficult for the young man to connect the two, but the handsome face, silver grey hair, and those eyes of the little doll remind him all the time. That's right, that person from that night. The young man scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "Hee, it's really a coincidence. Little sister, did you escape here too?" "My man. Besides, my name is SUXIAN." SUXIAN pouted. "Boy," the young man's eyes widened, the little doll in front of him had no reason to lie to himself. In other words, it turns out that I didn't figure out the gender of the object from the beginning to the end? He felt that things were a little ridiculous, but before he could think too much, his stomach rumbled the next moment. The sound was so long and the vibration was so violent that the surrounding pedestrians frequently looked sideways. This voice. "I'm afraid I haven't eaten for 2 days, right?" SUXIAN folded his arms and looked at the young man playfully. The young man covered his stomach and sighed. After changing his clothes with the only copper soul coins left on his body, he was completely penniless. This time he walked all the way, just looking for a temporary job to fill his stomach first, but he didn't expect to meet this boy. The young man said helplessly. "Grandpa, I'm calling you Grandpa. My name is Wang Chuan. Tell me, what do you want to do? But can you give me something to eat first? I'm afraid I will fall to the ground at some point." "It's not impossible." SUXIAN pondered for a moment, but didn't realize that he had any deep hatred with him. After all, Wang Chuan was just a small character who was coerced to hunt him down at that time. He was essentially a person who was very afraid of death, and he was actually not a threat to him. Moreover, because he is easy to control, maybe I can use him to carry out some things more conveniently. As long as he is not allowed to die, and he finds a way to intimidate and lure him, he should be able to take him under his command. Thinking of this, SUXIAN couldn't help sighing in his heart. The main reason is that he really has no subordinates, otherwise why use him? Now that he had made up his mind, SUXIAN didn't procrastinate, and directly led Wang Chuan to the restaurant on the side. Half an hour later, the sky completely darkened, and thin clouds covered the night sky. In the restaurant, Wang Chuan put down the last bowl of rice, hiccuped, glanced at SUXIAN quietly, then raised his head and cried bitterly while wiping his tears, "Thank you for your hospitality. Does it need to be so exaggerated? Please, you have to act like a little bit." SUXIAN glanced at Wang Chuan and said indifferently, "That's not necessary. Do you have any plans in the future? If you don't have any plans, why don't you just come and help me?" "Working? Yes, but I'm not very good at fighting." Wang Chuan looked embarrassed. "This boy won't let me do something that will kill me, will he? I just left the organization, how could I fall into another pit?" However, I accepted his love again, so it didn't seem too good to just refuse. For a moment, Wang Chuan hesitated. "It's hard to say no, and it's not what you want to say yes." SUXIAN had expected this for a long time. "It seems that he can only pretend to be a tiger," he said in a deep voice. "Behind me is the Holy Maiden of Wuhan Temple. Her power is beyond your imagination. If you reject me, do you think you can live well in Wuhan City? Then what do you have to prove that you have the background of the saint of the Wuhan Temple?" Wang Chuan is not stupid, he is unwilling to trust SUXIAN easily. "If I agree, what do you need me to do?" With the saintess of the Soul Palace as the background, he can be regarded as a good shade under the big tree. But the boy needs evidence to explain the problem. "Just guard a room for me. 10 gold soul coins a month." Guarding the room? 10 gold soul coins. Wang Chuan looked suspicious. How can there be so much money? You can't be a spy or someone who steals information, right? SUXIAN covered her head. She didn't expect this person to be so thoughtful and vigilant. It's really hard to fool him. SUXIAN couldn't make up his mind for a while. He thought, "It seems that I have to let His Royal Highness leave a token tomorrow." The boy took a deep look at Wang Chuan, suddenly realized that it seems a little inferior to let you guard a room. After persuading Wang Chuan to wait for a few days, SUXIAN returned to Wuhan Academy at night and found his own dormitory. He still needs to prepare for tomorrow's battle. This person appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Examination Candidate, SUXIAN. Chapter 45 Examination Candidate, SUXIAN. On the second day, Wuhan Academy, inside Xiaolinzi. Today's weather is not good. Black clouds squeeze the sky, heavy as if they are about to fall, depressing as if the whole academy is silent. The indifferent wind shuttled fiercely, leaving the students' exclamations behind. Many students walked towards the Seoul arena together in twos and threes. This matter was being discussed in a small group, and a girl said, "You said, who is the student that Dean Jiking wants to take the school exam? Didn't Dean Jiking confiscate students for many years? I heard that the 3 combined babies failed to make Dean Jiking accept them. Who would have talents that are more eye-catching than them?" A boy couldn't help but say. "It is said that none of the 3 conjoined twins' innate soul power is lower than the 8th level, so isn't the person who will be assessed this time born with full soul power? If so, it is indeed stronger than the 3 of them." At this time, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, came from the other side. They have different styles. The pink-haired girl is wearing a pink short skirt with a short lining. Although she is young, she looks charming and attractive, and her figure is conspicuous. A boy has fiery red hair, a rebellious expression in a red outfit. This is a guy who is not easy to mess with. The other boy has flying purple hair, but is relatively restrained. The 3 of them, led by the pink-haired girl, walked slowly towards the fighting spirit field. The pink-haired girl seemed to hear someone talking about them, so she turned her head and gave them a wink. Everyone noticed the arrival of the 3 of them, and their eyes were panicked and confused, but the same thing was that they all closed their mouths. The leader of the small group stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd with a solemn face. "Yan, Hulina, Xiaoyu. You are here too." Hulina covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. "Why, can't we come? We are also very curious about who is qualified to accept the school examination by Mr. Jikang." We were directly rejected at the beginning. Anya, watch your team members' mouths. Let me hear them gossiping again, be careful I roast them. Yan said with a cold face, get out of the way, don't get in the way. A trace of fear flashed in Anya's eyes, and after a moment of silence, she still stepped aside under Xiaoyu's apologetic gaze. After the three left, someone criticized them with righteous indignation, why don't they drag them in front of the middle grade seniors? After hearing this, Captain Anya turned around and glanced at the companion who made the sound, sighed, and said, let's not talk about this. Although they are still in the lower grades, they have the trinity of martial soul fusion skills. Even in the middle grades, few people are willing to provoke them. They will not just watch the show this time. It's going to be a lot of fun today. After finishing speaking, everyone walked into the fighting spirit field together. The Fighting Spirit Field of Wuhan Academy is a building specially built for actual combat for the students of Wuhan Academy. Its main body is composed of a fighting spirit platform with a side length of 200 meters in the center of the building. In the past, this fighting spirit platform was divided into 4 for students to use, but today is an exception. Because today, Dean Jikeng requisitioned the fighting spirit field, and it was specially used to test one person in the school. Ever since I heard that Dean Jikeng wanted to test a person in the school, all the students in the Wuhan Academy who have no classes now gathered in the fighting spirit field. At this time, thousands of students were standing beside the fighting spirit platform, most of them were whispering who is the person who is qualified to accept the examination by Dean Jikeng this time. Could it be the Soul Master of our academy? Hey, it is indeed possible. It seems that today may be a battle between dragons and tigers. On the other side, the 3 conjoined twins mentioned by the students were standing under the soul fighting platform, and Hulina said a little bored. Who will that person be? Yan speculated, I think it might be a middle-aged senior from the soul sect. But whether he is or not, we will have a meeting today. Don't be careless, we are still great soul masters after all. Even with the martial soul fusion skill in hand, it is very difficult to win against the 4-ring soul section. Xiaoyu said solemnly. Stop talking, Dean Jikeng is here. Hulina exclaimed. Thousands of students in the audience also stopped talking one after another, and the hum in the soul arena suddenly died down. Dean Jikeng in a red robe stood on the rostrum. While SUXIAN was wearing a white dress with a pigtail and a backpack of the same color, standing behind Jikeng in the appearance of a young lady. Some students in the audience noticed SUXIAN, and they said to the students around them in surprise. Is that little Zhengtai the grandson of Dean Jikeng? His classmate asked strangely, why do you say that? If it's not his grandson, why would you bring a child to the soul arena? He explained, it's very abrupt. Makes sense. But more boys didn't take SUXIAN seriously. After all, everyone spent their time watching the fight between dragons and tigers. How could they have time to pay attention to a young lady who had nothing to do with the school exam? But the girls are different, especially those middle grade girls who have started whispering now. That brother is so cute. The soul fight is over later, let's go tease him. SUXIAN on the stage looked around, and finally found a figure in a white gold dress with a hood in the distance. She was just walking in from an entrance of the soul arena. The girl walked straight towards the rostrum. Today's white gold-edged dress matched her temperament very well. She was dignified with lightness, beautiful but elegant. Unfortunately, due to the location problem, no other students except SUXIAN saw it. Every angle of His Highness is perfect, SUXIAN admired secretly in his heart. When the girl walked not far away, she stood behind the crowd and stopped coming, and gave SUXIAN an encouraging look. She doesn't seem to like having a lot of people see her. SUXIAN nodded seriously to her, expressing acceptance. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ji Kong took a step forward and said loudly, "Today I will take the school test here. If the people who pass the test pass, they will be my disciples, if they don't pass, they will give up." Those who participate in the school test will get 1,000 gold soul coins. The students in the audience cheered. Don't look at Qian Rongxiu casually giving SUXIAN gold soul coins, but who is Qian Rongxiu, the only seedling in 1,000 families? Can ordinary students compare with her? So 1,000 gold soul coins is still very attractive to the students. They were gearing up one after another, and even Yan under the stage was faintly excited. If I win, I can buy Nana a nice dress. Xiaoyu patted Yan's head. What are you talking about? Then she looked up at the rostrum, with a flash of eagerness in her eyes. All eyes were fixed on Jikeng on the stage, waiting for Dean Jikeng to name the candidates. The students are very enthusiastic. Jikeng looked around and was very satisfied with the reactions of the students. He said, "Now I want to introduce to you. Coming." The students in the audience held their breaths, and the eyes of a combative person like Yan were also full of high-spirited fighting spirit, and they looked at Ji Kong seriously. Ji Kong stretched out a finger, and everyone's eyes followed the finger to SUXIAN's face behind Ji Kong. At this time, Ji Kang's voice sounded. "School candidate, SUXIAN. Alas, I found that many people seem to have voted for others behind my back, which is uncomfortable. Today I found a picture of your highness when she was a girl on the internet. Immediately post in the comment area, for my caring sake, please vote." End of this chapter. Chapter 46 One Sword. Chapter 46 One Sword. Everyone in the audience followed Ji Kang's instructions, and their eyes widened for a moment. The soul fighting arena was so quiet that a needle could be heard falling for a moment, and then a chaotic discussion erupted again. Many seniors looked excitedly at the sisters around them and exclaimed that cute little guy turned out to be an examinee. He's so brave. SUXIAN, the name sounds nice, and he looks so good looking, I really want to pet his head. Her sisters pointed at SUXIAN with little stars in their eyes and said excitedly. Touch his head. The blonde girl standing not far behind them felt a little uncomfortable when she heard these words. Is the head of my first subordinate, Qian Rongxiu, also you can touch. She then turned her eyes to the boy on the stage. You won't let me down, will you? Most of the students were questioned by male students. A boy who was not too old looked at SUXIAN on the stage and said sourly. I only look a little older than him, but I'm already a 13th level soul warrior. I think I'm more suitable to stand on it. There was also a boy on the other side with a sneer and said. What's the use of being good looking? Someone will come up and slap him in the face later. But some people are also wondering, judging by the boy's stature, he must have just awakened his martial soul, right? Such a level is the bottom of the Wuhan Academy. Is he really capable of coming to the fighting spirit field of the Wuhan Academy to accept the examination? Or, can he survive the first person? Many people in the audience answered in the negative. Yan is also one of them. He pointed at SUXIAN on the stage and said with a laugh, just like this, I can beat up to 10 children who are still carrying backpacks on the fighting spirit stage. By the way, he won't be beaten to cry later, right? He maintained an exaggerated laugh and looked around, and found that Xiaoyu and his sister looked at him with strange eyes, and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Don't you think so? Xiaoyu glanced at him lightly, and Hulina gave Yan a supercilious look. Use your brain. If Dean Jikeng really thinks that the boy with silver grey hair can't beat him alone, then there won't be such a school exam. Xiaoyu added, he should be a first-ring soul master, and his level is not too high. Dean Jikeng will not choose middle-grade students to attack him. Even a second-ring soul master is unlikely. Is that so? Then my 1,000 gold soul coin is wasted. Yan sighed bitterly. Okay, stop talking, that little guy named SUXIAN is on the soul fighting stage, and the school exam has begun. Hulina's eyes narrowed, reminding the two of them. The three quickly ended their conversation and looked towards the soul fighting stage. It was a boy in white with a backpack of the same color. The boy has silver grey hair and eyes of the same color. His handsome and cute face is expressionless at the moment. He is looking around at the students on the side of the fighting spirit stage. Many of the seniors below immediately let out a wow cry, and then stared at him with warm eyes. The corners of SUXIAN's eyes twitched, thinking in his heart, I've known for a long time that this look will attract many people of the opposite sex, but I didn't expect it to start now. Hey, sisters, please see clearly, I'm still so young. Then again, the last time the attention was focused was in the competition in the previous life. It's just that at that time it was victory with knowledge, but this time it was with force. The results should be no different, as long as the old man leaves me alone. The boy on the stage turned his head to look at the old man on the rostrum, and said respectfully, I'm ready. Ji Kong nodded indifferently, stepped forward, and said in a loud voice, this time there is an old man in the spirit fight, you don't have to keep your hands, regardless of the means. Then, those who are interested in going on stage among the junior students raise their hands. Brush brush, except for a few girls, the students in the lower grades quickly raised their hands. Everyone wanted to earn the 1,000 gold soul coins. Even if you can't make a profit, you won't lose money. Why not do it? For a time, the crowd was enthusiastic. Ji Kong on the rostrum had a flash of light in his eyes, and quickly judged the strength of the students in the audience. Well, this is a great soul master with high soul power, and the 3 little dolls of great soul masters are not suitable, so it's better, just you. Ji Kong stretched out his finger, and a red light shot out, pointing at a boy. It is the boy who said to himself, I think I am more suitable to stand on it. The boy who was pointed cheered, happily rolled up his blouse to reveal his strong and powerful arms, and jumped onto the soul fighting platform after 2 sprints. For a moment, the boy seemed to have the winning ticket in his hands, looked at SUXIAN with disdain, and shouted, Wang Tian, a first-ring soul master of the 13th level assault system, a blue-patterned bear with martial soul. As the boy shouted, the bear with blue animal pattern flashed away behind him, the boy's figure suddenly rose a foot, several blue lines appeared on the bear skin, and the already strong muscles became even bigger. There were several sharp blades protruding from the fingertips. A yellow soul ring also rose. Looking at the boy's performance on the rostrum, Ji Kong couldn't help but nodded. The boy had also spent a lot of time exercising his body in private. The students in the audience are divided into 2 levels. Among the male students, there are those who disdain and those who have fun, but most of them are those who want to see SUXIAN make a big fool of themselves. They all want to watch the blue-striped tiger boy beat him up. SUXIAN's nose was blue and his face was swollen. Among the female students, most of them looked at SUXIAN, who was opposite the fierce and savage boy on the fighting spirit stage, and saw the lovely SUXIAN weakly say, SUXIAN. After a pause, he said, Level Agility Attack System First Ring Soul Master, Wuhan Luna. At the same time, a yellow soul ring floated behind him. Seeing this, a red-haired female student under the stage gave the blue-striped boy a bitter look, then turned her head and said to her companion, Find out a way for me to find out what class Wang Tian is in. My wife will meet him when I have time. The companion next to her heard this, looked at the boy on the stage with some pity, and said in her heart, Boy, you are miserable. On the stage, Wang Tian yelled violently, the first soul skill, Brutal Bear Charge. Immediately, he stomped his big foot, leaving a shallow footprint on the iron fighting spirit platform, and rushed straight towards SUXIAN. SUXIAN stood still, watching Wang Tian's approaching footsteps indifferently, and said to himself, 3-2. At this moment, Wang Tian had rushed to 1 foot in front of SUXIAN. He jumped up with a loud laugh, and slapped SUXIAN with his right palm. Seeing this scene, the male students in the audience felt secretly refreshed. As for the female students, some looked at SUXIAN worriedly, some were blindfolded and dared not look any further, and some asked nervously, Why hasn't SUXIAN moved? Even the blonde girl on one side was breathless, subconsciously grasping the corner of her skirt. 1. At this moment, the last number in SUXIAN's heart fell. He moved. I saw the yellow soul ring of the boy in white on the stage light up, and with a turn of his arm, the silver light converged into a short sword. With a loud shout, the first soul skill, Flash, SUXIAN teleported to the king in the next moment. Tian sideways and dodged his hard slap. SUXIAN clenched the dagger that was imbued with clear light but could not be drawn, and slashed at Wang Tian obliquely. This sword is firm and stable, as if it has been tempered and unstoppable. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The Stressed SUXIAN. Chapter 47 The Stressed SUXIAN. Horror arose in Wang Tian's eyes, and he found that no matter how he responded, he couldn't escape the sword. Because this sword has sealed all his escape routes. Stop! Ji Kang's old voice suddenly spread throughout the soul fighting field, and the air around the two people on the soul fighting stage became as thick as mud at this moment. The movements of SUXIAN and Wang Tian stopped immediately, and the inertia slowly disappeared. The next moment, the air returned, and the two of them landed firmly on the ground. Wang Tian stood up and removed the spirit possession, glanced complicatedly at the white-clothed boy in front of him, turned around and walked down the stage without saying a word. There was a burst of boos from the audience, and a male student scolded Wang Tian, "I'm Cao Nima. You can't do without dancing, right?" There were also male students who beat their chests and stamped their feet, expressing that they would never make such a mistake if they were in the class. However, only a few people could see that Wang Tian's jump was not really important, but SUXIAN's sword was the highlight. A flash of shock flashed in Hulina's eyes on the side. The impeccable sword. The moment Wang Tian jumped up, the ending is already doomed. Seeing the results on the soul fighting stage, the female students and the blonde girl on the other side were relieved, but the blonde girl's heart was lifted by the words of the female students in the next moment. "Wow! SUXIAN's cold face is so cute, I will form SUXIAN's fan club in the future. Hey, you have to count me in. And me. The blonde girl on the side lowered her golden eyes slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. SUXIAN is obviously my subordinate, only I can win him over. Could it be that you want to scoop up my Qianrongxiu? At this time, on the fighting spirit stage, SUXIAN glanced back at Ji Kang, who was standing on the rostrum tens of meters away with a calm face. This old guy didn't use soul skills. SUXIAN was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, such a strong element control power. What a precise battle judgment, such a stable sword. Ji Kang's heart is actually not as indifferent as SUXIAN thought, and he was a little pleasantly surprised when he saw SUXIAN's performance. It seems that this little guy still has a bit of confidence in his words, so let this old man see your potential. In the fighting spirit arena, Ji Kang's old voice once again spread throughout the fighting spirit arena. Who wants to play? I come. A red-haired boy responded loudly. The students looked at him one after another. Hulina next to him pulled his clothes, frowned and said in a low voice, "Yan, he's just a child. But haven't you liked that blue star dress for a long time? If I beat him this time, I can buy it for you." Yan looked at her and said seriously, "And I'm not a few years older than him. But you were promoted to a great soul master a few days ago. And why bother me like this?" Hulina sighed in her heart. Seeing that Yan was so persistent, it was hard to say anything, so she let go of her hand lightly. Ji Kang, who was standing with his hands behind his back on the chair tower, nodded slightly when he saw a newly promoted great soul master challenge him. Just let the old man see where SUXIAN's limit is. After getting permission, Yan approached a little, jumped onto the soul fighting stage with a light jump, stepped forward a few steps, crossed his arms and looked at SUXIAN, sneered, "Your first soul skill is teleportation, which means you lack attack means and can only fight at close range with the sword in your hand. But unfortunately, my first skill is burst fireball. Long distance projection is enough to hang you one by one, ring soul master, just admit defeat obediently." Looking at his jump, he knew that his physical fitness was much stronger than the one just now, and I might not be an opponent at close range. And he is of the fire attribute. SUXIAN calmly helped the backpack, sighing inwardly, "It's difficult. The soul master in front of me is not the 3 castrated soul masters I killed beside the mountain. At that time, they didn't even have decent attacking soul skills and were exhausted, so I had a chance to take advantage of them. But now that he wants to defeat Yan, the difficulty may not be as easy as defeating the castrated version of Hun Zun. It's true, Ji Kong really wants to mess with me, and the second one is an opponent of this level. While SUXIAN was thinking, he looked towards the rostrum, and sure enough, he saw the old man smiling at him. But I'm not unprepared, and it's not my style to cringe. On the stage, the boy in white clothes like snow seriously said, maybe you might as well try it. The red-haired boy sneered and said, try it. By the way, remember who defeated you? My name is Yan. A 21st level attack system Great Soul Master, a martial soul flame lord. With the last sound falling, the flames instantly covered his body and set off a frenzy of flames on his hands, and the 2 yellow soul rings behind him danced around him. Cut. Seeing the 2 yellow soul rings behind him, there was a burst of sighs and cursing from the audience. The sighs of the male students couldn't tell whether they wanted to express their contempt for Yan, or their regret that they didn't come to the stage first because they wanted to save face. But on the contrary, the curses of the female students were much more unified. It's really shameless to bully our family SUXIAN even after being a great soul master. Sisters, let's block him later. Xiaoyu silently put on her mask, not wanting anyone to recognize that she came with Yan. The blonde girl pursed her lips and glanced at Jikang, then looked seriously at the fighting spirit stage, planning to fly to rescue SUXIAN with her spirit whenever she was in danger. After all, he is a subordinate who he wants to train well, how can he be bullied by others at will? On the stage, Yan glanced coldly at the audience, then looked at SUXIAN, and said loudly, the winner is king. Today I will defeat you in the most humiliating way, so that you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. The first soul skill, Bursting Fireball. A yellow soul ring lit up with the sound, and an exploding fireball condensed into shape around Yan. Seeing the distorted air around the fireball, SUXIAN knew that he could not take this blow hard. The next moment, the burst fireball shot towards SUXIAN with a whoosh. The exploding fireball was reflected in SUXIAN's eyes, his brain was running at high speed, predicting the trajectory of the exploding fireball and then pounced to the side. Boom! The explosive fireball hit the ground and exploded, the flames splashed everywhere, and a small nest was blasted out on the iron fighting spirit platform. The power is good. Before SUXIAN looked back, the next explosive fireball shot towards the edge of his field of vision at high speed, bringing up distorted air waves, which made him roll forward in fright and quickly dodge. Before he got up, another explosive fireball shot towards him at high speed. Bang bang bang! For a moment, there was a banging sound on the fighting spirit stage. Yan seemed to have turned into a manic tool that sprayed explosive fireballs. The ferocious firepower suppressed SUXIAN without time to raise his head, and his clothes were scorched by sparks, making him very embarrassed for a while. At this moment, everyone in the fighting spirit field, including Jikang, stared nervously at SUXIAN on the stage, because victory, defeat, and even life and death are only a moment away. The blonde girl even summoned her soul power, ready to rush up to the stage to save people. But no one guessed that SUXIAN, who was already in such a mess on the stage, even felt emotional. This body speed can't keep up with my reaction speed. Also, why isn't Yan afraid of spraying himself into an adult? How dare Yan use his soul power so extravagantly? Isn't he afraid that he will be killed if he consumes too much soul power? Xiaoyu from the audience murmured. Hu Lina's faint voice sounded. Yesterday he told me that after he was promoted to a great soul master, his first skill seemed to have mutated, and the consumption became smaller. He can fire more than 40 rounds when he is full of soul power. Although his promotion speed is the slowest, his output ability is already ours. The strongest of the three. Looking at his style of play, in addition to directly defeating SUXIAN, he should also want to create the illusion of empty soul power, so as to attract SUXIAN to take the initiative to get close. Then use the second skill Granite Rock to limit SUXIAN's position, and cooperate with his powerful body quality directly crushes him. On the soul fighting stage, Yan shot more than 20 explosive fireballs in one breath. He took a deep breath with a pale face, his body was empty and crumbling, and he shouted arrogantly, "Come on, face me." Now that SUXIAN was on the other side of the soul fighting stage, seeing that Yan had stopped shooting, he quickly shot off the sparks on the backpack, and then stood up slowly. He pushed back his messy hair, gently pressed down the clothes full of holes, and rubbed his dusty forehead with great pressure. The reason for the high pressure is not that the bursting fireballs forced him to dodge everywhere and he was very embarrassed. Although the bursting fireballs were powerful and there were a lot of them, they were always under his own predictions and did not pose a threat at all. The real reason is that this is the 4th time I have shot Mars. I have a backpack of black powder on me. SUXIAN raised his head with a wry smile, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the arrogant Yan in the distance. "Boy, do you know you're dangerous? Once I can't extinguish this spark, your future will be bad, so I advise you to do it for yourself." With a hand speed of per hour, my hands are sore after coding these 2 chapters, poor little eyes. Don't you have the heart to be a prostitute for nothing? They have already worked so hard, so please vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. On the rostrum, the red-robed old man narrowed his eyes slightly. "Will you seize this opportunity?" Under the stage, a female student raised her fist and shouted, "Xiao SUXIAN, his soul power should be exhausted, hit him." The blonde girl on one side frowned. What would he do at this time? The seemingly great opportunity is actually a scam. Can he see through it? In fact, the best choice for him should be to keep a distance. A flash of astonishment suddenly flashed in the girl's golden eyes, and SUXIAN on the fighting spirit stage actually put down his backpack and rushed towards Xiang Yan with a dagger in his right hand. For a while, everyone in the audience reacted differently. The male students yelled and cursed, "Yan is so arrogant, but I didn't expect to be an idiot. Twice to exhaust the soul power, Yan will soon eat dirt, he does not live up to his name. It's too embarrassing for a great soul master to be killed by the soul master." On the contrary, the female students cheered fiercely, and everyone said that the arrogant barbaric boy would definitely be defeated by SUXIAN. SUXIAN is justice. But a few of the students below frowned, subconsciously slowed their breathing, and stared at the stage with wide eyes. They had a faint premonition. "I'm afraid the ending is unknown." SUXIAN on the soul fighting stage strode forward, observing Yan's surroundings and at the same time keeping an eye out for signs of another bursting fireball condensing in him. And the red-haired boy who was tens of meters away had a pale face, and the fiery red around him had already recovered, and he sternly shouted, "Can you beat me?" His voice was so loud that even the students in the audience could hear him clearly. Coldness shot out from the silver eyes, and the running boy's aura gradually became fierce. "I don't know what other plans you have, but when I decided to make a move, you already have no chance." Yes, although the boy's acting skills are very good, but his unreasonable tactical arrangements have already attracted SUXIAN's attention. 20 meters, 10 meters. Looking at SUXIAN who threw himself into the trap, Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with excitement and a triumphant smile. "No matter how strong you are, but when you are close to me, you will lose." SUXIAN understood Yan's thoughts, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Is it really what you think?" The two of them were already very close. At this distance SUXIAN could even see Qing Yan's almost undisguised sinister smile, as well as his tensed muscles ready to go. The next moment, the yellow soul ring on his body lit up, and SUXIAN planned to strike first. Drink! The flaming airwave suddenly re-released from the boy's body, and with a more violent attitude, it rolled up the scorching air and pushed it towards SUXIAN. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Boom boom boom, the yellow soul ring behind the young man flickered one after another, and accompanied by a huge roar, huge stone slabs quickly grew on the ground, and each stone slab was several feet higher than SUXIAN. Several stone slabs came quickly towards SUXIAN, faintly surrounding SUXIAN in the middle, as if they were going to cover him on the ground in the next moment. Wow! The students in the audience exclaimed. Are you even cheering for my strength? Yan laughed excitedly and said, ha ha ha, kid, you can admit defeat. Maybe you can use teleportation to dodge, but how many times can you use the pitiful soul power of your ring? Give you more strength. He swung his arms wide and made a closed posture. In a moment, several larger stone slabs moved towards the original center to enclose SUXIAN tightly. You defeated, Yan announced loudly, but before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. It was like a duck being choked, abrupt and stiff. He saw the students in the audience looking at him with extremely shocking eyes. No, they are looking behind me. Behind, Yan's body froze, and there seemed to be a boundless chill coming from behind. Like swimming on a lake on a bone-chilling winter day, it is a kind of icy cold that soaks into the marrow of the bone. The cold blade slowly protruded from his neck, gently scratching the tender flesh on his neck. In an instant, the hairs all over Yan's body exploded, and his voice trembled. You, what are you going to do? Don't worry, I'll rub against it. I won't stab it in. A gentle voice came from behind, but Yan didn't feel the slightest warmth. By the way, let me remind you, you lost. SUXIAN continued, shaking the back of his sword and gently patted Yan's neck. The chill on his neck and SUXIAN's words reminded him, you are the one who loses. Yan didn't have the courage to turn around to look at SUXIAN. His body, which was bigger than SUXIAN's head, gradually softened, as if the tent that had lost its support seemed a little stretched. He staggered forward as if he had lost his soul, and he was indifferent to the sword that was still on his body. SUXIAN calmly dispersed the cold star, looked at Yan's figure and smiled. One moment he was still on the cloud of fantasy victory, but the next moment he had to accept a sudden failure. Young people need to grow up. On the soul fighting stage, the weak boy in tattered and messy white clothes stood quietly as the winner, while the previously arrogant and brutal boy ended sadly. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the students in the audience. Male students know. Soon this person's name will be widely circulated in the academy, just because of that weird and invisible teleportation. This boy can be called the top agility attack department in the same realm. Not to mention that he is still so young, and being young among soul masters means unlimited potential. The female students found that the good-looking boy on the stage was not only good-looking, but also had such a strong fighting talent. He looked cuter. For a while, the female students were whispering among themselves, and the news of the establishment of SUXIAN's fan club unknowingly spread throughout the group of female students. The blonde girl's eyes reflected the silver-eyed boy standing on the fighting spirit stage. She chuckled lightly, and secretly made up her mind, such a good seedling, I want to cultivate it myself. As for that matter, don't worry about it for the time being. The amazement in Ji Kang's eyes on the rostrum gradually dissipated. The students couldn't see SUXIAN's weird teleportation clearly because of weak eyesight, but Ji Kang watched the whole process without missing a single detail. Does the teleportation need to be locked to the living life to use it? But plants don't seem to work, otherwise grass is not only more convenient than insects, but also won't die. Moreover, this little guy seems to be hiding his clumsiness. Thinking of this, Ji Kang couldn't help but want to applaud SUXIAN. On the soul fighting stage, SUXIAN stretched his waist, turned around slowly and faced Ji Kang, and said with a miserable face, Principal Ji Kang, my soul power is only at %. I can call one person at most. Everyone. Why can you say such arrogant words in a miserable tone? End of this chapter. Chapter 49 One Trick. Chapter 49 One Trick. Hearing this, a little star appeared in the eyes of a female student in the audience. SUXIAN is so domineering. I like it so much. The male students all showed incredulous expressions. Is your special brain burned out? Shouldn't everyone accuse him of hypocrisy? Of course, No one dared to say that. Because most of the female students around them also had this expression. So no one dared to commit their public wrath. Ji Kong on the rostrum heard that the wrinkles on his face seemed to be getting deeper. He said lightly, who taught him a lesson. The tone is not good, he still wants to fuck me. SUXIAN quickly came to a conclusion in her heart. A few of the female students in the audience raised their hands sparsely. Some of them were face blind, and some wanted to go up and try SUXIAN's hand. On the contrary, many male students who were confident and somewhat capable raised their hands. Even some male students in the middle grades were eager to try, and everyone seemed to be united as one. SUXIAN on the stage turned his head to look at them. Tall and burly, Kong Wu's powerful figure suddenly shrank his head, and then glanced carefully at the old man on the rostrum. You won't punish future disciples to death, right? Me? A clear female voice sounded. Everyone turned their gazes to the place where the voice came from, and saw a pink-haired girl jumping onto the soul fighting arena with a smile on her face. Xiaoyu behind her smiled wryly and shook her head. Yan might have misunderstood again. Nana Kunki was just happy to see Lixian. Xiaoyu raised her head and glanced at Yan, who had already reached the exit and was about to go out with her head down, then got up and chased after her. As for the battle on the soul fighting stage, in his opinion, there was no suspense. Because Nana's second soul skill is too strong and too restrained for SUXIAN, an agility-type soul master who relies heavily on high-speed movement, Nana only needs to look at SUXIAN, and the ending is determined. It turned out to be Hulina. Many people looked stunned. Is she going to help Yan get back on the spot? Hulina took a few steps forward, cast a wink, and said with a smile, my sister was originally unwilling to make a move. After all, you are only one ring. But she licked her pink lips lightly. You are really strong and I am very interested. This time, I want to win. Little brother, what do you think? When the female students in the audience saw her appearance, someone shouted, Brother SUXIAN, don't be fooled by her, her second soul skill is Hume, be careful. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes under the hood. On the stage, SUXIAN said to Hulina expressionlessly, oh. Heart said, this woman has a strong desire to win. Hulina took a deep look at SUXIAN when she heard the words, and said with a coquettish smile, Hulina, a level 23 control system soul master, Wuhan Tianhu. SUXIAN lowered her head slowly, and said politely, SUXIAN, the 11th level agility attack system soul master, Wuhan Luna. A silver light flashed on his right hand, and a cold star formed. Everyone in the audience looked at the two people on the fighting spirit stage seriously, not wanting to miss a single detail. SUXIAN still buried his head. A yellow soul ring rose, and stood quietly on the side without moving. Hulina possessed her martial soul, and 2 yellow soul rings rose behind her. She stood tens of meters in front of SUXIAN, her eyes fixed on SUXIAN, waiting for his attack. After 10 breaths passed, SUXIAN didn't move. After 1 minute passed, everyone in the audience couldn't help but rub their eyes, and then quickly opened them. 2 minutes passed, and Hulina finally couldn't help shouting, why don't you hit me anymore, and don't even lift your head. I'm recovering my soul power. SUXIAN's voice came, now that the soul power has recovered, 1 move is enough to solve you. As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted towards her with a dagger in his right hand. The tone is so big. Hulina stomped her feet angrily after hearing his words, took a deep breath and looked at SUXIAN seriously. In this realm of soul power, I still need to look at each other to trigger Hume. She didn't believe that the little boy in front of her could not look at her when she was fighting, and if she didn't look at her words, did he know where the sword was going to attack? Therefore, there are many opportunities for him. As long as he raises his head once, he will lose. Here he comes. He lifts his head. Here's your chance. Hulina's eyes froze. A yellow soul ring lit up and wanted to activate the second soul skill Hume. SUXIAN's eyes suddenly lit up with a strong light. Ah! She covered her eyes and exclaimed, the spots of light in her eyes made her unable to see clearly. But she didn't panic in the slightest, because Hume had successfully launched it. SUXIAN must be frozen in place now, as long as she. Things were beyond her expectations again, and the sound of footsteps ahead was one after another. He rushed over. How can it be? The time was too short for her to be confused, so she could only turn her head and open her eyes wide to look at SUXIAN from the corner of her eye. From the corner of her vision, she saw that SUXIAN had rushed to a position a foot in front. He took a step and was about to jump out, when the only soul ring on his body shone. He's going to teleport over here. It's too late to activate Hume. She gritted her teeth and shouted coquettishly, the first soul skill, Tian Hui. In front of Hulina, a pink foxtail that was more than 10 feet long and as wide as a person's arms hugged immediately took shape, sweeping fiercely in front of her in a semicircle. The expected blow did not come, and she saw a smile on the corner of SUXIAN's mouth, as if she was relieved to meet an old friend. The next moment, instead of advancing, he retreated, paused lightly, and then waved the cold star in his hand at Xiao Kongwan on the ground behind him, moving his body back in an instant to avoid the sweep of the foxtail. At the same time, his soul ring continued to flicker. This time he chose to release the clear light on the sword. In Hulina's eyes, the dagger in SUXIAN's hand pulled out an arc-shaped light blade and flew over. This light blade is extremely fast, and its direction is extremely accurate. I can't escape. Hulina, who failed first, realized in her heart that she could only stare blankly at the flying light blade. A wall of light appeared in front of her in an instant, blocking the light blade for her, and the light blade hit the light wall and shattered with a crack. At this moment, the pink-haired girl who was still standing there in a daze slowly realized that she was not glad that Dean Jiking saved her at the first moment, but thought his first soul skill is actually this light blade. So what happened to his teleportation? I was really defeated by him, with one move. At this time, there was no sound in the fighting spirit field, and everyone was in shock, shocked by SUXIAN's just right battle. That just-in-time raising of the head directly caught Hulina's eyes. That just right meal tricked out Hulina's first soul ability. That well-timed strike of the sword's light blade gave Hulina no time to react. There is also the misleading of making teleportation the first soul skill, the blonde girl added in her heart. What she didn't realize at this moment was that her eyes looking at SUXIAN became brighter. A perfect battle, Ji Kong on the rostrum praised in his heart. I have seen countless people who have been called genius soul masters since childhood. Some of them have died on the way of growth, and some have achieved titles. But none of them had such a strong sense of fighting when they were in the first ring. Fighting is like an art in the hands of this kid named SUXIAN. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Ji Kong and number 039, S Teachings. Chapter 50 Ji Kang's Teachings. SUXIAN exhaled lightly with a little bit of rejoicing. His soul power was running low. It seems that it was just a 1-month flash and a first soul skill, so logically speaking, it shouldn't consume that much soul power. Where did the remaining % of the soul power go? The answer is that blinding white light. At that time, Hulina saw the white light coming from SUXIAN's eyes, but it was not. Instead, the soul power condensed on SUXIAN's eyelids turned into light and shot out. Otherwise, SUXIAN would have already been controlled by Hume because of directly looking at Hulina, and he would not have had the chance to perform the subsequent Xianyu slash. Because the operation of concentrating the soul power on the eyelids was too delicate, a lot of soul power was lost and wasted. So now SUXIAN on the fighting spirit stage really has no power to fight anymore. Ji Kong looked at SUXIAN with a smile. His eyes seemed to be looking at some treasure. He stepped forward and floated to the fighting spirit platform, nodded to SUXIAN with satisfaction and said, "Yes, there is some potential." SUXIAN chuckled and said, "I'm such a humble person, I won't talk big." Hee. Ji Kong Zifa saw something, so he didn't comment on it. He looked up at the students in the audience and announced loudly, "SUXIAN passed the school examination, and he will be my disciple from now on." The students in the audience were in an uproar for an instant, and the voices in the fighting arena suddenly exploded. The male students either had complicated eyes or were full of jealousy, but there were also some who were overwhelmed by SUXIAN's strength in the 3 battles, and they asked themselves that it was impossible for them to be able to do this when they were in the first ring. The first match was a power attack system Soul Master of the same rank. But the second game was to step up and defeat Yan, who was considered a powerful output among the great Soul Masters. However, his performance in the third battle can be regarded as being small and powerful, and his response was not at all cumbersome. Some male students with high quality even guessed, did this kid have a good control of the rhythm, and just exhausted his soul power so that Dean Jikeng would stop shouting? The female students were much more innocent. While they were happy for SUXIAN, they were also smiling and discussing how to abduct this cute and domineering little guy to the fan club to be everyone's favorite after the show. Of course, due to the distance, SUXIAN couldn't hear their conversation clearly, so SUXIAN didn't know about the plans of the seniors, but just vaguely felt that the gazes of the seniors in the audience always felt strange. It's like looking at your husband's eyes. SUXIAN thought of it narcissistically, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey hey! So happy! Jikeng looked at the little guy in front of him and thought he was smiling because he became his disciple. So he also smiled, thinking, no matter how cunning he is on the soul fighting stage, he will still be a child. Let's go to Nanlin. The red-robed old man waved his hand, and the huge soul power turned into a gust of wind and lifted the 2 of them into the air, flying outwards. When the female students in the audience saw this scene, they all felt disappointed that their plans had failed. Nanlin. SUXIAN said silently in his heart, is that small forest called Nanlin. In the process of rising, suddenly a golden figure in the no man's place in the soul fighting field below attracted SUXIAN, and she looked over with a faint smile. The gold and white all over her body are well combined with the temperament of a girl, and the white hood adds a layer of mystery to her. She was originally one of the most peerless beauties in the world, coupled with this sacred and inviolable temperament, it really... No, I can't think about it. I am a man who is determined to lead a boring life of 3 wives and 6 concubines, how can I have too many entanglements with her? SUXIAN thought so. He smiled and waved to her, and the blonde girl smiled and walked out. In mid-air, the 2 flew towards Nanlin. SUXIAN looked at Jikeng curiously and said, Teacher, what is your martial spirit? How can you control the wind and summon the wall of light? My martial spirit is just a book, not worth mentioning. Jikeng said with a light smile, by the way, what is your relationship with His Highness? His tone was somewhat curious. SUXIAN thought for a while and said seriously, His Highness Kyungsu saved me and asked me to be her subordinate. Kyungsu. The old man nodded when he heard that, and said in silence for a while. In this case, you should have a good relationship with her, which will be of great benefit to your future. He really regarded me as a disciple and was thinking of me. SUXIAN nodded and responded, okay, teacher. However, this actually means endless trouble. Tang San's side not only has huge power, but even his path to becoming a god is accompanied by the calculations of the gods. Difficult. Jikeng's Yufeng speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in Nanlin soon. The 2 of them landed lightly in the yard in front of the hut under Jikeng's exquisite control of the soul power. There was a small square table and a reclining chair in the yard. Jikeng lay down slowly and sighed comfortably. Sure enough, I'm old, and I'm a little tired after such a trip. SUXIAN is more on the road. He quickly ran behind the old man, squeezed his shoulders, and said with a smile, Teacher, don't worry, SUXIAN will definitely respect you. Hehe, the little mouth is quite sweet. Jikeng pondered for a moment, then asked, tell me about your situation. SUXIAN thought for a while and said, I don't remember too well, I was raised as a slave since I was a child, and His Highness saved me after I escaped. He turned out to be a poor kid too. That's it. Jikeng sighed with a certain heaviness, and then said seriously, there are always some bad things in the world, and it's better to treat them back when you become stronger in the future. Although I don't know how much energy is behind that organization called Dark Dragon, I will not let them go. This is not only for revenge, but also for the little girl who died in front of me. SUXIAN nodded and said affirmatively, this is what it should be. Ji Kong smiled and said, then let's talk about your martial soul now. To be honest, there are really not many martial souls with 2 martial soul talents. And the martial souls with 2 martial soul talents are all top-level martial arts without exception. Soul. The innate soul power is at least level 8. By the way, the martial soul talent I mentioned is a word I created myself, and it has not been spread. It can be understood as a special skill brought to you by the martial soul. For example, the talent of the famous Clear Sky Hammer martial soul can be summed up as great power and penetration. Another example is the lightning control and dragon power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. And what about your martial soul? 2 martial soul talents. He was referring to the Moon Flash and the 3rd Yuehua who strengthened the attack and marked it. I admit that I can't hide from the eyes of masters, but I haven't cut anyone on Yuehua. Ji Kong turned his head and saw the doubt in SUXIAN's eyes, and said with a smile, although you didn't use that talent, the 3rd swing of the sword will cause a slight change in the sword's aura. Pay attention to this point in the future. Don't be used when you become a master. End of this chapter.